August 1991, London Coliseum, the Grand Hall was packed. Applause and cheers rolled through the crowd as an 11-year-old boy stood alone under the spotlight. On stage, Shor, known to the public as the genius magician, performed his signature act. Dressed in a sharp black tuxedo and tall hat, the boy looked far older than his years. Black hair, black eyes, refined features. Every movement he made carried a calm, elegant precision. Around him, more than 200 poker cards spun and danced through the air, fluttering like a swarm of colorful butterflies. Under the shifting lights, the scene was mesmerizing. Shor's slender fingers moved gracefully, as if playing a silent piano. The cards obeyed, twisting into intricate patterns, shapes that defied logic and gravity. The audience gasped, but what they couldn't see was that this was no illusion. The cards moved through telekinesis, powered by Shor's will alone. He called it that himself, telekinesis. In truth, it was magic. 2 years ago, Shor had woken up in London as a time traveler. He had nothing, no home, no money, just an old coat and the constant gray sky. When cornered by street thugs, something inside him snapped awake, his mind reached out, and the world bent with it. That was the night he discovered his power. And later, his system. A typical standard setup, as he called it, but locked until he met certain requirements. So he spent the next 2 years performing, starting with small street tricks, copying routines he'd once seen in Now You See Me. From alleys to stages, his poker magic earned him fame. By 11, he was London's youngest headliner. Tonight was his biggest show yet. With a flick of his wrist, the cards split into 2 streams, spiraling around him in a tornado of color. The crowd erupted. Shor, Shor, Shor. And then among the cheers, a voice echoed inside his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have collected 10,000 faith points. The system is now unlocked. Ding, novice gift pack delivered. Shor froze mid-performance, heart racing. Ignoring his assistant's cues from the side, he whispered, "Open system." A transparent light screen appeared before his eyes. Host, Shor occupation, poker magician, magic power, 20 adult, 100 skill, flying cards, faith points, level 1 likes, 10,000 level 2 worship, 0 level 3 fanatic, 0 system functions, lottery, 10/100/1000 faith per draw quests, none starter rewards, occlumency, thunder element core, random magical background. He stared blankly at the list. Magic power, occlumency, what kind of setup is this? Was his telekinesis actually wizard magic? And occlumency, that name was too familiar. Could it be? Was he really about to enter the Harry Potter world before he could overthink the excitement? One. Claim reward, he said quickly. 3 glowing orbs, 2 silver, 1 violet, appeared in front of him and shot into his chest. Instantly, clarity filled his mind. His eyes sharpened, thoughts flowing like water. Then came a jolt. The thunder core merged with him, crackling purple light across his skin. His hair rose as electricity arced through him. Before he could catch his breath, another prompt appeared. Random background assigned. In 60 seconds, the host will be teleported from the Muggle world to the hidden magical world. Shor blinked. Wait, what? The system didn't wait. Looking at the cheering audience below, he managed a faint smile and grabbed the microphone. "Dear audience," he said steadily, "for tonight's finale I will perform the ultimate illusion, a live disappearance." Turning to his assistant Albert, he whispered, "Don't look for me for a few days." Then with a bow he lifted his hands. Hundreds of cards rose again, swirling into 2 glowing pentagrams that enclosed him completely. The cards exploded into glittering fragments and Shor vanished. For 10 seconds the hall was silent. Then came the roar. Even Albert stood frozen. There were no trapdoors, no mirrors, no tricks, just nothing. The boy magician had disappeared. Scotland that same night. Under a dim moon, Hogwarts Castle loomed over the misty highlands. In his office, Albus Dumbledore was quietly writing letters of admission when a violent magical wave swept through the air. Lightning split the sky. The ancient quill and the black dragonhide book on the high tower awakened, writing by themselves. Dumbledore appeared in a flash of firelight and read the fresh name written on the parchment. Shor Black. His eyes widened. Another Black outside Azkaban. Moments later, Professor McGonagall rushed up the stairs, alarmed by the magic surge. "Albus, what happened?" But before she could finish, Dumbledore vanished again, leaving only his calm voice echoing in the tower. "I'll follow the trace. Keep writing the letters." McGonagall sighed, rubbing her temple. "Of course you will." When she glanced at the book and saw the name, even she was stunned for a moment. Nurmengard, Austria. The ancient tower stood silent under the storm. In the top cell, an old man sat cross-legged, frail yet alert. His silver eyes flickered open as if he had seen the future. A thin smile touched his face. "So, fate has shifted. There's hope yet." His laughter echoed through the cold stone walls. "Albus, it seems I haven't lost after all." Somewhere along the English coast, the sea crashed against the rocks under a sky heavy with dark clouds. The wind carried salt and rain, and the waves clawed endlessly at the jagged reefs below. Hidden among them was a cave, one that even the sharpest eyes would miss. Then, without warning, a flash of purple light tore through the storm. A boy in a black tuxedo materialized on the rocky beach, tumbling hard onto the ground. The light faded, leaving him groaning in the cold wind. "Bloody hell," Shaw muttered, lying flat as his strength drained from his limbs. That felt like getting flushed down a cosmic toilet. After several deep breaths, he pushed himself up, his body still trembling. A rush of unfamiliar memories poured into his mind, filling every corner until he understood. "Wait, Regulus Black, my father." He blinked hard, staring up at the gray sky. "You're telling me I've become the descendant of the Black family. The system really went for a plot twist, huh?" Despite his exasperation, a grin crept onto his face. "Well, a rich second generation isn't so bad. Guess I'll just clear my father's name and call it a father-son redemption arc." While the waves roared, Shaw's thoughts turned to something far more pressing: the system lottery. The cheers from his last show had earned him another few hundred faith points. Combined with his earlier total, he had 400 level 1 faith points. 10 draws, 10 chances to change everything. Level 1, level 2, level 3, different pools, probably different prizes, he murmured. "So this damn system wants me to be famous, huh? I'm supposed to gain faith through popularity." He sighed, staring at the shimmering system screen. "Fine. If I'm going to rule the wizarding world, I'll start by gambling." But before his thumb touched the button, the air cracked open. A burst of red flame erupted in front of him, forcing him to shield his eyes. When the fire cleared, an old man stood there in a moon-white robe, half-moon glasses glinting under the stormlight. Shaw froze. White beard, blue eyes, calm smile. He knew that face. "Dumbledore." "Hello," the old man said kindly. "You must be Shor Black, correct?" Shaw's mind whirred, so it's really him. Thanks to occlumency, his thoughts remained smooth and unruffled. "Yes, old man," he said evenly. "That's me, and you are." Ding. New mission: trick the white devil Dumbledore into sending you home. Reward 2000 level 1 faith points. Big boss arrival. Cue dramatic BGM. Shaw's expression didn't change, but inside he winced. "System, are you trying to get me killed?" Dumbledore studied the boy, elegant, black-haired, and unmistakably of the black bloodline. For a fleeting moment, something like nostalgia crossed his face. "I am Albus Dumbledore," he said softly. "Tell me, Shor, why are you here? Where are your parents?" Shaw's years of performing in front of crowds kicked in. Calm, steady voice, natural tone. "No parents," he said, letting his expression dim. "I came to pay tribute to my father, but the cave's sealed. I couldn't go inside." Dumbledore's gaze softened. "And your father's name?" "Regulus Black." The old wizard's eyes flickered with realization. Turning toward the cave, he felt the faint thrum of ancient dark magic pulsing from within. "So this is where he fell," he murmured. The protection around the cave was powerful and hauntingly familiar. Shaw noticed Dumbledore's focus drifting and quickly shivered in the cold. "Mr. Dumbledore?" The old man snapped back, smiling faintly before casting a warming charm. The gentle heat wrapped around Shaw like a blanket. "There," Dumbledore said. "Better." Shaw nodded, suppressing his grin. "Thank you, sir." "Tell me," Dumbledore asked, "do you know how your father died?" Shaw lowered his head, his voice low and hesitant. "He betrayed someone powerful. To protect me, he hid me in the Muggle world. I only learned the truth from his letters." Dumbledore fell silent. The sadness in the boy's voice didn't sound rehearsed. He could feel the echo of sincerity or perhaps pain. A brave child, he thought. At last he spoke again. You've shown signs of strong magic, Shor. You can't remain in the Muggle world. I'll take you back to your family estate. It may hold answers. Shor's lips twitched. Inside, his system hummed with satisfaction. Mission progress, 87%. Is that really possible? He asked, eyes wide with just the right amount of emotion. And could you retrieve my father's body too? I want to bury him properly. Dumbledore's eyes softened further. A good heart. Yes, I'll see to it, but first let me take you home. Thank you, old man, Shor said sincerely. You're a good person. The headmaster smiled faintly, touched by the boy's gratitude. Taking his hand, he warned, hold on tight. Side-along apparition can feel a bit strange. The moment Shor's fingers touched Dumbledore's sleeve, a sharp crackle of electric current shot through the old wizard. His beard nearly stood on end. Dumbledore blinked in surprise. Oh my, Shor looked up startled. Sorry, I sometimes discharged. Is that unusual? Dumbledore's eyes gleamed. Very unusual. It seems the Black family has produced another gifted child. Shor forced a smile, trying not to roll his eyes. The old man's playing it off. Must have really zapped him. As Dumbledore prepared to apparate, Shor glanced back at the dark cave. He could have warned the man about the Horcrux hidden inside, but how would he explain that knowledge? No, better to let Dumbledore handle it his way. He'd repay the favor later by giving him the real pendant. One step at a time. The old wizard noticed his lingering gaze and misunderstood it as grief. You have your father's heart, he said gently. Not all Blacks are lost to darkness. Thank you, Shor said quietly. Then, with a swirl of flame, the two vanished from the shore, leaving behind the echo of waves and the secret that had just awakened.
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Number 12, Grimmauld Place. This is the home of Sirius and Regulus, the old house of the Black family. This wizard residence has layers of magical protection and is hidden in an ordinary Muggle residential area. On both sides are numbers 11 and 13, but no one has ever noticed the missing number 12, or suspected why there is a missing number. Dumbledore and Shor suddenly appeared in the square in the dead of night. Ding, the White Lord escort mission is completed, and 2,000 first-level faith points are rewarded. After Shor landed, he ignored the joy of completing the mission and resisted the urge to vomit. Apparition is obviously not something his young body can bear. Only Shor has the will of an adult, otherwise he would have been paralyzed. Dumbledore admired Shor's willpower, but he showed an apologetic expression. Just now, he was in the wilderness and could only apparition. I don't know how Shor went to such a remote place alone to pay tribute to his father. I don't know how much he suffered. He is really filial. Dumbledore first carefully used magic to clean up Shor's wrinkled and dirty tailcoat, then looked up between houses 11 and 13. Suddenly, he had a headache. He did know where the Black Mansion was, but without the owner's consent, even if Dumbledore, who has strong magic power, wanted to find it, it would not be done in a short time. Swish! Just as Dumbledore was about to break in violently, a short figure appeared in front of the two of them and looked at Shor, who was touching his chest excitedly. Shor looked at this elf with big ears like a bat, wearing a piece of rags, with wrinkles on his face and an old face, which was enough to prove that he was very old. Are you the young master? You are finally back. Creature is so happy. After the old elf creature recognized Shor through the contract connection, he began to speak excitedly while jumping around Shor with tears in his eyes. As creature spoke, he began to pound his head on the ground, making a loud bang. It's all creature's fault for being useless. He couldn't take care of the young master, letting him suffer in the dirty and lowly Muggle world. But creature had no choice but to obey Master Regulus' orders and not go to see the young master, otherwise it would hurt him. Woo-woo. Shor looked at the mysterious operation of the old elf and finally realized the distorted values of this race. The ancient wizards back then were really cruel, and they played Pua very well. Dumbledore was obviously very adaptable to the style of the elves and gave instructions to Shor. This is a very humble and extremely self-abased intelligent creature, and it obeys the orders of its master. Since you are the head of the Black family, please stop this house elf. He is almost broken. Shor already knew what was going on, so he nodded to express his gratitude and then ordered Cretch. Cretch, I order you not to punish yourself. Cretch was stunned and stopped but cried even louder. Woo-woo, it's all Cretch's fault for being useless. The young master is so kind. Shor had a headache and Dumbledore smiled. Okay, Shaw, since your family still has a loyal house elf, he will lead you home and take good care of you, so I will send you here. Shor had no intention of retaining him, facing Dumbledore, even though the other party was always smiling and kind. But before he had a skill, it was too stressful. Before the incident of Regulus was confirmed, no matter how well he performed as a filial son, he would probably still be known as the son of a Death Eater in Dumbledore's mind. Shaw bowed slightly to express his gratitude. Thank you, old man, for sending me back. Thank you for your trouble. Dumbledore looked at the polite Shaw and rubbed the little guy's head. Just call me professor or principal in the future. You should receive the admission letter from Hogwarts tomorrow. Dumbledore blinked and left. He had to rush to the cave overnight to check. Some guesses needed to be confirmed quickly. After all, Harry was going to school this year, and some plans had to be implemented. Shaw breathed a sigh of relief and was absent-minded for a while. The corner of his clothes was suddenly pulled. He looked down and saw Cretcher, whose eyes were as red as light bulbs, looking at him eagerly. Cretch, take me home. Yes, I'll take the young master home. The happy Cretch snapped his fingers, and Shaw felt as if the stars had moved, and he instantly appeared in a dim room. Before he could sigh that the elf's displacement magic seemed to be more relaxing than the wizard's apparition, an old woman's sharp voice suddenly came to his ears. Damn, Cretch, you don't sleep at night, you lowly beast, huh? You are. Cretch wanted to punish himself, but then excitedly introduced a portrait. Madam, this is the young master, the son of the noble master Regulus, who came home today. Shor felt a little pain in his forehead and looked up at a painting on the wall. Although the old woman in the painting was dressed noble, her expression was distorted and there was saliva at the corner of her mouth. The kind expression that the crazy old woman tried to squeeze out at this moment was even more creepy. Is my grandson back? That's great. Regulus is good in every way, but why did he send you to that dirty and lowly muggle world, baby? What's your name? I'm your grandmother, Shor Black. Grandma, hello, my name is Shaw. Shor didn't want to argue with a portrait that was pure blood supremacy to the point of madness, so he resisted the urge to close the curtain. If I remember correctly, there seemed to be a portrait in the room where the family tree was collected in the old house that was connected to the Hogwarts principal's office. It was a portrait of the most unpopular and mean Principal Sirius Black, who was his great-great-grandfather. I made up my mind not to meet these perverts. I greeted Walgeb politely, and then showed a tired look. The family had an heir, and the old woman was no longer crazy, so she said distressedly, Shor, are you too tired, Cretch? Hurry up and take my baby to wash up. Remember to use the best. Cretch happily took Shor upstairs. Looking at the dilapidated, dark, and depressing old house, Shor regretted going back so early. There was no electricity or lights here, which was scary. But house elves are house elves, and they are really good at housekeeping. In less than half an hour, they cleaned up a clean bedroom for Shaw. And looking at Cretch's excitement, he would probably be busy all night and not look old at all. When Shaw lay on the bed, thinking that he was not an evil slave owner, he gave Cretch instructions respectfully. Take a bath for yourself and change into clean clothes. Continue cleaning tomorrow. Cretch panicked immediately after hearing this, and then began to punish himself, pulling the curtains and strangling his neck. Bad Cretch, I didn't serve the young master well. The young master doesn't want me anymore, and he wants me to take a bath and change into clean clothes. I might as well die. Cretch won't be an elf that no one wants. Shor has seen movies and novels and knows the habits of house elves, and it's useless to talk nicely. Cretch, stop right there. I didn't say I don't want you, it's just that I like to be clean, and I can't accept you being dirty. Now I order you to take a good bath first, then change your pillowcase, and finally clean up a room to live in. I don't allow you to live in the cupboard. This is an order. If you keep talking nonsense, get out of the Black family. Cretch was stunned. He wanted to say something but didn't dare. He could only mumble and leave. The young master is too good to Cretch. This is wrong, but what can Cretch do? He must obey the young master's orders. Shor shook his head and lay on the bed again. He didn't think much about Cretch's problem. He would just slowly train him in the future. Then he quickly opened the system. Seeing that his faith value was 12,403 points, he thought of the pressure he had just faced with Dumbledore. After all, it was because he was not strong enough. So he stopped hesitating and decisively drew 10 times in a row. Ding, congratulations on getting 1 skill point. Asterisk 2, thank you for your patronage. Ding, congratulations on getting 1 talent point. Asterisk 2, ding, congratulations on getting the 3rd level bird flock spell. Thank you for your patronage. Ding, congratulations on getting the 3rd level armor spell. Ding, congratulations on getting the 3rd level floating spell. Ding, congratulations on getting 10 magic scales. Shor thought it was a bit interesting. Looking at the lottery situation, there was basically no loss. The winning rate was 80% and there was no reward for some junk. Not bad. It was normal to think about it. He had been busy for 2 years to accumulate 10,000 faiths. It was estimated that he would not be able to draw 10 times in a row in the future. This time, I got a total of 3 level 3 spells, 2 skill points, 2 talent points, and 10 magic points. This is just the 1st level draw. If it is the 2nd and 3rd level draw, then I will directly give away the god equipment. Needless to say, I really have to take the route of popularity in the future. Shor opened the system interface, and the system interface has been updated. System host, Shor. Occupation, wizard/poker magician. Magic 30, adult 100 talent. Thunder element affinity max, you are the son of thunder element. Black magic 6, excellent talent. White magic 3, transfiguration 3, potions 3, decent talent. Herbology 2, magical creatures 2, mediocre qualification. Alchemy 0, prophecy 0, mud give up, no major opportunity, can't be activated. Skills, brain occlumency max. Flock of birds 3 level, iron armor 3 level, float 3 level, 2 skill points, 2 talent points. Level 1 faith, 2,403. / level 2 faith, 1. / open gradually 3 faith, 0. Lottery system, 1,000 / 100 / 10 faith per draw. Quest system, none. Shor was dazzled when he saw the fully updated system interface. Why is his talent for black magic so high? Am I a bad guy? I have red lips and white teeth, so I am so popular. Well, let's study the points first. People who played games in the previous life all know one thing: focus on a prominent attribute and add it to the extreme. So Shor added both skill points to Flock of Birds and both talent points to Black Magic. Flock of Birds level 5, no wand and noise. Black Magic 8, Azkaban / Then talent and skill points need legendary value. Shor looked at the evaluation of Azkaban and suddenly wanted to slap himself, so that he would not be assigned to Azkaban when the sorting came. Will he be able to go to jail with Sirius? Shor was also very curious about the evaluation of the black magic talent of level 9 and 10, but he didn't know how to get the required legendary value. Shor saw that the level 5 flying birds could cast spells silently and without a wand, so he tried it and waved his hand at the air casually. Then his mind moved at will, and the magic power in his body gushed out along his fingers. A group of chirping golden birds appeared out of thin air, and more than 10 birds flew around Shor. This felt a bit like his previous manipulation of playing cards. Unexpectedly, the next moment, those golden birds seemed to sense Shor's thoughts and immediately transformed into rotating golden poker cards, and there were arcs flashing outside the golden light. Especially compared with the previous manipulation of playing cards with telekinesis, it was more arbitrary and the special effects were more explosive. Shor was stunned. Can it be played like this? Is this the 5th level spell? It seems to be mixed with some transfiguration and lightning affinity. It just so happens that Shor is more familiar with poker. Although he is now a wizard, he still likes the identity of a magician. Showing off is awesome. It is not easy to let the golden poker attack in the room, so I can only wait until tomorrow to find a place to test the power of the spell of flying birds. After the magic supply is cut off, the golden poker will dissipate in a short time. Shor studied the system for a while and found that the level 2 value is a little more. After thinking about it, it is estimated that this is contributed by Kletch. I don't know the rest. Forget it. Tomorrow's business, tomorrow's work. There are more than 2,000 faith points, so keep them for preparation. He is indeed a little tired today, and the little man's body is too tormented. After Heir fell into a deep sleep, Kletch, who had washed up and changed into a clean pillowcase, secretly glanced at Heir through the crack of the door, and then continued to clean the house with a huff and puff, hitting himself with a mallet and muttering to himself. Kletch didn't listen to the little master, so he should be punished, but Kletch must make the little master have a clean and comfortable bed. It's not a suitable home. After all, my little master is so good to me, how can I rest? The next day the sky was bright. Shor slept until 11 o'clock and was awakened by a knocking sound outside the window. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Shor looked at an owl outside the window pecking at the glass window with its beak. There was a letter tied to its feet. Shor wondered if there was no protective magic in the old house. How could an owl find it? It was a very magical creature. He got up and went to open the window. The owl pecked Shor's arm in dissatisfaction, and then raised its claws to signal him to collect the letter quickly. Shor took the envelope and wanted to rub the owl's head, but the other party saw that he would not give him food, so it pecked Shor again and flew away with its wings flapping. Shor smiled, rubbed the back of his hand and read the letter. Seeing a shield logo and a lion, eagle, snake and badger pattern on the envelope, he knew who mailed it. He opened the envelope excitedly and read it. Principal of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Albus Dumbledore. President of the International Confederation of Magic, Chief Wizard of Wishing Garmont, First Class Wizard of Merlin's Order. Dear Mr. Black, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to study at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The semester is scheduled to begin on September 1st. We will wait for your owl to bring your reply before July 31st. Sincerely, Vice Principal Minerva McGonagall. Although he was very familiar with the content of the admission notice, Shaw still read it several times. Who hasn't experienced the age of passion and innocence, holding a stick and shouting, Avada eats big melon to the sky? Now that he can be sure to go to Hogwarts, it is naturally a happy thing. When Shaw counted on his fingers, it seemed that this year was also the day for Harry to enter school, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Who cares? I would rather go to Slytherin than Gryffindor, stay away from the Savior, and live a long life. Shor set a small goal for himself and heard Cretch's voice behind him. Young master, you're up. Cretch has prepared breakfast. Shor turned around and saw that Cretch was no longer as dirty as before. His long ear hair was shaved clean, and he changed into a new pillowcase. Although it was still ugly, it was barely acceptable. Okay. He nodded in agreement, put on the tuxedo that Cretch had washed overnight, and took care of his ear-length hair. He thought about going to Diagon Alley to buy a few sets of clothes. Well, by the way, go to Gringotts to see how much inheritance he has inherited. When I walked out of the door, I saw a brand new corridor with clean cashmere carpets on the floor. The wall lamps on the wall were shining, and the smell of corruption that I smelled before was gone. All the way down to the living room, it was even more tidy, and the old furniture was still shining with tung oil. Although the main color was still black, a classical and noble atmosphere came to my face. I didn't expect that in just one night, Kletch made the old house look brand new. He is worthy of being a hard-working and loyal house elf. After Shaw sat down at the dining table, he looked at the hot breakfast served with silverware and couldn't help but praise it. Kletch, you did a great job. Kletch couldn't help crying with joy when he heard this simple compliment. Woo, Kletch has heard the noble Black praise again. I hope that after Kletch dies, the young master can chop off Kletch's head and hang it on the wall. Shortly had just taken a bite of the sausage, and when he heard Kletch's second half of the sentence, he almost felt sick and said quickly, "Shut up." Then he felt that he had received a quality education of 5 lectures and 4 beauties, and did not have the condescending mentality of a real aristocrat, and he might even get a little third-level faith value from Kletch, so he continued to order. "Kletch, you sit down and eat too, don't punish yourself, no matter now or in the future, I'm ordering you." Kletch was embarrassed in place. After a while, under Shor's unfriendly eyes, he sat on the chair with half his buttocks, took the toast pushed by Shor with trembling hands, and couldn't help but want to hit himself after taking a bite. Shor gave him a fierce look and started eating by himself. The taste was neither good nor bad. After eating British food for 2 years, those who know that this country has no soil for delicious food. Now that I have settled down, I still have to consider my stomach. After eating a meal that was not sure whether it was breakfast or lunch, Shaw finally remembered the business. Instead of rushing out to Gringotts, he asked Kletch, "Before my father died, did he ask you to keep a pendant?" Kletch's eyes were evasive, but under Shaw's repeated questioning and orders, he was finally willing to find a pendant with the letter S engraved on it. "I see your desire, let go of your mind, I will teach you powerful magic. Power, status, wealth, beauty, whatever you want I can give you. Child, I see your heart and desires. You are an ambitious person who likes to be admired and supported by thousands of people. Accept me and all of this will be yours." Holding the pendant, Shaw's eyes were a little dull, and the expression on his face gradually became greedy and fanatical. But the next moment, his pupils regained clarity, and Shaw muttered as he looked at the locket in his hand, Voldemort's Horcrux is really a bit weird. After releasing the brain blockage, I was actually moved. So I am still a mortal after all." Kretch, who was nervous next to him, wanted to hit his head on the ground again after seeing that the young master was fine. He almost hurt the young master. Shaw immediately stopped him as if he had known it in advance, and once again stated that he should not punish himself at will. He ignored Kretch's muttering about being too kind, and he considered how to deal with this Horcrux. "Ding! Detecting an evil soul, please ask if you want to filter and absorb it." Shaw, who was worried that he didn't know the fiendish fire curse and didn't have the fangs of the basilisk, was stunned. The system also had this function, and he chose to absorb it without hesitation. It's better for Voldemort's Horcrux to die early. Ding! Start absorbing. Then the locket in his hand suddenly roared sharply, and large groups of black fog poured out. Shaw felt a cold and evil feeling in his heart. He seemed to see a pale snake face without a nose like a double plug emerging from the depths of the black fog. The next moment the black fog quickly dissipated, obviously absorbed by the system, and the whispers that had been bewitching the locket before were gone. Shaw immediately couldn't wait to open the system to see what was different from before. Compared with before, there were indeed some more things. The magic power increased by 10 scales, reaching 40 scales. Water element affinity talent level 1. Avada Kedavra curse level 2. Parseltongue level 1. Shaw was not surprised to learn the Kedavra curse and Parseltongue, which was expected, but the extra water element talent made him a little curious. Previously, his full-value lightning element talent came from the system gift package, which allowed him to cast spells with lightning attributes. And now, the water element talent can actually be taken from Voldemort. At this moment, his understanding of magic is basically zero, but he knows that elemental talent is a good thing. There is a bonus for spells similar to those of the Department of Mechanics. If I specialize in lightning spells, it is estimated that the power is very powerful. And the representatives of the 4 colleges of Hogwarts are not just 4 animals, but also water, fire, wind, and earth. This is evident. It seems that collecting Horcruxes should be put on the agenda, and the water element talent must be put on the agenda. Kretch next to him asked shyly, "Young master, can't you destroy this evil locket?" "Woohoo, Kretch is useless, damn it. can't fulfill Master Regulus's last wish. Shor waved his hand to shut Cretch up. Okay, don't be sad. I have destroyed the evil existence in the locket, and you have fulfilled my father's last wish. Cretch, with snot and tears on his face, raised his ugly face in disbelief. Really? That's great. The young master is as noble and excellent as the young master. Shor waited for Cretch to be happy for a while, and then told him that no matter who asked about it in the future, he must say that Regulus destroyed the locket, which would make his cheap father more heroic. Then Shaw casually strolled around the old house. It was really big, and there were many places that had not been cleaned up, which made Cretch blame himself again. Shaw was not surprised and told him to clean up a few places first, such as his father's room, study, underground library, and spell practice room. Others can be cleaned up slowly. In the afternoon, Cretch took Shaw to the door of the leaky cauldron. Because the Muggle shielding spell was cast here, ordinary people on the roadside turned a blind eye to the shabby and narrow wooden door. Shaw had to buy a lot of things today. Although the items in his house were all antiques and were kept very clean by Cretch, Shaw didn't like Black's dark decoration style and was ready to make a big change. So he had to go to Gringotts to get the money first. When he pushed open the door of the leaky cauldron, a strange smell mixed with various smells rushed straight to his head, and noisy voices came with it. The small and crowded bar was dimly lit, the walls were mottled, and wizards of all kinds sat around a few rotten wooden tables, drinking butter beer and chatting casually. A hunchbacked bald old man was obviously the owner of the bar, and he smiled at everyone. As Shaw entered the door, some people who noticed him were startled, wondering why they had never seen this exquisite boy before. But no one said anything, after all. Those who could travel with house elves were all pure-blood families. Tom, the bar owner, knew Cretch after all. Cretch also had to eat, and he would go in and out of the leaky cauldron once a year or two. So when Tom saw Cretch following a man respectfully, he seemed to have guessed the identity of the black-haired boy. Shaw and the others couldn't stand the strange smell here and quickly crossed the crowd to the entrance of Diagon Alley. After he left, someone said to Tom, "Old Tom, I think you know the black-haired boy from before. Whose pure-blooded young master is this? How dare he come to Diagon Alley alone?" Old Tom laughed. "It is indeed a young master of a pure-blood family. He should be a new student of Hogwarts this year, and this person has a particularly noble bloodline. Some people who took advantage of him in the past will be unlucky." Others continued to ask, but old Tom kept silent, only saying that everyone would know soon. Entrance to Diagon Alley. When Shor saw Cretch point a few points on a wall, he immediately saw the famous scene in the Harry Potter world. The brick wall split in the middle and rolled to both sides like a roller. The stacked bricks seemed to come alive like building blocks. It was so stress-relieving. Shor was excited. His inspiration burst out. He simulated the scene with playing cards in his mind, which felt even cooler. After an arch appeared on the wall, a cobblestone street was revealed, winding forward until it could not be seen. There were all kinds of shops on both sides of the street, many of which were Victorian architectural styles from hundreds of years ago or even longer, and those strange window display cabinets sold cauldrons, pets, and books. People wearing wizard hats walked through the streets. This medieval style made Shor dumbfounded. Although magic is amazing, the magic world is still too closed. Some thoughts quietly formed in his heart. Shor and Cretch looked at the strange shops on both sides casually and came to a striking snow-white building. "Master, this is Gringotts." Since Shaw destroyed the Slytherin locket and fulfilled Regulus's last wish, Cretch changed his name to Shaw as Master, removing the word little. Shaw looked at the building of Gringotts, which was much taller than the surrounding buildings. In front of the shiny bronze gate, there stood goblins in crimson and golden uniforms with a full array. Sure enough, it's the same in any world. Banks are the most arrogant. He also complained in his heart whether the wizard's brains were all pumped. Why should this economic lifeline be handed over to the aliens? Later, he realized that this was something he had to do. Shaw ignored the warnings at the gate and walked directly into the luxurious marble hall. Seeing the high service counters on both sides, he had to look up, which made him feel even more uncomfortable. This arrangement definitely hinted at some of the goblin's thoughts. He was still weak now, and it was not his turn to take care of such things. Shaw did not make any extra movements, just remained elegant. At least he could not lose his momentum. Kletch took out a key from his pocket and said arrogantly to an old goblin who was weighing gems with a scale, "The young master of the Black family is here to withdraw money, Vault No. 666. The old goblin raised his head, leaned forward, and adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses with his hand. After seeing the black-haired Shaw clearly, he said regretfully, "It's been more than 10 years. How come the Black family has another heir?" The old goblin looked painful, as if their wealth had been robbed. "This is indeed possible. If Sirius in Azkaban does not come out and die in it, the Black family's vault will become ownerless, and in disguise it will become the property of the goblins. After hundreds of years, no one will have any objection to the goblins taking it out. They have done this once or twice." Shaw was very unhappy, especially unhappy. He took out his little notebook. "Forget it. It seems that there are too many small goals set today." After that, he followed a goblin named Griffook all the way to the entrance of the basement through a narrow stone passage, and then sat on the crazy electric track that made people unable to stop. Then there were all kinds of left and right turns, like spinning in a maze. Shaw couldn't open his eyes because of the strong wind. He thought this might also be a preventive measure. If he couldn't see, he naturally couldn't remember the route. The goblins are so damn cunning. He thought of using an armor spell to block the wind, but it failed because he couldn't concentrate. Shaw was increasingly dissatisfied with the experience of withdrawing money from Gringotts. Wasn't it agreed that the depositors were the bosses? When he was about to vomit, the car slowly stopped in front of a vault platform, and a roar of a dragon came from above his head. Shaw knew it was a tamed fire dragon that was imprisoned. Griffook took the vault key handed over by Kretch, and after a while of operation, the dark and heavy door of the vault made a mechanical bite sound, and then slowly opened, revealing a burst of golden light. Shaw looked inside and swallowed his saliva. His expression was like the protagonist in The Richest Tomato seeing 1 billion cash. "I am indeed a big shot. I've made a fortune." Shaw was not the only one who swallowed his saliva. Griffook, who helped open the door, drooled from the corner of this goblin's mouth and fell to the ground. The greed in his eyes was very creepy. Shaw calmed down after a long time. It's not that he is useless. Anyone who has been poor for a long time will look like this when he becomes rich. Kletch was the most indifferent. He stretched out his hand to pull the ring aside, then bowed and invited Shaw. "Master, please come in." Shaw took a deep breath and walked inside. In the middle of the vault, there was a mountain of he couldn't open his eyes because of the gold galleons. All kinds of alchemical products and precious alchemical materials with magical aura were placed on the large iron cabinets around him, and there was a large ebony wooden box in the innermost. "Kretch, how many gold galleons do you think are here?" "Master, I don't know either. I estimate that there are at least 200,000 or 300,000 gold galleons." Huh. Shaw couldn't help but take another breath. He knew the purchasing power of gold galleons in the magic world. The salary of an average employee in the Ministry of Magic is about 50 to 100 gold galleons per month. Just like the Weasley family, Arthur Weasley worked in the Muggle Abuse Department of the Ministry of Magic, and his monthly salary of 60 galleons could support a large family. For example, at Ollivander's, a wand, which is a must-have for wizards, is only 7 galleons. Even without the student discount, it is no more than 15 galleons at most. No wonder Sirius didn't even blink when he gave Harry Potter a Christmas gift of thousands of gold galleons for a firebolt. Shaw waved his hand arrogantly. "Kretch, pack money. First pack a few thousand for pocket money." Kretch had no objection, and began to pack money with the pocket he brought from the old house with the traceless stretch spell. Shaw didn't know much about alchemical products, so he went to the innermost to see what was in the big wooden box. After opening the wooden box and counting it, He finally knew what good things were in the wooden box. They were all magic contracts, some of which Shor couldn't understand at all. Some were in foreign languages, and some seemed to be runes. Shor read through the ones he could understand, including shops, real estates, and some covenants with other pure-blood families. The industry is divided into full shares and shares. Commercial areas such as Diagon Alley, some remote magic potion planting areas, dragon breeding areas, etc. All have the Black family's shares and dividends, and some are even full shares. The Black family is also a shareholder in broom companies such as Nimbus, Flying Sky, and Sideswipe. The most important thing is a contract for a seat on the Hogwarts Board of Directors. Shor was excited for a while, thinking that he not only had a mountain of gold, but also a large industry to inherit. But after studying for a while, he found that many contracts had expired, including the seat of Hogwarts director that he valued the most. Shor's face was gloomy, and he had the answer in his heart. A family lost its direct heir, and those jealous crocodiles would naturally pounce on it to bite and share the food. The participants in this are probably all those pure-blood families who are all related. It is estimated that the Ministry of Magic is the most ruthless one. Shor sorted out the expired and valid contracts and remembered the contract information that could be remembered. He calculated it in his mind. Some things are not urgent. He needs time to develop, so he should be steady and not waste time. Cretch came over with a purse. "Master, the money is ready." Shor closed the box, then took out several alchemical products from the family collection. A brooch that could release a powerful armor spell in an emergency, a necklace that could protect the mind from being invaded, and a ring with a permanent traceless stretch spell. He went out to the vault with Cretch and saw Griffook waiting outside the vault, still craning his neck to look inside. Cretch pushed Griffook hard. "What are you looking at?" "These are all the wealth of the Black family." Half an hour later, Shor walked out of Gringotts and thought for a while. "Let's go and order some clothes that fit us first. Cretch has some too. The elves of a big family also need some appearance. You can't lose Black's face." Cretch, who wanted to refuse, heard the second half and thought that it was not the master who gave the clothes personally, and immediately straightened his back. Diagon Alley is very busy today, and the students of Hogwarts are basically concentrated on shopping in these few days. Shor also saw a 3-meter-tall man with a thin boy from a distance. They must be Hagrid and Harry. He did not go forward to say hello. He had a lot of things to do and had no intention of getting involved in the Savior's training plan. He went to Flourish and Blott's bookstore to buy textbooks first, and then came to Madame Malkin's robe shop. The fat Madame Malkin enthusiastically measured his height data. Shor made a lot of requests. With money as the way, Madame Malkin promised that it would be done soon. Shor thought about it and had no desire to visit those shabby shops, so he prepared to wait here. So he asked Cretch to buy other school supplies and furniture decorations, only the most expensive ones instead of the most suitable ones. Bored, Shor took out the first-grade book, Standard Spells from the Ring, sat down in the corner and started to look through the book. "Dad, buy me a broom, even a Nimbus 1700 will do. I can bring it into school secretly." "No, it's too dangerous, Draco. You're still too young. I'll buy you one after you're in the 2nd grade. "Baby, stop making trouble. Let's buy school uniforms first, be good." When Shor was watching intently, he heard the conversation between 2 men and a woman, and glanced at the 3 people in luxurious clothes. With the iconic platinum hair color and arrogant demeanor, Shor knew who the visitor was with his toes. His eyes turned cold, remembering that the Malfoy family also had a share in those invalid contracts. Not to mention himself, Sirius was not dead yet. Although he knew that everyone had different positions, Shor, as the head of the Black family, was not a saint with high morals. After seeing his own property being embezzled, he would still stand in a neutral position and say, "If Narcissa doesn't take it, someone else will take it. I understand it very well." He had no intention of going forward to acknowledge his relatives, as some accounts were not something that needed to be settled immediately. "Hey, kid, are you also going to Hogwarts?" Shor wanted to concentrate on studying and improving his strength, but trouble still came to him. He looked up at Draco standing on the bench. The Malfoys had already left, and Draco, his cheap cousin, was the only one left. The other party continued to speak in a slow tone. "I'm asking you a question. Are you a mute? The noble Malfoy is asking questions, and it's your honor to answer me." Shor felt that Draco was simply a mentally retarded person and ignored this spoiled little brat. Seeing that the black-haired boy still ignored him, Draco got angry, so he jumped off the stool and walked to Shor, holding his chin high and preparing to continue chatting. But the next moment, dozens of golden cards appeared out of thin air around the black-haired boy, making the shop sparkle. The cards flew up and down, which scared Draco. Then the cards flew towards Draco, knocking him back. The terrified Draco fell to the ground and the cards exploded above his head. Shor just wanted to scare the other party, and he controlled the power of the flying birds very well. Don't come over here. I won't tell my dad you are finished. I will put you in Azkaban, woo-hoo." Draco cried and cried. His combed back hair was messed up, and the arcs of electricity in and out of the spell made the platinum hair stand up. Draco's tears fell down at this moment, and his image was very funny, and his aristocratic temperament was gone. Oh my God, silent and wandless spells, are these the freshmen of this year? Just then, a giant and a thin boy walked in from the door. They were Hagrid and Harry. Hagrid was embarrassed to see that no one answered him, and Harry was also shocked by the flock of birds just now, so he couldn't help asking Hagrid, "What is silent and wandless spells?" Hagrid scratched his head. "Harry, that is a very powerful spellcasting method. Most adults can't do this step. The boy reading the book is really powerful." "Cool. Harry, you have great talent. If you study hard after school, you will definitely be able to do it." Hagrid called Madame Malkin to measure Harry's body size, and then went out to buy other school supplies for Harry. Madame Malkin comforted Draco for a while. Harry kept looking at Shaw in the corner and Draco, who was still muttering, "I want my dad to deal with you." After Madame Malkin measured Harry's body size, she went to the backstage to work. Today's business was really good. Shor naturally saw Harry Potter, but he still had the same attitude as before and didn't want to go up and make friends. But the next moment, ding, the main task is released. Grab the reputation of the savior, first ring. Stop the Dark Lord who parasitizes Quirrell from stealing the Philosopher's Stone. Task reward: 10,000 level 1 faith points and a little legendary value. Shor was stunned. The dog system is really a dog. This is to make him and Harry Potter compete with each other, but the rewards are still very rich, especially the legendary value is very tempting. After careful consideration, he didn't need to keep an eye on the plot all the time. He could just intervene at the critical moment. But even if there is a task, Shor didn't want to intervene immediately. His strength is not enough. If he wants to intercept, he has to take it slowly. "Are you Harry Potter?" As if he had forgotten the lesson just now, Draco, who had calmed down, asked Harry again in a slow tone. Harry was still a timid boy at this time, and he answered weakly by pulling the corner of his clothes. "Yes." Draco's eyes flashed with excitement, and he stepped forward and stretched out his hand, slightly raised his head, and said in a tone that was still annoying, "Hello, I am the noble Malfoy. You can call me Draco. I think we can be friends." Harry was a little overwhelmed, but he shook hands with Draco politely. Draco turned his head to look at Shor again. He wanted to show off that he had made a friend in The Boy Who Lived, but he didn't dare to say anything after stammering a few times. But as a descendant of a pure-blood family, he was still very clear about the value of being able to cast spells silently and without a wand. He had never seen his father perform it, so Draco still wanted to make a friend with a talent like Shaw. After all, his father taught him the benefits of making friends with strong people. Just then, Madame Malkin opened the curtains and said to Shaw with a flattering face, "Master Black, your custom clothes and school uniforms are ready, as well as the elf's butler uniform, which is 300 galleons." Shor closed the book and put it in the ring, stood up and took a pile of clothes, put more than 10 pieces of clothes into the ring, and then paid for it. This scene stunned the two boys next to him again. Even if Draco was from the Malfoy family, he would not have much money at his disposal. Draco, who was stunned again, suddenly thought of something and asked stutteringly, You are from the Black family. Why haven't I heard of it?" Shor turned around with a playful look on his face and patted Draco's shoulder. "Little cousin, there are still many things you don't know. By the way, say hello to Aunt Narcissa for me." After that, Shor pushed the door and walked out in a chic manner. Harry felt that Shor's temperament and demeanor were really handsome. Draco, are you related to that boy?" Draco slowly came back to his senses. "Well, if his last name is Black, then he is indeed my cousin, but doesn't the Black family have an heir? How come there is suddenly such a powerful guy? Are all children from pureblood families so powerful?" This, of course, I am also powerful. Well, you are not bad either. You are the one who defeated the Dark Lord." Draco said a little unconfidently. He didn't have the heart to talk to the Savior at this time. After taking the clothes sent by Madame Malkin, he hurried to find his parents. He wanted to tell them the news as soon as possible, and Harry suddenly became a little unconfident. When he came to Diagon Alley, everyone was amazed at him. His status made him feel a little proud. After all, the environment he grew up in really made him feel inferior. But now I know, is this what a true genius boy is like? After Shor left, he came to the arms store in Diagon Alley alone. Ollivander's store was small and shabby. The broken door creaked in the breeze, and the golden sign on the door had peeled off. It read, "Ollivander, making fine wands since 382 BC. In the dusty window, a wand was placed alone on the dusty purple cushion. Shor pushed the door open and entered, and there were bursts of dinging sounds in the house. Before he could observe this small shop filled with narrow boxes, an old man sitting on a floating chair floated out mysteriously. The old man was very sloppy with messy gray hair, but a pair of silver eyes were very bright, and he asked in a soft voice, "Good morning, sir. Are you a new student going to Hogwarts?" "Oh, black hair and black eyes, black purity. You are the little one of the Black family. It has been more than 20 years, and Black finally has a new student going to Hogwarts." Ollivander talked to himself, with a face full of nostalgia. Shor couldn't help but admire him. His memory was really good, and the other party's charlatan temperament was full of 10. "Hello, sir, I am Shor Black. I need to buy a wand." Yes, the wand chooses the wizard, and every wizard also needs a companion to accompany him throughout his life. Ollivander took out a measuring tape. "Which arm do you use?" "Right hand." "Okay, raise your arm." Shor looked at the test paper and measured the arms, shoulders, hips, thighs, and other parts in turn, which was very confusing. Thinking that they were professionals, Shor did not ask any questions. Moreover, from the short videos he had seen before, this operation seemed to predict how tall a newborn would grow in the future, so as to match the length of the wand that could be used for a lifetime. Although it was unscientific, it was very magical. Then Ollivander returned to the shelf, selected a long box from it, and said after opening it carefully, "The combination of holly and unicorn symbolizes purity and nobility. 11.2 inches, I think it should be very suitable for you. You can wave it gently." Shor took out the wand from the long box, and before he could wave the wand gently, Ollivander took the wand. No, I heard the wand wailing. It seems that you are a picky little guy." Shor was speechless. Ollivander lowered his head and pondered for a while, then returned to the shelf to get a long box. "Ebony, dragon heartstring, 12 inches. The person who uses it is tough, ambitious, and powerful. You try it." Shor didn't want to complain about Ollivander's comments. He reached out to take the wand and waved it gently. A purple light exploded at the tip of the wand, and the wand began to break into pieces the next moment. "Oh, no. What did you do? You killed it." Shor said arrogantly. "Do some people read novels without reading resumes? The protagonist is an ordinary person. In the early stage, he was poor and rich. It is reasonable for him to be a little arrogant. The real aristocratic temperament is cultivated, not taken for granted. It takes time to grow." "How much is it?" "I will pay it. Just tell me if you have a wand suitable for me. You don't need to take out the ordinary ones." After Shaw finished speaking, he felt a little bit floating, but this feeling was so good that he was not going to change it. He had been poor for so long and had a dream. When he had money, he would buy 2 ice creams and throw one away. As for the elegant temperament of the nobility, no one is born with it, and it must be cultivated slowly. Who said this is ordinary? All of mine are exquisite. Ollivander was heartbroken, but his doubts and solemnity were even worse. He had a wide range of experience and saw that Shaw's magic power was extraordinary, even with lightning. My Ollivander family has a long heritage. How could there be no wand suitable for you? Ollivander returned to the depths of the shelf again with a snort and came out after a long time. This time he obviously rummaged through the bottom of the warehouse. Try this one, lightning-struck mahogany, with a thunderbird tail feather core, 12 inches. This is a piece of lightning-struck wood that my great-grandfather accidentally got when he traveled in the East. The age of the wood is untraceable. This wand is only accepted by genius wizards who are not afraid of the law and become stronger when facing strong opponents. Shor looked at this red and black wand with purple and blue halos and fell in love with it immediately. When he took the wand, before he could activate the magic power, purple arcs immediately spurted out from the tip of the wand, and dark clouds began to form on the roof. Ollivander's gray hair stood up due to the static electricity in the air. Although he was very excited, he hurriedly said, "Oh, God, it's a match made in heaven. You two are so well matched. Hurry up and calm your wand. Do you want me to become a thunderstorm area?" Shor nodded and gently stroked the wand, and the strange phenomenon in the house disappeared instantly. "Sir, how much is it?" "Oh, and the one I just destroyed is also included." Ollivander shook his head, shake his head. 7 galleons. The wand was destroyed because I didn't look at it carefully, not you. Shor didn't hesitate, and after politely thanking him, he paid and left. Ollivander sighed as he watched the black-haired, exquisite boy leave. Another gifted wizard. I don't know if it will be a blessing or a curse for the magic world. Shor went out of the store, thinking about all sorts of things, and called Kretch, and then the house elf appeared and asked him to take him to Chinatown. He made another big purchase and called the magic assistant on a pay phone, and after explaining some things, he returned to the old house. The next step was a major renovation of the house, replacing the wall lamps, chandeliers, carpets, ornaments, etc., with new items that Kretch had bought in Diagon Alley before. The master and servant worked for an hour, and the black old house was finally truly brand new, no longer as lifeless as before. During this period, the crazy grandmother in the portrait was very dissatisfied, but she only nagged a few words. This lady is no longer crazy now. After all, the black bloodline can continue, and she has begun to play the role of a kind and benevolent grandmother. In the kitchen, the stove is full of various seasonings and ingredients, and all kinds of spices are available. Before killing those chickens and ducks in the future, bleed them first. Before putting any meat into the pot, you have to boil it in boiling water for a while. Remember to put some ingredients called ginger in the boiling water to remove the fishy smell. Kretch, today I will teach you to make a few home-cooked dishes: twice-cooked pork, lion head, mapo tofu. Unfortunately, Lao Gan Ma has not been exported to England yet. Throw away the sardines and other things. Shor taught Kretch to cook Chinese dishes tirelessly. He never wanted to eat the so-called looking up at the sky again. The house elf is indeed an all-round servant. He remembered everything after watching Shaw cook it once, and he was very good at housekeeping magic, so he could copy those Chinese dishes faster and better. Shaw actually only knew some home cooking. After teaching Kretch, he gave him a stack of Chinese recipes and asked him to study them slowly in the future. He told him to try the ingredients freely because he had money. In the restaurant, Shaw ate and drank at the big table. Kretch refused to sit down again, so Shaw had to set up a small table for him in the corner. Kretch was so moved that he blew snot bubbles while eating delicious food. For a while, the atmosphere between the master and the servant was unusually harmonious. Suddenly, Kretch stood up and said with an unusually nervous look, "Master, the protective magic has been triggered." Shor dropped the silver fork and walked quickly to the window. He saw 7 or 8 wizards holding wands standing in the square. Judging from their clothes, they should be aurors. These aurors were working together to cast a spell, testing the protective magic of their old house. Shor knew that it was because he appeared in Diagon Alley during the day that the aurors were attracted. These people were naturally not here to arrest him, but to catch Regulus, the Death Eater. The wanted order for Regulus has not been revoked so far. Although he is dead, these aurors must at least take Shor back to the Ministry of Magic to participate in the investigation. Shor was not panicked, guilty. He came to the gate calmly and said loudly to the leading auror, "I don't know why you attacked my house." The leading auror looked very rough, and he walked forward with a slightly lame step. "We received a report that there are Death Eaters hiding here. Please open the protection and let us go in to search." Shor's face turned cold. Report? Whose report? And do you have a search warrant?" The leading auror choked. He came in a hurry and really didn't have a search warrant. "Don't worry about who reported you. Don't think I don't know who you are. You are the son of a Death Eater. Although you have not committed any crime, after I catch Regulus, the Dark Lord's lackey, you will have to go to the Ministry of Magic with us for investigation. Turn on the protective magic quickly and don't interfere with public affairs." Shor's heart ached with anger. "Humph, which pure-blood family ordered you to come? Without a search warrant, don't even think about asking me to turn on the protective magic. Even if I take the case to the minister, I am still right." The leading auror didn't expect this kid to be so difficult to deal with. He ordered his men behind him with a fierce look. "Attack, tear open his turtle shell for me." Instantly, various red and blue spells hit the transparent protective cover, and magic auras shone everywhere in the old house, causing ripples and slight vibrations. Shor's eyes kept twitching. It was really too much. He drew out his wand and prepared to fight back. Suddenly, a pleasant phoenix cry sounded, and then a phoenix patronus emitting milky white light appeared in front of these aurors. The aurors immediately stopped attacking, and the phoenix spoke to the leading auror. "Sk Scrimgeour, Regulus is dead. Don't bother the little guy. After I find out some things, I will go to the Ministry of Magic to clarify and explain the specific reasons." Scrimgeour looked at the slowly dissipating Phoenix Patronus and knew that it was sent by Principal Dumbledore to pass on the message. Thinking about Dumbledore's prestige and guarantee, he was a little unwilling, but still waved his hand and said, "Retreat." Then the 7 or 8 aurors apparated away one after another. Shor's expression was uncertain. It was not surprising that Dumbledore knew the situation here. The Ministry of Magic is like a sieve. Anyone can mix sand in it. Pure-blood families can, Death Eaters can, and the Order of the Phoenix is the same. Shor was not worried about this. He was quite powerless just now. If the old bee hadn't intervened, even if he fought to the death, it would be useless. In the end, he would probably be taken to the Ministry of Magic in a mess. Inheriting the noble legacy of Black has great benefits, but naturally there are also many troubles. The Ministry of Magic and the pure-blood nobles are not easy to deal with. There will be many places for fighting wits and courage in the future. These aurors may be sent by some pure-blood families to show him their power. Alas, I still need to grow up quickly. The old bee is considerate this time and made me appreciate it again. If the mountain doesn't turn, the water will turn. If you can't bear it, you will ruin your big plan. Although Shor was depressed, he could only return to the old house and continue to eat. After dinner, Shor continued to review the first-grade textbooks. If he wanted to stop being bullied, he had to improve his strength. It was a simple truth. After crossing, his memory was also very good. He could not say that he had a photographic memory, but at least he could remember the general idea after reading it once or twice. When he was in the bookstore before, he bought the textbooks of standard spells from grades 1 to 7 and prepared to learn them in advance. After reading the first-grade textbooks, Shor found a problem. The theory and practice are completely different things. For example, the petrification spell. The spell was recited clearly, and the hand gestures were also very standard, but after practicing for an hour or so, it had no effect at all. In the end, The white mouse used for the experiment was blown up by his thunder element magic. Shor looked at the bloody white mouse in silence for a long time. Is it because my talent for white magic is too low? I can't study black magic now. Although I have learned the killing curse, I have never dared to try it, fearing that my mind would be infected by negative emotions. Shor was not discouraged. He recalled the plot of the movie he had watched before. When Miss Know-It-All taught Ron, she needed to chant the spell in a rhythmic way, and in some places, she needed to prolong the tone. It seems that learning spells by yourself is still a bit difficult. Shor was a little unwilling to give up. After putting down the book, he went to the basement, where there was the library of the Black family. He had taken a rough look before. It was worthy of being a family collection that had been passed down for thousands of years. There were many various books in it, and there were all kinds of books on black and white magic. I found a few general spell books with handwritten annotations on the bookshelf, which should be more instructive than textbooks like whiteboards. I also found a few books about thunder and lightning. Even though the Black family had a rich collection of books, Shor had to flip through them for a long time before finding these books. It seems that there are very few lightning wizards in this world, and I don't know why. Shor walked back with the book in his arms and accidentally saw a book called Deciphering the Cutting-Edge Black Magic. He had an idea. In addition to the MAX talent for lightning, he could also experiment with his Azkaban black magic talent to see if he could skip the drawbacks of non-standard spells. He found a chair to sit down and read it carefully. He skipped many obscure contents and turned directly to the part introducing spells to learn the first black magic. 10 minutes later, Shor casually waved his wand and chanted a spell. Corrosive mist. Instantly, a sizzling green mist swelled from the tip of the wand, burning the bookshelf next to him with dense pits. Shor saw this and quickly cut off the magic output. Fuck. As expected, this black magic talent is very Azkaban. Shor was very tempted for a while, but after thinking about it seriously, he felt it was unnecessary. It is better not to commit suicide in the current environment, but it is still necessary to choose a few black magics to master for self-defense. If the fight really comes to a dead end, the killing curse can also be used. After screening for a long time in Advanced Black Magic Decryption, I chose a spell called Transfiguration Torture and Blade Throat, plus the Corrosion Mist just now. It is enough. After carefully pondering for an hour, Heir got up and went to the spell practice room next door, ready to practice spells, and began to chant spells to a puppet. Transfiguration Torture. Blade Throat. Heir watched the puppet being twisted by the joints first, and then beheaded directly. Looking at the 3 black magics in the system that have reached the first level, he couldn't help shaking his head. Tusk, your talent for black magic is too strong. Shor thought that his strongest talent was actually his affinity with lightning, so he decided not to put the cart before the horse. He stopped experimenting with black magic and started looking through some books about lightning. After reading the books, Shor was at a loss. There were actually no lightning spells in these books, and the only weather spell was a thunderstorm that was naturally generated by stirring up water vapor to condense clouds. Isn't this a waste of my talent? Do you want me to create my own lightning spell? But Shor was still a rookie in the magic world, and his understanding of magic was quite shallow. It was good enough to use the ready-made spells smoothly, not to mention creating his own magic. He didn't want to blow himself up. Luna's mother Pandora was experimenting with new spells and ended up blowing herself up. Shor sighed a little, and it turned out that there was no such thing as a smooth sailing. At this moment, Cretch's figure teleported and appeared. Master, the Malfoy family sent an owl to invite you to attend the family dinner at Malfoy Manor tomorrow. Shor was stunned for a moment, then sneered. Oh, interesting. He took the invitation from Cretch and looked at it. Judging from the signature, it was written by Narcissa. The words in the letter were still very sincere, mainly inviting him to visit Malfoy Manor, and the letter also mentioned he said that his uncle and aunt had not fulfilled their responsibilities as elders, and that he had been wandering outside for many years, but the words contained some meanings of inquiring about his life experience. In addition, He said that his little cousin Draco admired him very much and asked Shor to take care of each other after he entered Hogwarts. After reading the letter, there was no mention of family property in it. Shor shook his head and put the letter away. Regardless of whether Narcissa really wanted to renew her family relationship with him, he would not be so stupid as to visit the Malfoy family when he was weak. This was simply gambling with his life on the sincerity of others, and it was not because he valued money and ignored the relationship with relatives that he was dissatisfied with the other party. In fact, Shor had enough money to spend now. What he really valued was the influence brought by controlling those economic industries. Influence is sometimes equivalent to power. Master, do you want to reply? Go ahead and tell them that I'm going to study in seclusion. I don't have time to go out and I refuse to see guests. Cretch was stunned for a moment, then said eagerly, Miss Narcissa is the daughter of the Black family, your cousin, and Black and Malfoy have been allies for generations. Shor waved his hand impatiently. Do as I say. Yes, master. After Cretch left, Shor took the old wand that he had been using before, which was left by an unknown black ancestor. He continued to practice spells. In addition to practicing a few black spells, he also practiced the Killing Curse, the Bird's Flock, and the Ironclad Charm. He didn't want to learn too much and planned to master these spells before school started. There were both attack and defense, disturbance and control, which were enough, especially the flocks of birds, which Shor played with in a variety of ways, perfectly replicating all the operations of the previous poker magic show, with a more explosive and spectacular effect. The birds flew slowly in the house like a sky full of stars. Just as Shor was practicing spells hard, Draco looked eagerly at the letter in his father's hand in Malfoy manner. Dad, how is it? Lucius Malfoy's face was gloomy and he didn't say anything, but the etiquette stick was squeezed by him and creaked. Narcissa took the reply and looked at it and couldn't help sighing. Alas, Shor seems to blame me, his aunt, very much. Mom, Shor won't come to my house as a guest. Narcissa rubbed Draco's hair. Well, your cousin should study hard at home. Draco opened his mouth wide. This Shor is already very powerful. He can cast spells without a sound or a wand. Why is he still working so hard? Lucius and Narcissa's eyes twitched. In fact, both of them were a little unconvinced that an 11-year-old child had such a high level of spellcasting. But Draco's swearing look, and Hagrid and the undead boy also witnessed it, so the couple had to believe it. It seems that Shor, the black heir who popped out of nowhere, is indeed a top genius. Lucius thought about it and realized that some things cannot be done to the extreme. The Malfoy family is best at speculation, so he said to Draco, Shor is so strong and so hardworking, you have to work harder and you have to build a good relationship with Shor after you go to school. Draco nodded hurriedly. I know, only by following the strong can you become strong. Okay, it's getting late, you should rest. After Draco went down, Narcissa stammered. How about those properties? Lucius interrupted abruptly. Narcissa, not now, hey sissy. Your last name is Malfoy now. Narcissa's expression was a little gloomy. She naturally knew which way to turn her arm. She wanted to ask Shor to come home to talk and save some face, but she didn't expect Shor to be so defensive. Lucius saw that his wife was a little sad and his expression eased. Let's see, even if I am willing to let go, there are still a lot of people in the Pure Blood Society who will hinder it. If Shor swallows his anger, it's fine. If he has other ideas, this will affect everyone's cake, unless he can become a super strong man. Narcissa's expression was also a little complicated. Pure Blood Society, hey? I will write a letter to persuade the child to be more obedient first. Enter the drizzle. London's Trafalgar Square is still very lively. On the stage built in front of the fountain, Shor appeared here again to perform magic, and there were crowds of people around. Since the last performance of The Disappearance of the Living, Shor's reputation in London has become more prominent, so today's open-air performance has attracted more and more enthusiastic people. Behind Shor, a magnificent ring of playing cards slowly rotates. He also interacts with the audience and keeps shooting playing cards around, and those playing cards are shot above the audience and slowly float and rotate in place, which is very magical. Many parents put their children on their necks and let them reach the floating playing cards. From time to time, lucky children get special playing cards signed by Shor. Those children are overjoyed and shout, "Brother Shor, I like you." Shor smiled knowingly on the stage, watching the system increase 1 or 2 level 2 faith points from time to time. It turns out that children's favorability is the easiest to brush. Shor was only happy for a moment, and his expression became ugly again. He just saw a figure behind the crowd, probably an employee of the Ministry of Magic. However, these people did not come to warn him. Thinking about it, it is probably that his magic show is just a simple mobilization of magic power to assist, which is a borderline ball, and he did not use any spells. He did not even dare to use the floating spell or the flying bird flock. Otherwise, he looked at the 800 points of level 1 faith and 90 points of level 2 faith that he had gained again. Shaw secretly clenched his fist. He did not intend to give up his identity as a magician. Now he was only performing in London. When he could perform in England and the world in the future, the faith would come in. However, the biggest obstacle that delayed his magic performance was the international statute of secrecy. If he wanted to use more exaggerated magic to assist, it would be illegal. It was just that Shaw did not have the strength and power to openly harvest faith now. After sighing and showing off a few simple magic shows, he spoke to the enthusiastic audience. "Okay, today's performance ends here. In the next year, I will study more exciting magic shows in seclusion. See you next summer." After saying this, Shor waved his hand, and hundreds of playing cards formed 4 pentagram shields in front and behind him again, slowly rotating. The next second, Kletch appeared in the shield formation and disappeared with Shor's apparition. The exploding playing cards erupted in all directions like stars in the sky. All the audience went crazy and scrambled to grab the falling playing cards. Entertainment in the 1990s was too poor, so it has been very popular in London recently to collect Shor's special playing cards. In the crowd, a little girl with fluffy blonde hair kept jumping and shouting excitedly, Dad, help me grab Shaw's playing cards. I'm almost done with a deck." "Haha, Hermione, Dad grabbed 3 more for you. But it's still not enough for a deck. Don't worry, Dad will buy them back and definitely give you a deck as a gift for school admission." Behind the crowd, the 2 staff members of the Department of Misuse of Magic looked at each other after Shaw disappeared. "Nar, do you think this little guy is illegal? He's a house elf, so it shouldn't count, right?" "Ahem, he used his instinctive magic to drive the poker before. Is it illegal?" "Well, it doesn't count after all. It didn't trigger the trace, and no muggle suspects its magic." The 2 asked and answered, avoiding the main point in their words, but in fact they were determined not to convict Shaw. It's no secret that the heir of the Black family has returned, even if no one has been born in this family for a long time, and a lot of property has been embezzled. The network of relationships that can be woven is still very deterrent, and Black is related to many pure-blood noble officials. There is no need for 2 ordinary employees of the Ministry of Magic to offend Shaw, a genius who can mobilize magic silently and without a wand at a young age, for such a trivial matter. The enforcement of the Ministry of Magic's laws is very flexible. In the original book, Harry Potter's bragging about his aunt was also suppressed by Minister Fudge. When Arthur Weasley revised the law on the abuse of magic items, he also knew to leave a back door for himself. So it is reasonable for these 2 employees of the Ministry of Magic to enforce the law in this way. Shaw teleported to an ordinary bedroom in a private house, which was his previous base. His magic assistant Albert had been waiting here in advance and saw Shaw coming down from upstairs in confusion. "Shor, you." Shaw waved his hand to interrupt. "Don't worry about this, listen to me next." Albert scratched his bald head and didn't ask more questions. He still believed in the ability of this little boy. He was very poor before, and it was the other party who gave him a chance. "Okay, please tell me what to do." Shor handed a briefcase and a stack of information to Albert. This is £1 million and some company information. You go to set up an investment company and then start investing or buying stocks in the list of companies I provided. At this time, £1 million was an astronomical figure. Albert took the briefcase with trembling hands and looked at Shor in disbelief. He was surprised why Shor suddenly became so rich and was excited about the trust the other party gave him. After a long time, he said carefully, "Yes, boss." Shor was very satisfied with this capable, bald, middle-aged man. He had examined the other party's character and ability and was worthy of his own cultivation. He was not going to give up on the Muggle world, and now he was preparing for the big goal in the future. As for where the £1 million came from, it's not easy. Just take out a few antiques without magic from the inventory of the Black family, and they are all hundreds of years old. "Boss, what's the name of the company?" "Well, the registered company is called Card Throne. I will increase investment in the future. You work hard, I believe in you. By the way, I won't live here in the future. I will contact you if there is anything." "Okay, that's it." After Shor gave a word of instruction, he stepped upstairs, leaving Albert with a look of disappointment. He secretly decided to work hard to live up to Shor's great trust. On the second floor, Shor took the polyjuice potion handed over by Kletch and added the hair that he had just secretly taken from Albert. Seeing the polyjuice potion turned into a sticky black liquid, Shor drank it in one gulp, holding back his nausea. Then, Shor's facial muscles were agitated for a while, and his body was slowly rising and finally turned into Albert's appearance. He picked up a set of adult clothes and put them on, and then put on a black cloak that covered his head and face. "Master, why do you have to go to Nocturne Alley in person? There are many dark wizards there, and it's very dangerous. It's better to let Kletch go." Shor took the suitcase containing gold galleons and alchemical materials from Kletch's hand. "This transaction is very important to me. Whether many of my plans can be realized depends on this action. If you, a familiar face, go to do it, Borgin Burke, that pure-blooded old ghost, will definitely know that I asked you to go, and things will have many more twists and turns." Kletch immediately blamed himself again. It's all Kletch's fault for being useless. Kletch deserves to die. Before Kletch was about to punish himself, Shor ordered, "Didn't I assign you a task?" Yes, master. I'll go buy the Felixir and other potions right away." "Well, take me to Nocturne Alley first." Kletch quickly grabbed Shor's hand. Swoosh! The two disappeared in the bedroom on the second floor in an instant. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Shor returned to the Black Mansion. Dealing with a shrewd and greedy old wizard is really a painstaking thing. It costs a lot of money to get him to do things for him and keep it secret, but Shor felt it was worth it. After returning, he did not rest much and continued to study. No matter what schemes and big and small goals, strength is needed to escort in the end. In the study, Shor looked at the books marked with notes and annotations. Without the guidance of a teacher, it was a relatively foolproof teaching. The ups and downs of chanting spells were annotated very clearly. Although the white magic was still not particularly smooth, it was not as difficult as reading the standard spells textbook. He read common spells and practical magic in the morning and studied other textbooks in the afternoon. In this way, more than 10 days passed, and Shor learned a lot of common spells. He made progress, but there was a trouble that confused Shor and could not be effectively solved so far. That is the problem of magic attribute. Shor's affinity for lightning element is full, so all spells have lightning attribute. Even if there is no lightning spell to learn, he will still bring lightning element when casting other spells. It is completely possessed by the collapse of the country. If it is an attack spell, it is naturally no problem. Let his spell have electric shock and paralysis effect, which is more sharp against the enemy. But if it is a non-attack spell, then Barbie will be deducted. For example, when using cleaning, the furniture is indeed cleaned, but the furniture is also full of small pits burned. For example, the floating spell, after the object is floated, the surface of the object will also have some slight damage. Shor does not know how to restrain these lightning element magic, but he knows that people with superb magic, such as green people like DeVoe, who play more destructive black magic like Fiendfire, can control it freely. So in addition to studying normally, Shor has been looking up relevant content in his collection of books recently, but unfortunately he has not gained much. Slowly, time passed quickly. A week before school started, at 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Shor was still practicing spells in the underground practice room, and Cretch suddenly came to report. Principal Dumbledore is visiting and is waiting in the square. After hearing Cretch's report, Shor paused and put away his wand. He knew that Dumbledore should have taken the fake locket and Regulus' body. He walked quickly to the door and saw Dumbledore, who looked tired, and a coffin after opening it. Dumbledore was obviously busy for a long time. The wrinkles on his face were deeper, and his hair and beard were not well taken care of. It seems that Voldemort's ban is not so easy to break. I don't know if Dumbledore drank the poison himself this time. Shor didn't care about these things. All his eyes were now on the coffin. Although he had no empathy for Regulus, his cheap father at this moment, an unspeakable feeling came over him and his throat began to choke. When the system selected his identity, his bloodline had been replaced, so strictly speaking, he was indeed Regulus' son. No matter how he counted, Regulus would have to have a child at the age of 16. It was so bloody. Dumbledore looked at Shor, whose eyes were red. He already understood the general situation, and a trace of heartache flashed in his eyes. One Voldemort, I don't know how many families were destroyed. Child, your father is a hero, don't be sad. He has made great contributions to the magic world, and death is just another great adventure. Shor walked to the coffin, stroked the coffin with his hand, but did not have the courage to open the coffin lid. He whispered a few times about his father and turned back to Dumbledore after a while. Thank you, Professor. Can you preside over my father's burial? Dumbledore opened his mouth and wanted to ask about the locket first, but seeing Shor so sad, he sighed and nodded. Okay. Dumbledore thought for a while and said, do you need me to gather more people to watch the ceremony? It's also good to clear your father's name in public. His heroic name should not be buried. Shor was stunned, thought about it, and shook his head to refuse. No, not yet. My father died because of Voldemort, but Voldemort is not dead. So I will use my own power to completely kill Voldemort before I can announce to everyone the greatness of my father. Even though Dumbledore's mentality was as steady as Mount Tai, he was shocked when he heard this. Shor, what do you know? Shor said expressionlessly, Horcrux. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes slightly. Child, tell me everything. Shor took out the Slytherin locket from his arms. Professor, this is Voldemort's Horcrux, which has been destroyed by my father, so I know that Voldemort was not completely dead 11 years ago. Dumbledore took the locket and studied it carefully. With his experience, he quickly determined that the locket had been made into an extremely evil black magic prop before. After a hard time in the cave, he got a replica. Dumbledore was originally going to ask Shor about this after the funeral, but he didn't expect that the other party was quite sensible and took out the real Horcrux debris on his own initiative. Shor's words also confirmed his previous speculation that Voldemort was not dead. Dumbledore said slowly, You are a sensible child. It is indeed not appropriate to clear Regulus' name now, but don't worry, I will use my own name to guarantee Regulus. At least his wanted order will be revoked. Shor bowed slightly to express his gratitude. Thank you, Professor. Dumbledore reached out and rubbed Shor's hair. He was actually very happy. Regulus died to destroy Voldemort's Horcrux, so his child was naturally his ally. He was worried that this child with extraordinary talent would go astray before, but now he is much more relieved. In the future, he will guide him well and give him more care. He can't make the same mistake again. Under the setting sun in the evening, in a remote but beautiful suburb, this is the exclusive cemetery of the Black family. Shor put a bunch of white lilies in front of Regulus's grave, vowing to do something in his heart, and Cretch had already cried. Dumbledore watched the sky darken and patted Shor on the shoulder. Ah, kid, it's time to go back. Okay, Professor. The three of them teleported back to Grimmauld Place, and Dumbledore handed Shor the fake Slytherin locket. Take this as a souvenir. I need to keep the real one as evidence to clear your father's name in the future. By the way, please keep the matter of the Horcrux a secret." Shor did not object, silently put the locket in his arms, and politely invited, "Professor, please be sure to visit my home. When I was a child, I served dishes in a Chinese restaurant. The kind boss taught me some Chinese food. You have done so much for me and my father. I can only cook a delicious meal to show my gratitude. Please." Dumbledore shook his head and interrupted. "Some other day, school is about to start. As the headmaster, I have been absent from work for many days. If I don't go back to school, your Professor McGonagall will come to hunt me down." "Okay, that's for next time." Dumbledore winked at Shor before leaving. "The Black family has a lot of books. You are still young now. I suggest you try not to read those books about dark magic. It is not good for your growth. Goodbye, child." Shor watched Dumbledore apparate away, thinking about his last instructions, and couldn't help but laugh. If the old bee knew about my talent for dark magic in Azkaban, I guess he wouldn't be so confident in me. At least he would rush into the house and confiscate those books. This incident diluted Shor's previous sadness. He shook his head and walked into the old house. In the following time, Shor began to devote himself to learning magic. During this period, the Ministry of Magic sent a letter by Owl to inform him about the cancellation of the wanted order for Regulus. The process was similar to Snape's. Dumbledore guaranteed that Regulus was actually a spy sent by the Order of the Phoenix to Voldemort. This matter was also reported in the Daily Prophet, and the news of the return of the heir of the Black family spread like wildfire. Many Pure the Blood family sent letters one after another, asking questions and so on, but they all wanted to prove that they had occupied the industry. But Shor did not reply to any of them. It was not that he did not care, but some things would not have any better results if he came forward now. Even if he could get back some of the industry, the situation would only be extremely ugly. Anyway, Shor was not short of money now, so he was not in a hurry. In the magic world, strength is respected, so Shor still concentrated on absorbing knowledge. After he had strength, all the lost things would naturally return to his hands, and he would gain more. Transfiguration torture, sharp blade to seal the throat, flocks of birds, armor protection. In the underground spell training room, Shor kept casting spells on the alchemy dolls, and there was a pile of broken and twisted dolls in the corner. These were the results of his half-month efforts. Sweating will naturally pay off. Shor took a sip of the tea handed over by Kletch, then opened the system to take a look. System host, Shor. Occupation, wizard/poker magician. Magic power, 4100 for adults and talent. Thunder element affinity max. Water element affinity level 1. Parseltongue level 1 can only be used for simple and snake's talk uncontrollable. Black magic 8 Azkaban. Expand. Skills, occlumency max. Birds flock 5, armor 4, levitation 3, killing 3, blade 3, transfiguration 3, corrosive mist 2, petrification 1, purification 1, unlocking 1, level 1 faith 3800, / level 2 faith 98, / level 3 faith 0, lottery 1000 / 100 / 10 faith per draw. Mission, grab the Savior's fame 1 ring. Shor curled his lips, somewhat dissatisfied. Although he had learned a lot of white magic spells for the first and second graders, they were all only at level 1, which meant that he could barely cast them. His black magic talent was worthy of level 8. Even the spells he learned by himself had all reached level 3 in a short period of time. He was very skilled in using them and could cast spells silently at level 4. However, after reaching level 5 of spells and level 8 of talent, it was no longer possible to make progress simply by hard work. This required a more thorough understanding, unless he obtained legendary points. Moreover, the power of spells was also limited by his physical fitness and magic reserves. His actual combat level was probably only that of a 5th or 6th grader. He would have to fight to know the details. Now Shor had also figured out the difference between spell levels. Level 1 was barely able to cast spells, Level 2 was skilled in casting spells, Level 3 was proficient, Level 4 was silent casting, and level 5 was silent and wandless, and could change the running route of spells. The power of the spell also increases from small to large, and the control of the spell becomes more proficient. After reaching the 5th level, the spell can change the direction and some changes like a flock of birds, and these magic principles are all self-explored, and there is no specific introduction in J.K. Rowling's original work. Shor waved at the alchemy doll. Avada Kedavra. A green light as thick as a little finger instantly blew the doll's head to pieces. Looking at the dust, Shor reluctantly nodded. The power of the 3rd level Kedavra curse is okay, but why don't I feel that the black magic has infiltrated my mind, nor do I feel that my nature has changed? When using black magic, I don't need to be malicious. It's strange. Is it due to talent, or did I practice brain occlusion? Shor, who is still a magic rookie, can't get any results from asking himself. Tomorrow is the first day of school. It's better to go to Hogwarts to ask professionals for these questions. He still has a lot of questions. He glanced at the system again. Although he, like many people, had wondered about the origin of the system and whether there were any unspeakable secrets that had been stimulating his ambitions, Shor did not care. Instead, he was happy to cooperate. After all, only those who are valuable can be used. How can one live in a cage? It is better to live more freely and wantonly than to worry about the future. He felt a little uncomfortable because there were already 98 points of level 2 faith value in the system. This was neither good nor bad. There will definitely be big surprises in the level 2 lottery, and these faith points are all obtained from the children. If I had known earlier, I would have chosen to perform all the performances in school. It seems that I can't keep a low profile after going to Hogwarts. Shor packed up the spare wand, went upstairs to the study, took out an exquisite notebook, and made plans for himself again. The short-term goal is also the main goal, which is the Hogwarts Charmer plan to harvest the faith points of the little wizards and improve their strength. The medium-term goal is to deal with the pureblood families, infiltrate the Ministry of Magic, and expand influence and power. The long-term goal is naturally to control the magic world, break the law of secrecy, and harvest the faith value of the world. Then reach the peak of life, marry 10 or 8, cough cough. As for those small goals such as dealing with goblins and Voldemort, they are all easy things. If this notebook of Shor is seen by outsiders, he will probably be suspected of being a mentally retarded child, or if Dumbledore sees it, he will probably arrest Shor as the successor of the 3rd generation of the Dark Lord. Swish! At this time, Cretch teleported and held a letter in both hands. Master, this is a letter from a foreign country, saying that it is your magic fan. Shor put away the notebook and took the envelope in confusion. His magic fans are all ordinary people. How can someone find the address of his old house? The address of the letter is a wizard village in Austria. After opening the envelope, he opened the letter and looked at the signer first. Luger Perrier. No, it should be Pioneer Loser, the Pioneer Loser. Interesting. Shor smiled, knowing that this was a very meaningful pseudonym, so he began to read the text. Dear Mr. Shor, hello. I am writing to you because I like your magic show very much. Yes, I am not a muggle but a wizard, but I am very interested in muggle research, and I especially admire your bold combination of magic and magic. Of course, I am also very interested in the pure magic shows you perform. I have racked my brains and still can't crack it, but it also brings a lot of fun to my boring life. But what I like and admire most is you. You are not even old enough to go to school, but you can already instinctively drive magic to assist in magic performances. This is a very amazing talent. I am still somewhat knowledgeable. If you have any doubts in the future, you can communicate with me, your fan. By the way, I am very confused about Mr. Shor's views on muggles and your original intention of performing magic in the muggle world. This can neither improve your strength nor bring benefits. This once made me very confused. Please let me know. Your old fan, Rouge Piler. Shor's mouth corners slightly raised and he had some guesses in his mind. He really thought it was very interesting. And the next moment, the system prompt also arrived. Ding, release the task inherit the witch party. How can the host not have a group of forces of his own? Please fool Grindelwald and get the witch party. Task reward: 300 second-level faith points, a little legendary value. After reading the task, Shor's heart beat fast. Sure enough, he guessed it right, and he was not surprised that Grindelwald knew of his existence. The other party was actually a hang bee with the ability to predict. Could it be that his appearance changed the future? The mission reward is also very tempting. It's a wave of fat, but this mission is also very difficult. You have to be prepared for a protracted war. He quickly read the text of the letter again, then took out a blank envelope, thought about the words, and began to write a reply. Dear Mr. Peril, hello for your love. Half an hour later, Shor wrote the letter and put it in the envelope and handed it to Kletch. Go and reply. By the way, go to Diagon Alley to buy me a strong owl. I should have a very fixed pen pal in the future. A cross-border postman must be strong. Kletch took the envelope, said yes, master, and apparated away. September 1, 9 a.m. Shor has finished his morning training and is eating breakfast. There are all some Chinese delicacies that Kletch has studied the recipes himself. There are soup dumplings, fried dough sticks, soy milk, etc. Although the taste is not very authentic, it is much better than eating bread sandwiches for 3 meals a day. Shor took a sip of soy milk and said to Kletch on the small table, Kletch, take good care of the house after I go to school. By the way, after a while, you use the Polyjuice potion to sell some antiques without magic again, and send the money to Albert. He can't cut off the capital chain. Kletch didn't care about the food in his mouth after hearing the order and said with a cough, Kletch can go to Hogwarts with the young master. I can do other things you ordered when I have time. Oh, can you still enter and leave Hogwarts freely? Yes, there are many house elves in the kitchen of Hogwarts. I can join temporarily. I just need to report to the leader of the elves. How can the young master not have Kletch's service? Shor touched his chin and thought about it, but he didn't object. Some of his plans really need an errand boy. Okay, then you can follow me, but you don't have to get on the train with me. You can just teleport to Hogwarts at night. Kretch jumped up happily immediately. After dinner, Shor began to pack up his school supplies in addition to textbooks, props, and clothes. Among them was a set of specially made exquisite playing cards and a bottle of potion shining with a golden color. On the back of the special playing cards was a throne suspended on a pentagram, emitting a red and blue luster, which was very charming. This was what he had customized for Borgin Burke, the black-hearted alchemist, after he used the Polyjuice potion to pretend to be an adult and went to Diagon Alley last time. The Burke family is a famous alchemy family in the magic world. This time, Shor not only spent a lot of money, but also provided precious alchemy materials and refining formulas, and finally signed a contract to keep the secret formula confidential. In addition to being hard enough to be used as darts, the biggest function of the special playing cards is to store a spell. This was a technique he had accidentally seen in the alchemy area of the family's collection of books, and he had the idea of creating a magic similar to 10,000 swords returning to the origin. Imagine it. In a certain enemy scene, he waved his hand gracefully, and dozens or hundreds of playing cards floated behind him. The next moment, the enemy was blown up by the overwhelming spells. Well, things are beautiful, but the reality is still skinny. After Shor got the special playing cards, he found that it was difficult to engrave storage spells in playing cards. The main reason was that his current understanding of magic was too low, so in half a month, he only had time to engrave 5 playing cards, and they were all the spells he was most familiar with. Flocks of birds. Although the dream of a big move in the sky cannot be realized for the time being, it can still be used for emergency. And that bottle of potion is the Lucky Spirit Potion, a precious magic potion that can make people lucky. It took Kletch many channels to find this, and finally spent 700 galleons to get it a little bit. By the way, I also bought some strengthening potions such as temporary agility, physique, and senses. Anyway, Shor is rich, so he has all these in reserve, just in case. After all, there is a Voldemort in Hogwarts this year, and he is his prey. Shor is not a reckless man. If he can use money to defeat the enemy, why not use it? "Master, it's time to go to King's Cross Station." Shor nodded and put the small gift prepared for a stingy professor into the ring. This is what he asked Cretch to find in the house where Sirius lived before he was imprisoned. Finally, Shor picked up the birdcage. "Let's go." Two figures suddenly appeared in a remote corner of King's Cross Station. The leading boy had messy hair and a cold and handsome temperament, followed by a house elf carrying a birdcage. The people who came were Shor and Cretch. Shor was wearing a pure black slim-fitting suit today, a gentleman's hat on his head, and a delicate pattern engraved with gold thread on his collar. He also had a brooch with the Black family crest on his chest, which made him indescribably noble. And now Cretch was also wearing a butler's uniform, unusually energetic and proper. "Cretch, give me the birdcage. You can go home or go directly to Hogwarts." "Master, how can I let you carry things? Why not?" "Give me the birdcage, get out." Cretch muttered, hesitated for a few seconds before giving the birdcage to Shor and then teleported away regretfully. Shor was speechless. He wanted to be polite, but elves, such servile creatures, could not be treated too well. He then carried the bird cage and strolled on the platform, looking for platforms 9 and 10. Along the way, many people looked at this exquisite boy walking his bird. Some people recognized Shor's identity as a genius magician, but when they wanted to ask for his autograph, they lost him on platform 9. These people sighed that Shor was worthy of being a magician and performed a living disappearance trick again. When Shor passed through the darkness, it was like walking through the waves. When his vision was clear again, he appeared in a station scene in the style of the last century. He looked around. There were parents everywhere giving their children various instructions and saying goodbye, and it was very lively. Of course, the most eye-catching thing was a steam train lying on the rails, the Hogwarts Express. Shor was about to get on the train when he heard a surprised scream. Shor looked sideways and saw a family of 3 with blonde hair, exactly Draco's family. Shor was a little confused. Narcissa was obviously from the Black family, but why did she have black hair? Before he could think about it, Draco had already run over with his short legs. "Shor, you're here too. By the way, this is my father and mother, and also your uncle and aunt. We are very close by blood." Lucius was holding a ceremonial stick, still arrogant, and said indifferently, "Shor, a good little guy, you must study hard when you go to school in the future." Shor was speechless. Who was he pretending to be? And Narcissa, with a complicated expression, gently pushed her husband and then said to Shor gently, "Child, you have suffered so much over the years." She handed over another bag. "Here are the clothes and some pastries I prepared for you. You can eat some pastries if you are hungry on the train. Hogwarts is located on a high ground and the temperature is very low all year round. Remember to wear these sweaters." Shor's expression froze, and he didn't know how to deal with it for a moment. If everyone was arrogant and unreasonable, he could naturally treat them with courtesy. But Narcissa the aunt used a warm offensive, and it didn't seem fake, which made Shor a little overwhelmed. So the scene was instantly awkward. In the end, it was Draco, the warm-up king, who came to the rescue. "Shor, take it. The sweater that Mom made is very warm. Although you don't need it now, you will know its goodness when winter comes." Shor took the bag from Narcissa's hand and forced a smile. "Thank you." Narcissa reached out to touch Shor's head and hesitated to shrink back. Just when Lucius was about to ask Shor about Regulus, Narcissa pulled him again and continued, "You cousins have gone to school. You should take good care of each other. Draco, especially you. You should learn more from Shor in the future, and if you encounter any trouble, remember to write to me." Draco patted his chest and said, "I know, Mom. You guys go back. Shor and I are going to get on the train." Shor didn't want to stay any longer, nodded slightly to the Malfoys and walked towards the train. And Draco still had to move the box. He shouted, "Shor, wait for me." Shor had no choice but to take out his wand and wave it casually, and the box floated in the air, and there was a faint arc flashing under the box. Draco jumped excitedly and ran to Shor to praise. "Haha, Shor, you are really amazing. I can also do a little evil curse now." Behind the two, Lucius and Narcissa both stared. "This is a silent spell. Although it's just a levitation spell, the child behaves very casually. Draco really didn't lie. Shor is indeed a super genius. Narcissa is very proud of it. Although she is married, she still has the blood of Blythe in her veins. Black's blood. Although Lucius had already recognized Shor's talent in his heart, he still said stubbornly, HMPH, only those who can grow up can be called geniuses. Get on the Hogwarts Express. Draco called. Shor, let's go to the school director's compartment. It seems that your family is also a school director. Shor narrowed his eyes and said self-deprecatingly, the Black family is no longer a school director. You go by yourself. After that, he found an empty compartment and walked in. Draco naturally would not go to the school director's compartment alone. He followed Shor into the ordinary compartment with a box with a damaged bottom. Shor was not surprised. He waved his cane to help Draco put the suitcase with the floating spell. In fact, the other party's suitcase was not an ordinary box. The traceless extension spell was also cast inside. The Malfoys doted on Draco very much. I don't know how many things were stuffed inside. The two sat down by the window, and Draco kept telling some interesting stories, showing off vaguely. Dad didn't buy me a flying broom after all, but he promised me that if I can join the college team next year, he would buy me the latest broom. After going to school, we don't have to be afraid of anyone. The Slytherin dean and my family have a very good relationship. Mom is afraid that I can't get used to school. Shor was very speechless. At this moment, he regretted that he didn't spend energy to learn some unimportant spells such as blocking ears and plugged ears, or locking throats and sticking lips. In desperation, he had to take out a potion textbook and read it. Draco was amazed again when he saw this. Wow, Shor, this is your third grade textbook. Have you finished studying the first and second grade textbooks by yourself? It's amazing. Shor couldn't bear it anymore and said coldly, Can you shut up? Draco was stunned and suddenly recalled the scene when the two met for the first time. Then he remembered that Shor was not a good-tempered person. He didn't dare to say anything more. After hesitating for a while, he also took out standard spells from the suitcase and started reading. After a while, two silly fat guys came over. They were Goyle and Crabbe, Draco's followers since childhood. Draco wanted to introduce him to Shor, but under Shor's cold eyes, he had to give up. The two fat guys didn't dare to say anything for a while. After all, even the boss was scared, so a weird picture appeared in the carriage. Half an hour later, the train started slowly. Draco, who had just been quiet for a while, seemed to suddenly remember something. After putting down the book, he stood up and said excitedly, Shor, why did we forget Harry? Do you want to go with me to play with him? Shor said indifferently, No, and I think Harry doesn't need a friend like you now. Draco didn't understand, but he also knew that Shor didn't want to go, so he had to leave with his two followers. Shor shook his head and laughed. The love-hate relationship between Deha is about to begin again. Bang, bang, bang. The train was running in the Highlands of Scotland, and the breeze blew in from the window, bathing Shor, who was reading the potion textbook seriously. He was cramming at the last minute at this moment. The textbooks that had to be memorized by rote did not need to be practiced for the time being, and his memory was abnormally good now. Naturally, Shor, who had experienced the college entrance examination, had no pressure. Shor had no choice. He knew Snape's arrogant nature. Given his relationship with Sirius, he would probably get the same treatment as Harry in the potion class. So in order to be criticized less, he could only talk less and make fewer mistakes. Suddenly, there was a sound of the door opening, followed by a female voice. Sir, have you seen a toad? A man named Neville lost one. Shor waved his hand to indicate that he had not seen it and continued to look at the book attentively, but the next moment he heard the girl's surprised scream. Ah, you are Shor, the genius magician, right? Then Shor felt his eyes darken and saw a hairy blonde girl appear in front of him, almost sticking to his face. The girl continued enthusiastically. Hello, Shor. I am Hermione Granger, your most loyal fan. I have watched every magic show you performed in London. You are so handsome on the stage. By the way, since you are here, it means you are also a little wizard. So, may I ask if your previous magic show was magic? Shor was stunned. and looked at Hermione's mouth opening and closing, spitting out words in a magical way. With this lung capacity and accuracy of pronunciation, it would be a pity not to do crosstalk. Shor quietly moved his butt to the window, and after Hermione asked 100,000 whys, he also handed her a glass of water considerately. "Thank you for liking my magic show, beautiful and enthusiastic lady. Please calm down first." Hermione blushed, took the water cup and sat on the seat opposite and said shyly, I was indeed rude just now, but I have too many questions to ask you. What are the principles of your magic?" Shor's head hurt a little and he quickly waved his hand to stop Hermione from talking. "Miss Granger, the reason why magic is fascinating is it's unknown. After deciphering, it loses its fun." Hermione tilted her head and thought about it and thought so, and then took out another deck of cards. "Okay, I won't explore it. Then can you use my deck of cards to perform a close-up magic, and it would be better if you can sign on it." Faced with this enthusiastic fan, who was called Hermione, Shor really couldn't say why he refused. He reached out to take the cards and played with them in his hand. He found that they were all special cards that he used to perform before. It seems that Hermione is really his true fan. Hermione watched the playing cards in Shor's hands open and close like a peacock spreading its tail, and then like a long river falling like a waterfall. These playing cards really seemed to have life in his hands. She just thought Shor was so cool that her palms were red from excitement. When Shor was performing a few close-up guessing games for Hermione, the carriage was suddenly opened again. "Hey, the most noble and ancient Black is playing tricks on the mudbloods. Everyone come and see." Shor paused, and the playing cards seemed to lose control and scattered all over the floor. Hermione turned back and glared at the person who came, and then leaned over to pick up the playing cards with horror. Shor turned back suddenly and saw a buck-toothed boy leading a group of students in snake college uniforms gathered in the aisle. Hermione asked in confusion, "Shor, what does mudblood mean?" Shor stood up silently without explaining, looking at the buck-toothed boy and said coldly, "I advise you to be polite. Leave before I get angry." The buck-toothed man held his ears and laughed arrogantly. "Ha ha, we just came to see what the heir of the Black family looks like. I didn't expect that the oldest pure blood would make friends with muggle wizards and play tricks to please them. Black is really degenerate. It's simply a shame for pure blood." Shor stopped Hermione, who wanted to go forward to argue. He knew that the performance of these students was actually an extension of the family's will. Ding, release the task, conquer Hogwarts, first ring. Become the king of Slytherin, the strong are killed. Progress, 0%. Task reward, first ring. 1,000 first-level faith points. Shor was stunned. He originally just thought that these little brats were annoying and just ignored them, but the system rarely felt that it was useless to say nice things to these people and issued a series of tasks to motivate him. "Well, then I can only convince people with virtue," so he said indifferently. "In the wizarding world, who is a disgrace is determined by the wand-bucktooth duel." The bucktooth boy was stunned, and then he and the group of students behind him laughed wildly. "Haha, I didn't expect the heir of the Black family to be a fool. Who does he think he is? Dumbledore's reincarnation. A freshman who hasn't even entered school yet actually challenged a senior student. Tusk, the Black family is indeed in decline, and my father asked me to target him. Now it seems unnecessary. Who cares about an idiot?" Shor didn't talk nonsense anymore, pulled out his wand and pointed at the group of people outside. "Are you coming up to die one by one, or a group of people coming up to die, or are you just a bunch of trash who can only talk big?" The group of people in the Snake Academy were immediately furious. "Marcus, get out of the way, let me teach this little guy a lesson." "Ha, quite arrogant." Hermione pulled Shor anxiously. "Shor, don't be impulsive. We haven't taken a spell class yet. We can't be their opponents. Just watch." Shor pulled Hermione back to her seat. Seeing that those people still couldn't reach a conclusion, he decided to take action, so he didn't waste any more words and raised his wand gracefully. Flocks of birds. Golden light suddenly appeared and everyone squinted their eyes. Someone shouted with his eyes covered, "He's attacking by surprise, Marcus. Get out of the way." The next moment, A group of golden birds appeared out of thin air, transformed into rotating cards, dragged purple and gold tail flames, and swooped down at the group of people blocking the door. The powerful impact blew the group of people far away. After the cards exploded, everyone was basically taken care of, with curly hair and dusty faces, and some cried out in pain, especially Marcus, who was the first to be hit and had already fainted. His arm was broken, not to mention how miserable it was. Ah, it hurts. Damn, how can he be so powerful? Everyone stand up and go together. Although Shor's flock of birds can cast spells silently and without a wand, it has a greater power with the addition of a wand. But the power is diluted when attacking a group of people at once, so these people get up again and draw their wands. Hermione was stunned. She never expected Shor to be so powerful. He is worthy of being her idol. The little girl's eyes are now full of stars. Shor walked out of the car calmly and saw several spells coming. Expelliarmus, petrify all. Shor was not panicked. He waved his wand and used the curse counter technique to pick up 2 less powerful spells. The brooch on his chest also lit up a shield to block the spells he failed to block. Petrify all. Flock of birds, relying on the alchemical props, Shor only attacked and did not defend and knocked down those students below the 5th grade for a while. However, with the addition of more 6th and 7th grade students, these people also knew the armor spell, and the other side slowly defended the formation. It was the first actual battle. Shor was very excited and wanted to shout, "Avada eats the big melon." But in order not to share the 2 nests with Sirius, he still held back. The situation suddenly froze, and the 2 sides fired spells at each other, but they were very measured and did not use highly harmful spells. A trace of weirdness flashed through Shor's mind. He did not expect that he could fight against many people alone now. It is conceivable that I know how weak the fighting power of the young wizards in Hogwarts is under Dumbledore's happy education. And those senior students are now very upset. A group of them can't even defeat Shor, a little guy who hasn't entered school yet. I was amazed at the other party's magical talent, and I regretted why I followed him to make trouble and offended a genius for nothing. I also felt that I probably couldn't raise my head in Hogwarts in the future, because both ends of the carriage were surrounded by students watching the excitement. Especially Draco. He pointed at Shor, who was fighting in the middle, and shouted, "That's Shor, my cousin, haha, he's really awesome." Harry, who had just fallen in love with him, was also beside him. "It's really awesome." Draco raised his chin. "Harry, I've said it, you have to learn to make friends. If you hang out with some bad people, you will only make yourself look stupid." The red-haired Ron was furious. "What did you say, you yellow-haired boy?" Harry reluctantly separated the 2 people who were about to fight and quickly said to them, "Shor seems to be unable to hold on. Should we go over to help?" Hearing Harry's worried words, Draco quickly looked back. Sure enough, in the fierce battle, the senior students saw that they could not defeat Shor for a long time and heard the whispers and ridicules of people nearby. After a few people looked at each other, they all used several powerful spells. Shattered into pieces. Burning flames. Shor's brooch shield flashed a few blue lights and was immediately broken, and the blue shield also shattered. He had to start active defense. Armor protection. Armor protection. Shor recited several armor spells in succession and had to move quickly, and the chic demeanor just now was gone. Several blue shields appeared one after another to barely block several shattered into pieces from the seniors. Shor narrowed his eyes. If he only defended, his limited magic power would be consumed sooner or later. But he must not lose this fierce battle. This is a plan related to the heartthrob. He gritted his teeth and stretched out his left hand to take out 5 alchemical playing cards from his pocket and threw them upwards. The 5 playing cards were arranged in a triangular shape above his head. After being stimulated by magic, the red and blue halo circulated, and the corridor was suddenly filled with golden light again. The next moment, the senior students of the Snake Academy saw countless golden flying birds flying towards them fiercely. Each flock of flying birds, this time, was definitely stronger than the one Zio had just sent out. They were so scared that they all ran back desperately, knocking over many people who came to watch the excitement. In the end, 7 or 8 unlucky guys were attacked, and several figures with burnt and tattered clothes and twitching bodies lay down in the corridor. Huh. Heir looked at his results and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He was very satisfied. It was really cool to beat people. The flocks of birds triggered by the card is indeed stronger. After all, he engraved it in his spare time and can inject more magic power. In other words, the main function of the flocks of birds is to disturb the enemy. If it is a pure attack spell, it is estimated that there will be casualties. The crowd watching the excitement from a distance is shocked at the high-spirited Shor in the field. I didn't expect that the freshmen who entered this year were so fierce. One person almost broke through the Serpentine courtyard. If this person came to my college would be invincible and bully anyone they want. After cheering, Draco ran towards Shor first, stepping on several students who were still lying on the ground pretending to be dead. But there was a girl who was faster than Draco, and Hermione jumped on Shor's back. "Shor, you are so awesome. You are worthy of being my idol." Shor had no choice but to reach out and pull the little girl down, and also blocked Draco's hand that wanted to hug his arm. Don't these people know that men and women and men and men should not touch each other? Don't be too quick to celebrate. The matter is not over yet. Draco asked in confusion. "Didn't you knock these people down and run away?" Hermione, who had calmed down, pointed at the students who had escaped first and analyzed rationally. "They probably won't give up until they lie down completely. These people must have seen that Shor's props were all scrapped, so." Draco looked back and saw that the students in the 6th and 7th grades were indeed getting restless again, and they also gathered several senior students who had not participated in the battle before. This student didn't blame the students of the Snake Academy for not wanting to give up. If they couldn't take Shor today, the Snake Academy really couldn't stay in Hogwarts in the future. 7 or 8 students in the 6th and 7th grades came over with care. The capable young man in the lead bowed slightly politely. "Shor, you are indeed very strong, but you just won by relying on alchemical tools. We are not convinced of our defeat, and now it is not a matter of personal grudges. It is about the honor of Slytherin College, so we solemnly challenge you to a duel." Draco said anxiously. "Senior Montague, Shor is a pure blood and he will enter Slytherin in the future. We are family members." Hermione followed with an angry hum. "Before, you had more people and beat fewer people, and you dared to say you were not convinced. You are really shameless." Shor stretched out his hand to push the two away and said very seriously, "You legs, step back. There are some things you don't understand. Don't worry, I can win." The two opened their mouths, but seeing Shor's determined eyes, they could only step aside silently. Shor looked at the Snake College student named Montague. "I accept your challenge, so you should come together. Meng Tai is a 7th grade student and the strongest student in the Snake Academy. He did not participate in the battle before, but now he has to come out because of the honor of the entire Snake Academy." Meng Tai's face was not very good when he heard Heir's arrogant words, but he was not sure that he could beat Heir one-on-one. But he couldn't say anything about ganging up on Heir, and the situation froze for a moment. Heir didn't want to take the initiative at this moment, but he was drawing lots. He was still very confident. His cards and brooches were scrapped. With his real strength and unable to use black magic, he could probably only tie with a 7th grader. What's more, there is a group now. So if you can't beat him, just cheat. Isn't this a normal operation for a time traveler? He almost broke through the Snake Academy in a battle just now, but he gained a lot of faith points. The level 2 also gained more than 10 points, which obviously came from the Lion Academy students who had been unhappy with the Snake Academy for a long time. Adding the previous retention, he now has more than 4,000 level 1 faith points and 112 level 2 faith points. Well, let's do a 4 draw to cushion the gap. The light flashed 4 times in the system, and the prompt sound rang. "Ding, congratulations on getting 1 talent point. Ding, congratulations on getting 1 talent point. Ding, Congratulations on getting level 3 Blazing Flame. Ding, congratulations on getting level 3 Disillusionment. Not bad, especially Disillusionment, a great tool for night travel. I still need to think about whether the 2 talent points are for transformation or potion. Shor thought about the purpose of the reward for a while, and without hesitation, he began to draw the level 2 lottery decisively. He was still a little nervous at the moment, and he didn't know what the level 2 reward would be. He must get a powerful spell, otherwise his boast would be blown up. Suddenly, I felt that 1 second was so long. Ding, congratulations on getting level 5 Water Prison. Shor was stunned for a moment after hearing the prompt sound. Water Prison, this name sounds familiar. It seems to be as famous as someone's blue gas stove. Fuck, this is Dumbledore's special skill. Besides the Vulcan, the old bee's most powerful skill is this Water Prison. It seems that he used it during the battle with Voldemort in the Ministry of Magic. Shor lowered his head and muttered to himself, then slowly smiled and felt the information of the spell with his heart. Then he raised his head and his eyes became sharp. Water Prison is not a simple spell. It combines deformation and manipulation into one, mainly used to trap people, but also has lethality, depending on how the operator uses it. After learning the 5th level Water Prison, Shor's deformation talent automatically increased a little, reaching the 4th level talent. Moreover, he has affinity with water elements. Although it is only level 1, the bonus to Water Prison is also very good. When Shor realized the spell, those who were watching the fun and didn't mind the big things had already started to make a fuss. Hey, are you guys going to fight or not? My legs are sore from standing. Hey George, you were lying on my shoulder, why are your legs sore? Tell me, what did you do secretly under the quilt last night? Shor, hurry up and defeat those little snakes, you will be our king. Ming Tai, are you really capable? You can't even handle a little guy. Ha, Slytherin will be wiped out today. Ming Tai, who was always steady and calm, almost exploded with anger, and the students behind him couldn't bear it. Ming Tai, Shor should not have any alchemical props. Those props are not cheap, and no one would carry a lot of them. Yes, let's go together, it's time to end this farce. But before Ming Tai nodded, Shor on the opposite side had already raised his head, showing a malicious smile, and raised his wand. Since you don't know how to choose, I'll help you choose. It just so happened that the train was passing by a lake, saving Shor from consuming magic power to condense the water flow. He waved his wand gracefully, and the lake outside the train immediately rolled up a thick water column, like a dragon sucking water, as if controlled by an invisible big hand, forming a lifelike water python. The water python rushed straight to the train with a rush of water, broke through the window and pounced on several students from the Snake Academy with a terrifying momentum. After looking at this powerful spell, Ming Tai secretly thought it was not good and shouted quickly, "Defend together, protect everyone." 7 or 8 students immediately defended together, injecting their magic power into the advanced defense spell cast by Ming Tai. The blue protective shield that had just been erected was immediately attacked crazily by the 7 or 8 meters long and 1 meter thick water python. The huge water python rushed around in the carriage, and countless seats and door panels were broken. It kept ejecting its ferocious snake head and swinging its tail to hit the shield, which caused blue ripples to appear on the shield. The 8th, 6th, and 7th grade students, who were equivalent to adult wizards, were still quite powerful. Although the water python was fierce, it could not do anything to the few people who were concentrating on defense. As soon as these 7 or 8 students breathed a sigh of relief, they began to discuss in a low voice how to fight back. After all, Shor's magic reserve must not be much, so he definitely could not hold on for long. But they did not notice that water began to accumulate under their feet. These were all the remnants splashed out when the water python hit the shield. What these students did not know was that Shor's magic attribute had lightning attributes, and water could conduct electricity. So the next moment, the students who were still struggling to maintain the shield suddenly felt numb under their feet, and they all began to dance the mechanical dance, involuntarily. Without the blessing of magic injection, the advanced shield of all protection was immediately broken and shattered by a fierce attack from the water python. Then the anaconda immediately pounced on these people, as if there was no one around, forming a rotating circular water prison, instantly trapping several students. Those students fluttered and struggled in the water prison, very miserable and helpless. If it was Dumbledore who cast the water prison spell, it would probably be a trapping spell, at most isolating oxygen to suffocate people, or using water pressure to crush people to death. But the water prison spell was cast by Shor now. In addition to the above methods, he couldn't control the magic power and had lightning properties. So these students were miserable. Not only did their hair stand upright due to the electricity, but they all started foaming at the mouth. This frightened the onlookers and they dared not speak for a while, and they all looked at Shor in fear. Shor didn't want to cause any deaths. Seeing that several students from the Snake Academy had lost their fighting power, he revoked the spell and controlled the water to flow out of the car window. Plop, plop. 7 or 8 miserable students lay on the ground again. Shor's body swayed, his face was extremely pale. He had just used a big move, and his magic power was overdrawn. After all, his body was only 11 years old. If it weren't for the lightning attribute of magic power, the outcome of today would be unknown. Hermione and Draco ran over. "Shor, are you okay?" "Haha, Shor, you won again." Shor waved his hand, refusing Hermione's support, and looked at the progress of the first round of Conquer Hogwarts, 25%. It seems that the effect of winning people over with virtue is good. After laughing secretly, he looked at the distant. The crowd said, "Student Union President and Prefects, you can come and clean the floor." After saying that, he turned and walked into the carriage. After sitting down, he quickly took out a bottle of tonic potion and drank it in one gulp. Hermione and Draco followed in. Before they could close the door, Harry and Ron squeezed in. This seemed to be a signal. People were surging at the door of the carriage. Everyone wanted to squeeze into the carriage and shouted, "Shor, you are so brave. Come to our Gryffindor, we need you." "George, you are talking nonsense. Shaw must be from our Ravenclaw." "Shaw, hello, I am Penelope, the prefect of Ravenclaw." "Get out of here. Shor is black. He will only go to Slytherin." Draco and Harry were still sensible and kept blocking the door, but it was also very difficult. The veins on their heads were exposed. Shaw was in a good mood, but now he was annoyed by the noise. After taking a sip of the water handed by Hermione, he turned around and said coldly, "The sorting is not decided by me. Please get out." These people were still enthusiastic and kept shouting. Shaw was helpless. Why did he always have to conquer people with virtue? He could only squeeze out the last bit of magic and waved his hand. The golden light flashed again, and a golden bird appeared out of thin air and hovered above his head, ready to pounce at any time. When the people outside the door saw this, they thought of Shaw's heroic appearance just now. Some knowledgeable people knew that this was a silent and wandless spell, and the crowd immediately scattered. However, in addition to Draco and others, there were 2 graceful and beautiful female students who did not leave. One was Penelope, who introduced herself as the head of Ravenclaw before, and the other was a girl wearing the uniform of the Snake House. This extremely beautiful girl had not made a move before. Penelope didn't bother to argue, but solemnly invited Shaw to Ravenclaw again. She seemed to be very sure that Shaw could choose any of the 4 major colleges as long as he was willing. After Penelope left, the girl from the Snake Academy spoke. Her voice was cold and pleasant. "Hello, Shaw. I'm Alice Foley. I'm here to apologize to you." Shaw narrowed his eyes and felt that it was interesting. He knew that the Foley family was also one of the 28 families of the Holy Spirit, but they were very low-key. "Representing Slytherin." Alice shook her head. "I can't represent Slytherin. I'm apologizing to you for the family. 11 years ago, the Foley family also participated in the embezzlement of Black's property. I will write a letter in a while and ask Grandpa to return it on his own initiative. I hope to get your understanding." Shaw touched his chin and looked up and down at the girl in front of him. It was just a battle, and the other party's change of position was particularly decisive. The Fry family is not very conspicuous, but the children they educate are also very extraordinary, and this kind of talent is the most dangerous. Shaw calculated in his heart. In fact, The other party's behavior was also within his expectations, but it was earlier than expected. It is said that Slytherin students nowadays are good at changing their minds according to the situation, which is indeed true. Alice's expression remained unchanged. She glanced at Draco, who was in doubt, and said slowly, "This is also a manifestation of my unique vision. I wonder if you accept the apology and friendship of the Fry family, Shaw." Shor stood up and extended his hand politely. "More friends, more paths. From you. I feel the friendship of the Fry family. We will be friends in the future." Alice smiled and stretched out her slender little hand to shake Shaw's. "Then it shouldn't be too abrupt for me to invite you to Slytherin now. Slytherin's true style of study needs people like you to correct it." "Okay, I'll ask Senior Alice to help me in the future." Both of them smiled brightly, leaving the other four people puzzled. "See you in Slytherin." After Alice finished speaking, she walked away gracefully. Draco, who had been unable to hold back for a long time, said excitedly, "Shor, I knew you would choose Slytherin." Hermione said worriedly, "Shor, you almost wiped out Slytherin just now. If you enter Slytherin, you will be isolated." Draco looked at Hermione, the little muggle witch, with disdain, and said slowly again with a pinched voice, "What do you know, a mudblood?" Before Draco finished speaking, a poker card scratched his cheek and blood quickly flowed down his face along a small cut. Draco looked at Shaw in disbelief. Shaw took back the spinning poker card, looked at Draco with a bad look, and said in a cold voice, "Draco, I don't want you to say the word mudblood again. Discrimination doesn't show your nobility. Don't say it in school." Draco was pale and nodded with difficulty. I know." Hermione asked in surprise, "What does mudblood mean?" Ron, who had always been invisible, said weakly, "It's an extremely insulting word, equivalent to calling someone a lowly bastard. It's a humiliating name for muggle wizards by purebloods." Hermione looked at Draco in disbelief, her eyes full of anger, but thinking that the other party had been taught a lesson by Shaw, she didn't say anything more. Harry asked at this time, "I've been listening to you for a long time. It turns out that Hogwarts is divided into colleges. Shaw, you want to go to Slytherin, so can I go?" Hermione also nodded hurriedly. "Yes, where the idol goes, I go there too." The terrified Ron quickly stopped him. "Harry, all Slytherin students become dark wizards after graduation. The mysterious man who cannot be mentioned is also from Slytherin. And Hermione, you are a muggle wizard, and Slytherin only accepts pure blood." Harry and Hermione were stunned for a moment. Draco had just treated the wound on his face, and after hearing Ron's words, he couldn't help but say disdainfully, "Poor boy from the Weasley family, as a shame for pure blood. How dare you insult Slytherin like this?" Ron was immediately furious. "Damn Malfoy." Just as Ron and Draco were about to fight, a cold shout rang out, "Shut up!" Shor's voice was so loud that a pin drop could be heard in the box. He didn't say anything else. He didn't want to judge right and wrong for a group of little brats who knew nothing. He took out the potion book and continued to read. The other four looked at each other, and finally Hermione mustered up the courage to speak. "Shor, can I really not go to Slytherin? Has the discrimination in the magic world really reached such a point?" Shor's hand paused as he turned the pages of the book, and he could not help but sigh. "The world is never as beautiful as we think, but beauty can be created by ourselves. Hermione, I suggest you go to the wise Ravenclaw, where there is knowledge that can make you stronger." Shor's words hurt Hermione's heart, but she finally understood why Shor agreed to let Alice go to Slytherin when he could obviously go to other colleges. The idol is going to do a great thing, which is to create beauty with his own hands. Hermione nodded fiercely as if she had made up her mind. "I know, I'll go to Ravenclaw, and I'll help you in the future." Shor looked up at the determined Hermione and knew that the girl understood what he meant. Just now, he tricked Hermione into going to Ravenclaw, which was also out of evil taste, so as to prevent this clever little witch from being dragged down by two useless men. Now he thought this idea was great. Hermione should be his exclusive little fangirl, and would definitely be his rare helper in the future. Shaw took out the basic universal spell book he had already read from the ring. This is a collection of books from the Black family. It has good annotations and is better than the textbook standard spells. I'll lend it to you." Hermione's eyes lit up, and she happily took it and immediately began to read it seriously. Harry next to him was confused. For boys of this age, the power of role models is very important. He didn't understand why a strong and elegant person like Shor would go to Slytherin, where there are so many bad guys. Finally, he hesitated and asked, "Shor, which college do you think I should go to?" Ron interrupted. "Gryffindor is the best college. Dumbledore, the greatest white wizard of this century, came from Gryffindor." Harry ignored Ron's opinion and continued to look at Shor steadily. Shor didn't want to care about Harry and others' business. He had his own business. But Ron, who was the most annoying person when watching movies in his previous life, kept showing off his presence in front of him, and he didn't mind teaching him a lesson on how to be a good person. In the corner of his eye, he also saw the rat Banban who was looking around Ron. Well, it was not the time to overturn the case for his cheap uncle, but when he thought about Ron being all mushy with a bald, wretched old man all day, he disliked Ron even more. "Harry, Draco said something right. Choosing some stupid people to make friends will make you look stupid." Ron, right. Ignorance is not wrong. Being ignorant and not knowing it is stupid. Go home and study the history of magic. After you have learned about the great people who graduated from Slytherin, come and give Harry some advice. You leave here. Ron's face turned red when he heard this. He stood up and pulled Harry. "Harry, let's go. We are obviously not welcome here." Shor waved his hand disdainfully and the carriage door was opened. Ron floated up involuntarily, screaming and falling out with a plop. Then the carriage door was closed again and Shor spoke to the stunned Harry. "Choosing a college is a matter of the sorting ceremony. I just want to say that there are good and bad students in each college, and what kind of person you choose to be depends on your heart." Kind Harry didn't have time to think deeply about Shor's words. He said, "I know," and opened the door to see how Ron was doing. After Harry came out, in addition to seeing Ron falling to the ground and screaming in pain, he also saw a little fat man standing on each side of the door. I remember that these two seemed to be Draco's followers. In the car, Draco laughed out loud. "Shor, good job. You should teach the poor boy from the Weasley family a lesson." Shor was speechless. Draco was also a person who remembered food but not beatings. He was obviously spoiled by his parents. He threw a book on Draco's face. "If you can learn more skills, maybe you can speak more firmly." Draco stuck out his tongue, took the book and read it silently. After Shor's battle with the entire Slytherin, and then being sought after by everyone. So now he more or less understands the truth that strength is everything. After that, except for Hermione occasionally asking Shor some questions and Draco buying a bunch of snacks, there was no more trouble. Well, except for the occasional little fangirl secretly looking at Shor through the crack of the door. Then Draco didn't dare to despise Hermione in person, so the atmosphere in the car was quite good. The sky gradually darkened, and the Hogwarts Express was really fast. It took almost a whole day to get to Hogwarts, which was much faster than riding an electric car. The broadcast also sounded, "We will arrive at Hogwarts in 10 minutes. Students, please change into school uniforms and put your suitcases in the car. Someone will take them to your dormitories." Shor put away his books, stood up and said to Hermione, "Madam, please go out for a while. We need to change clothes." Hermione, who was absorbed in reading, immediately panicked. "Ah, my suitcase is not in this compartment. Ah, I forgot to promise to help Neville find a toad." After Hermione left in a hurry with her books, Shor and Draco changed into plain school uniforms. Because they had not been sorted yet, there was no logo on the school uniforms, and the sleeves and scarves did not change color. After getting out of the carriage, Draco saw Goyle and Black still standing there stupidly, and Shor looked teasing. Draco suddenly felt that these two followers were also stupid and ordered unhappily, "Hurry up and change clothes." A few minutes later, the four got off the train. The platform was crowded with people and there was a tall giant in the distance calling out, "First graders, please gather here." Shor couldn't help but sigh. "Hogwarts, here I come." But just as he finished speaking, several figures apparated in front of him. A thin witch wearing emerald green robes, a lady's wizard hat, and a serious look spoke. "Mr. Black, given that you were involved in a fight on the train earlier, please follow me to Hogwarts." Shaw thought for a moment and knew that this serious witch was Professor McGonagall, the vice principal of Hogwarts, and also an older cat lady. He nodded without panic. "Okay, Professor McGonagall, let's go now." McGonagall looked at this elegant and polite boy and could hardly imagine that he would be a violent person. Draco asked nervously, "Professor, will Shaw be expelled?" McGonagall shook her head. "I don't know. 12 directors have come to Hogwarts and are discussing this unprecedented train fight with Dumbledore in the principal's office." Hermione also hurried over at this time, and she explained anxiously, "Professor, it's not Shaw's fault. It was those seniors who called me a mudblood, so Shaw got angry and fought with them." McGonagall's face looked much uglier. "Is there anything else?" "Thank you for the testimony, lady, but I think you should take the boat to Hogwarts." Hermione and Draco wanted to say something, but Shaw interrupted. "Okay, go take the boat and experience the path of the Founder. Believe me, I'll be fine. Draco, save me a seat." "Okay, I'll wait for you." "Sure, don't worry. My father is also a school director. He will protect you." After Hermione and Draco left, McGonagall said to the professors behind, "You go and escort the injured students to the school hospital. I will take Mr. Black to the principal's office." Several professors looked at Shaw with an ambiguous look, especially a young professor with a scarf on his head. After they turned around and walked towards the train, McGonagall reached out her hand. "Hold my arm. The principal has temporarily opened the anti-apparition restriction in the principal's office. We have to hurry up and can't delay the sorting ceremony at the beginning of the school year." Shor reached out and grabbed McGonagall's hand, and then with a whoosh, the two disappeared. When Shaw felt the uncomfortable experience of squeezing out of the flushing toilet again, although his body was very uncomfortable, he no longer retched. He and McGonagall appeared on the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle at this moment. What came into view was a huge dripstone bird beast. After seeing McGonagall and Shaw, the bird beast spoke coldly. "Command. Sizzle honey bee candy." After McGonagall said the command, Shaw only felt the ground shaking, and then the bird beast began to rotate slowly, climbing up like an elevator, revealing a spiral staircase. After stopping, McGonagall took Shaw up the stairs, and soon the door of the principal's office was within reach. Professor McGonagall kindly straightened Shaw's collar and said in a gentle tone, "Don't be nervous later. You just need to tell the truth. Headmaster Dumbledore will make the decision for you. Hogwarts will not give up a genius like you." Shor was not nervous at all, but he still bowed to thank him. "Thank you for your concern, Professor." Professor McGonagall pushed open the door and let Shaw go in by himself. She was still busy welcoming the first-year wizards and presiding over the sorting ceremony. The headmaster's office is a luxurious room with a duplex structure. Behind the large desk is a row of bookshelves arranged in a semicircle. Various exquisite silverware is placed on the long tables with thin legs around, and magical portraits of past headmasters are hung on the walls. Among them, what Shaw noticed most was a silver sword in a glass container and a colorful phoenix dozing on a gilded bird stand. As for the group of people who glared at him, Shaw did not take it seriously. He just nodded slightly to Malfoy among them. Dumbledore, who was sitting in an office chair, kindly joked to Shaw, who came in and looked around. "It seems that Mr. Black is not nervous, and his mentality is very good." Before Shaw could speak, a middle-aged wizard with a cold expression and greasy hair spoke sarcastically. "Arrogant people always look down on everything, but they don't know how unforgivable their mistakes are. Headmaster, I suggest that Mr. Black be expelled directly." Shor didn't need to guess that this must be Snape, the arrogant man, who really has a no-wife face. Malfoy in the crowd stammered and didn't say anything to help, but an elegant old man with a vigorous spirit took the lead to help. "It's just a bunch of ignorant kids playing around. There's no need to be so serious. Old Furley, your granddaughter didn't go to the hospital, so you're just saying it lightly. HMPH, I think this kid from the Muggle world has long forgotten the nobility and elegance of the Black family and only knows violence. As a school director, my Not family firmly opposes his admission. As a former school director, Black's children should have an exemption. This won't work. These people kept arguing, and not all of the 12 directors wanted to punish Shaw. There were 6 or 7 families like the Fry family, which had just eased, and the Burns family, which remained neutral. They just suggested that Shaw be put in solitary confinement, and Dumbledore looked on calmly and didn't care. He wanted to explore Shaw's character and the attitudes of certain people through this incident, but Shaw was very impatient and didn't want to continue playing along with these people. The intentions of those opposing directors were nothing more than to let Shaw express his position now. As long as he stopped arguing with them and pursuing those industries, the beating could probably be written off. This was also the reason why the train was put on the train before. The motivation for Cuss to take the initiative to provoke was that some of these families did not expect the result to be like this. The Slytherin students were almost wiped out, which was a typical example of pretending to be powerful but getting slapped in the face. Although these people are crazy now, they can also take the opportunity to force them. Their children can't be beaten for nothing. It can only be said that these families are used to being arrogant and blinded by interests, and they can't see Shaw's huge potential. Since Shaw dared to hit people, he naturally had a way to counterattack. He didn't hesitate, walked directly to the desk and handed Dumbledore a note. "Professor, I think you can take a look at this before considering whether to expel me. I think Hogwarts still needs me." A gleam of light flashed in Dumbledore's eyes, and he looked at Shaw through his blue glasses, then took the note and opened it. But after reading the content of the note, his expression became serious, and he did not continue to ask Shaw about the specific situation. The two of them tacitly reached a deal. So Dumbledore stood up and said directly to the 12 directors who were still arguing, "Okay, the opening banquet is about to begin. Everyone, please go back. As for Shaw's punishment, his future dean will naturally punish him." Old Nod and other people who opposed the most fiercely were naturally dissatisfied. They couldn't go in vain today. "Dumbledore, we directors have the right." But when they continued to refute, they suddenly felt a huge momentum coming from Dumbledore, as if the flow of air slowed down. Until then, everyone remembered that Dumbledore was the greatest wizard of this century. When he wanted to be polite, he was naturally a good guy. But once he was serious, he was a complete white devil. Not to mention the other party's strength, their influence alone would make them suffer. The 12 directors had no choice but to leave the principal's office. When old Fry left, he wanted to invite Shaw to his home for Christmas, but Shaw politely refused. Snape glanced at Shaw gloomily, waved his sleeves, and left like a big bat. Dumbledore regained his kind look and said with a smile, "It seems that Professor Snape has misunderstood you. You must explain it to him in the future." Shaw didn't care. "Don't worry, Principal. When I enter Slytherin, I will naturally have many opportunities to make peace with the dean." Dumbledore was surprised. "Oh, you want to join Slytherin? Actually, Gryffindor is pretty good too. Your Uncle Sirius also graduated from Gryffindor. If he hadn't made a mistake, he would have become a great warrior." Shor didn't want to argue with the old bee about this. "Professor, it's getting late. I still need to attend the sorting ceremony. As for the matter on the note, I will let you know when I have the exact news." Dumbledore frowned slightly, looked at the content of the note again, and then waved his hand, and the note burned out of thin air. "Well, you are very sensible, and I am also relieved. Why don't we go to the opening banquet together? Come and hold my hand. As the headmaster, there is always a little convenience." Just as Shaw put his hand on Dumbledore's arm, a headmaster in a frame on the wall spoke. "Please wait, Albus. Let me talk to Shaw. Boy, why don't you go to the room on the second floor of the old house where the family tree is hidden to chat with me?" Dumbledore seemed to know who was talking and did not stop his action, waving at the Phoenix Fawkes. "Phileas, next time the sorting ceremony is almost over, you can't let your descendants of the Black family not enter the college." Then the Phoenix Fawkes spread its wings and flew to Dumbledore's shoulder, and a pleasant phoenix cry sounded, and Dumbledore and Shaw disappeared after the sparks exploded. In the Great Hall half an hour ago, Professor McGonagall began the sorting. Hannah Abbott. But at this time, in addition to the nervousness of the little wizards waiting to be sorted, everyone was more concerned about the person who overthrew Slytherin. I saw Shaw being taken away by Professor McGonagall before. People were talking about it. Is Shaw really fired? The lights in the Hogwarts Hall were brilliant. Thousands of candles were floating in the air. The dome was a bright sky, and 4 long tables were full of young wizards. The sorting hat was sorting Harry Potter, and then there was a shout. Gryffindor. Haha, we have Harry Potter. Harry was not very happy after being sorted into Gryffindor, and he seemed absent-minded when facing the warm hospitality of Ron and other Lion students. After a while, Professor McGonagall was sorting the last young wizard. Seeing that Shaw still did not show up, Harry couldn't help but feel a little nervous, and looked at the Slytherin table from time to time. There were wounded people there at the moment, but those wounded people seemed very happy. And Draco, who was sorted into Slytherin, was arguing with some senior students with red eyes and thick neck. Harry turned his eyes and looked at the Ravenclaw table again, and saw that Hermione was also very anxious like himself. Ron looked at Harry's performance and said indignantly, "Harry, you and Shaw are not the same kind of people, and he may have been expelled by now." Harry didn't say anything. He suddenly felt that Ron might not be a friend worth making. He was too narrow-minded. Harry silently recalled some of the things he had just said to the Sorting Hat. He clearly wanted to go to Slytherin, so why did the Sorting Hat say that he was more suitable for Gryffindor? When crossing the lake before, Harry heard Hermione say that although Shaw was a pure blood, he was also an orphan. He also grew up in the Muggle world and wandered around. His life was even more miserable than his own. But Shaw relied on his own abilities to make a living in the Muggle world, and now he is also extraordinary after coming to the magic world. Hermione also said that Shaw went to Slytherin to change the minds of those potential dark wizards. It was great. Harry felt that Shaw lived the way he wanted, and this was his role model. I remembered what Shaw said to me again. Living as a good person or a bad person depends only on your heart. Harry wanted to go to Slytherin to help Shaw realize his dream, but the Sorting Hat finally sorted him into Gryffindor. Alas! Harry sighed, and suddenly realized that someone was staring at him in the classroom. He turned his head and saw a gloomy professor staring at him. Harry's forehead hurt, and he covered it with his hand. But before he could think about it, a burst of ethereal and beautiful bird calls suddenly sounded in the hall, and then a dazzling fire flashed in the middle of the teacher's seat. The next moment, Dumbledore and Shaw walked out of the fire together, and the whole hall was silent. Especially in Slytherin, the air pressure was quite low, and many people with bandages looked extremely ugly, as if they had lost their parents. Then the students of the other 3 colleges cheered immediately, and Harry also stood up and clapped excitedly. Dumbledore patted Shaw on the shoulder. "It seems that you are very popular. Everything is just right. Let's go to the sorting house." Shaw nodded slightly and walked towards Professor McGonagall calmly amid the applause and cheers. Professor McGonagall had a complicated expression, but was relieved and motioned Shaw to sit on the triangular stirrup. After Shaw sat down, he looked at the gray hat full of patches in McGonagall's hand with some disdain. But he didn't say much about helping to wash the hat. He had been in the limelight enough today, and it would be too much if he continued to show off. When the Sorting Hat was put on his head, a hoarse voice sounded above his head. "Boy, you have learned the brain block technique well, but please let go of your mind, otherwise how can I help you sort?" Shaw's eyelids twitched. Haha, if he dared to let go of his mind and didn't mention the possibility of being spied on about the crossing and the system. It would be fun if the Sorting Hat knew his talent in dark magic and finally shouted Azkaban. So he spoke directly to the Sorting Hat. "I'm going to Slytherin." The Sorting Hat just found it interesting. "Oh, are you teaching me how to do things?" "You think so, right? I'm a pure blood, very ambitious, and I admire honor pretending. Where else can I go if not Slytherin?" "HMPH. If you tell me to do it, I'll do it. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Aren't you afraid that I'll assign you to another college? Shor was so tired. A broken hat had so many things to do. He always had to convince people with virtue. With a wave of his hand, a blue water ball with a diameter of 1 meter slowly appeared out of thin air and then quickly rotated to the top of the sorting hat. In the seat, Dumbledore, who was originally smiling, narrowed his eyes suddenly, and many thoughts flashed through his mind. When did his trick spread out? Professor McGonagall was even more stunned. First, he was amazed at Shor's silent and wandless spells and magical talent, and then he whispered to Shor to put away the spell. Shor pretended not to hear it, and he was already naked. He started to threaten the sorting hat. "Broken hat, if you let me go to another college, I will make you lose face even more, such as giving you a bath. Let me tell you first, my water has an electric shock effect. Dozens of students have experienced it on the train today. Do you want to try it?" The sorting hat opened its mouth wide and said after a long while, "Ah, thousands of years later, you are still the first person to threaten me. I am the relic of the founder, extremely precious and priceless." "Ah, stop quickly." The sorting hat wanted to pretend to be powerful, but when the rotating water ball touched it, it immediately became cowardly and shouted immediately, "Slytherin." With its announcement, the hall was silent again, but not entirely, and 3 people immediately jumped onto the long table to celebrate. That was Draco and his 2 useless men. "Ha, we have Shor." Shor canceled the spell, stood up and bowed slightly to apologize to McGonagall, who was about to burst into anger, and walked to the Slytherin table, nodding to Hermione at the Ravenclaw table. What the hell? Why was Shor sorted into Slytherin? He made those people completely lose face. Damn, the sorting hat must have Alzheimer's disease. The other 3 colleges once again burst into complaints and regrets, saying all kinds of things. Draco jumped off the table excitedly, pulled Shor to sit next to him, and then spoke incoherently. "I thought you would be expelled. It was my father who saved you. I just had a quarrel with those people you defeated. You don't know that they didn't dare to talk back to me. Now you are here. Let's dominate Slytherin together in the future." Shor was too lazy to complain about Draco's self-praise, nor did he expose Malfoy's mysterious behavior. Seeing that Shor was sitting well, Dumbledore stood up and knocked on the silver cup on the table, making a crisp sound. The students in the auditorium were still very respectful and quiet, turning their eyes to listen to the headmaster's speech. "It's a new year again. This semester, we have a few new things to note, especially for first-year students. Students are prohibited from sneaking into the Forbidden Forest. If you don't want to die in too much pain, please don't go to the 4th floor. Finally, welcome everyone to Hogwarts. I have a few more words to say, which are idiot, crybaby, residue, twist." After saying that, he bowed slightly and waved his hand. The banquet officially began, and all kinds of English special delicacies appeared out of thin air on the empty long table. The little wizards who had been hungry for a day competed to be the dry eaters, eating happily with chicken legs in one hand and steak in the other. The Slytherins ate relatively elegantly. The 1st and 2nd-year wizards near Shor actually admired him very much, and they all tried to make friends with Shor. Draco, who was beside him, put a piece of steak into his mouth with a knife and fork, and suddenly found that Shor's tableware seemed different from his own. Why was it a pair of small sticks? No, even the dishes are different, such as golden meat balls, a plate of grilled fish sprinkled with a lot of unknown seasonings, and even the main course is a bowl of milky white rice. "Shor, what are you eating? Why is it different from ours?" Shor took a sip of tomato and egg soup and said nonchalantly, "Oh, I'm not used to British food, so I asked my house elf to make Chinese food." Draco came over and smelled it, and he swallowed his saliva because of the fragrance. "Can I try it?" Shor looked at 7 or 8 Chinese dishes and felt that he couldn't finish them by himself, so he nodded in agreement. "Eat it." Draco excitedly used a knife and fork to pick up a piece of braised pork and put it in his mouth. After chewing a few times, his eyes lit up. Shor looked at Draco and wanted to pick up the food with a knife and fork full of saliva, which was disgusting. He quickly found a large plate and put some of each dish on it, letting Draco eat it by himself. Draco didn't think too much. He ate quickly, and although he blushed from the spicy dishes, he continued to eat these dishes he had never eaten before. Goyle and Crabbe wanted to try them, but he drove them away. At this moment, he felt that the various expensive dishes he had eaten before were simply shit. No wonder Shor said he couldn't get used to them, and he would feel uncomfortable in the future. At this time, Alice came over. Looking at the beautiful Alice, Shor thought of old Fly who had spoken for him in the principal's office before. They were equally elegant and could be said to be of the same lineage. He kicked Draco, who was eating hard, under the table with his foot, and Draco looked up blankly. "What's wrong, Shor?" "You go eat over there. I'll talk to my senior sister about something." Draco looked at Shor and Alice, showing an expression of "I understand," and then moved his butt to Goyle's side, not forgetting to take his big plate with him. After Alice sat down gracefully, she glanced at the exotic food on the table. Although the fragrance was fragrant, she didn't pay any more attention to it. She was a person who could restrain her desires, and then she whispered about business. "Grandfather just told me about the movements of those pure-blood families through the two-way mirror. Do you want to know?" Shor also stopped eating, took a napkin, and wiped his mouth before saying, "I don't want to know. It's nothing but a bunch of petty tricks not worth mentioning." Although Alice felt that Shor was bragging, she also felt that he was very confident. After thinking for a while, she said again, "Well, the methods of the Pure Blood Family Association are nothing more than those: threats, framing, suppression, etc. As long as you stay in Hogwarts, you will be fine. Have you heard of the Pure Blood Association?" Shor was stunned. Pure Blood Association, an alliance established by all pure blood families. Alice nodded and shook her head. It may have been an alliance of all pure blood families in the past, with the main purpose of continuing blood and controlling power. However, when the Dark Lord attempted to control this organization, the Pure Blood Association split, and all the neutral and lawful pure bloods withdrew. Now the Pure Blood Association is controlled by those pure blood first families. They almost control more than half of the power of the Ministry of Magic and half of the industries in the British magic world, so their power and influence are very large. This is also the main reason why so many Death Eaters were able to escape legal sanctions. Shor was surprised, but felt it was reasonable. "Oh, then." Alice looked at Shor, who was still calm, with a bad temper. She didn't know whether the other party was really stupid or pretending to be stupid. "It means that with your current strength, you are not enough to take the initiative to find trouble with those families. Grandfather asked me to tell you that temporary grievances are nothing. Improving strength is the most important thing. Grandfather will help you mediate and let them not." Shor waved his hand and chuckled. "Thank you, Grandfather, but I have my own plans." Alice clenched her fists, wanting to punch the arrogant Shor. She wondered if she had done something wrong before. Why did she place the bet so quickly? Shor found it interesting that Alice couldn't keep her elegance. "Do you think I'm arrogant and conceited? What do you think?" "Then you're right. There's nothing wrong with my IQ. You." Shor saw that the joke was almost over, so he stretched out his hand to signal Alice to calm down. "I have my own reasons for being arrogant. I'll tell you a little secret. I've only been learning magic for a month." Alice was really shocked after hearing this. If Shor really only learned magic for a month, he would be stronger than the average adult wizard and comparable to the average aura level. Then if he was allowed to study steadily for 2 or 3 years, how powerful would he be? To put it bluntly, in the magic world, strength is still respected. Before, Alice made a decisive bet because she saw Shor's magical talent, but the most she expected was to invest in a wizard with the potential to become a legendary wizard in advance. But at that time, she only thought Shor had potential, but it was not easy to become a legendary wizard. There have been only 3 in the past 100 years, 2 Dark Lords and 1 White Lord. But now Alice thinks Shor's talent is unprecedented, stronger than Voldemort and Dumbledore. The family's investment in him must be infinitely strengthened. Maybe the opportunity for the family to regain its glory is just around the corner. Alice stood up in a panic and left in a hurry. She had to inform her grandfather quickly. Draco moved back and asked curiously, "Shor, what's wrong with Alice? Did you reject her confession?" Shor stuffed Draco's mouth with a chicken leg. What does a little brat know? Can't delicious food stop you from eating? In the teacher's seat, Quirrell lowered his head to eat dinner, but his eyes looked at Harry and Shaw from time to time. The voice of Voldemort echoed in his mind. That Shaw is the son of my most loyal servant Regulus. That's great, I have a chance to meet him. Quirrell whispered. Master, the Daily Prophet has published that Regulus is an undercover sent by Dumbledore to your side. Voldemort said disdainfully. Humph! What do you know? Regulus will never betray me. Dumbledore is still so hypocritical. Always using his set of love to influence him, he must have seen Shaw's extraordinary magical talent. So he helped Regulus to clear his name, just like he saw Snape's talent for potions and helped to guarantee it. Quirrell choked and dared not say anything more. After the banquet, Dumbledore returned to being the unreliable headmaster, stood up and asked everyone to start singing the school song. He also personally acted as the conductor, waving his wand in the air to change the colorful lyrics. Then the school song of various tones filled the hall, although it was messy but very childlike. Especially the Weasley twins, they used the tune used exclusively for funerals, which was the most popular for a while, and many young wizards were led astray. Then the prefects of each college began to come and organize the first-year students to go to their respective lounges. The prefect of Slytherin is Alice, who has returned. After all, the image of other prefects is not very decent. Along the way, most of the first-year students surrounded Shaw and Draco, and only 1 or 2 purebloods followed behind alone. Come to think of it, even if the sacred 28 families have students enrolled every year, not counting many such as the Gaunt family, there are only about 28 at most. If some are divided into other colleges, then less than half will enter Slytherin. So most of the Slytherin students are half-blood wizards, and a small half are purebloods who did not enter the sacred 28. Blood. So the number of people who really targeted Shaw was no more than 10, but these people were powerful and influential, and Jing Kong's talents seemed to be so many. But when Shaw showed his strong strength, he was more suitable for Slytherin, a college that worships the strong, compared with the reckless students in Gryffindor, the little eagles in Ravenclaw who were only immersed in their own world, and the loyal and honest Badgers in Hufflepuff. Slytherin, an elite college that respects the strong, is still suitable for gathering supporters. It is also the easiest to get a level 2 or even level 3 belief value. The origin. This is why Shaw insisted on coming to Slytherin. He wanted to copy Voldemort's routine. As for the few troublemakers, if they don't obey, just beat them up. If they don't obey again, beat them up a few more times. Alice has been talking about the glory of Slytherin and didn't say anything about the theory of pure blood supremacy. It seems that the concept of the Fry family is quite good. The Slytherin Lounge is in the dungeon of Hogwarts. It is underground in the Black Lake, so it is a bit damp. A group of people walked along the spiral stone steps and came to a wall. Alice said the password. Glory. The stone wall slowly opened, revealing a bright common room with a strong flame burning in the fireplace and torches on the surrounding walls. The windows of the lounge were large, and half of the sky was transparent, so you could see the rippling scenery at the bottom of the Black Lake outside, and many unknown small fish swimming past the window. Alice introduced the little wizards as she led them into the lounge. This is the Slytherin Lounge. If you want to pass through the entrance, you have to recite the password. The password will be posted on the bulletin board every Monday, and it is strictly forbidden to pass the password outside. When they arrived at the lounge, everyone saw their big, bat-like Dean Snape standing and walking out of the corner. He glanced at Shaw with a hawk-like look and said indifferently, "According to the tradition of Slytherin, the first grade needs to elect an invisible prefect. The winner is honored. Let's start." The senior students who had not yet gone to rest also became interested and gathered around to watch the fun. After Snape announced the simple and rough rules, except for the senior students who were watching the fun whispering, the first-year students did not make any extra movements but took a step back in unison. Draco was walking side by side with Shaw, but he saw that the two idiots Goyle and Crabbe also stepped back tactfully. He opened his mouth, then took a step back, acknowledging the fact that Shaw was the invisible prefect. Tusk, I didn't expect the students of this class to be so timid, so disappointing. Snape's eyes were empty, and he said sarcastically, then looked at Shaw again. Black, what an ancient and noble family, but I didn't expect that you would be such a vulgar person. Do you think you are what everyone expects? Shaw and Snape looked at each other, tit for tat, neither giving in, and said calmly, I am now a first-year prefect, so may I ask the dean whether Slytherin has a tradition of challenging the superiors? I think the head of Slytherin is the position I should take. Snape's calm eyes moved, and he walked around Shaw a few steps. Arrogant, are you really the son of the elegant Regulus? I'm afraid you are the illegitimate son of Sirius, that fool. The atmosphere in the lounge was solemn. No one dared to say a word, but they also admired Shaw for daring to confront his own Snake King. Shaw did not respond. If he entangled with Snape on the issue of Sirius, it would only arouse the other party's anger, so he still asked, Please be fair, Dean. Please ask the 2nd to 7th grade prefects to come. I want to challenge them. Snape clenched his fist and snorted coldly. I remember your punishment hasn't been issued yet. It seems that a semester of confinement can calm you down. Starting tomorrow, come to my office after 6 p.m. I hope the slug's mucus can teach you the hierarchy. After making the judgment, Snape did not intend to call other grade leaders. He wanted to go out as soon as he lifted his robe. Shaw sighed. The old bat was really petty. He took out a photo from his pocket and flicked it with 2 fingers. The photo flew towards Snape like a dart. Snape saw the photo coming back and caught it with his hand. His face changed drastically after seeing the content, but he showed a deep affection in the next second. Dean, I think this gift is enough to offset my confinement. I have channels to find more photos, and I will prepare Christmas gifts for the dean in advance. Snape's brain occlumency was very advanced, and he quickly returned to indifference. He quickly thought about the source of Shaw's photos. After all, the other party's surname was Black. He paused and was really moved by Shaw's Christmas gift. Thinking of Dumbledore's attitude, he continued to walk out, but the appointment was still announced. From today on, Shaw is the head of Slytherin. I think if there is any dissatisfaction, you know how to solve it. Don't cause trouble for me. When Snape's figure disappeared at the entrance of the lounge, there was an uproar in the lounge. The first-year wizards were even more proud of it. They came forward to surround Shaw and congratulate him. Draco even grabbed Shaw's shoulders excitedly. Shor, you are the headmaster. You are the king of Slytherin. We really dominate Slytherin. Alice was also stunned, not knowing what Shor had shown the dean to make such a ridiculous appointment. A freshman actually became the headmaster. It was a slap in the face of the senior students like them. Shor seemed to always be able to do things she couldn't imagine. She was not jealous at this moment. Shor seemed to be radiating light in her eyes. Shor was not too proud, as any Harry Potter fan knew Snape's weakness. He pushed away the annoying Draco, walked out of the encirclement, and faced the senior students who had not left yet and were shocked. From today on, Slytherin, I have the final say. Everyone gather here at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. I have rules to announce. Those who don't show up will bear the consequences. Several rebellious students from pureblood families were not convinced, such as the big fool Marcus Flint, who had not yet recovered from his injuries. He stepped forward to argue. Why do you think? Bang! The next moment, before he could finish his words, he and the people behind him were knocked over by a silent golden light. Shor looked at these people with contempt. Not all children of pureblood families are elites. This Marcus is a simple-minded guy with strong limbs, and he always stood up so considerately to make an example of him. Shor continued to wave his hand, and several students floated up and then were hung on the wall lamp. It seems that you are not sober enough, then hang here all night. Put me down now. My Knot family will not let you go, brother. Send a letter to Dad. Ah, you are humiliating the Flint family, you pure-blood traitor from the Muggle world. Shor ignored the incompetent rage of these people and glanced at the other people at the scene. Looking at conquering Hogwarts' first ring again, The progress was already 65%. He chuckled and walked towards the dormitory, and Draco hurried to follow. "Shor, you are so cool." Shor glanced at Draco. "You seem to be from the pure-blood family group. You know I am very close to Muggles." Draco choked for a moment. It was only now that he seemed to realize that his position seemed to be wrong. The Slytherin boys' dormitory was large. Although it was under the lake, the powerful magic made it not damp. This was a 4-person room. Unfortunately, Draco and his 2 useless men were his roommates. Shor's bed was at the innermost, a tall and exquisite 4-poster bed with green silk curtains and a large snake pattern embroidered on the bedspread with silver thread. His owl cage was already on the bedside table. Shor took out various daily necessities from the ring and placed books, tea sets, and clothes in different categories. Good. After Draco came in, he didn't rush to pack his luggage, but sat on his bed in a daze. As for Goyle and Crabbe, they got into the quilt and fell asleep without taking off their clothes. Shaw changed into pajamas and lay on the bed thinking about his words and deeds today. He felt that there was nothing wrong, especially after the confrontation with Snape in the lounge just now and dealing with a few troublemakers. The level 2 faith value increased by dozens of points. Sure enough, Slytherin is the most suitable place for him. After taking out a book and flipping through it for a while, Draco suddenly rushed to his bedside, and Shaw subconsciously clenched the quilt. "What do you want to do? Don't climb on the bed." Draco paused and said hesitantly, "Sure, you are so powerful. Sooner or later, you will become a powerful existence like the mysterious man. You will definitely lead the pure blood to regain glory. This should be something that the pure blood families are very happy to see, but why are they targeting you?" Shor sighed, not knowing how to explain for a moment. "Draco, this is a dispute of interests and ideas. In fact, as long as I am willing to compromise, I can immediately go along with those people." "Why not?" "Ha ha, why should I? As long as I am strong enough, only others will listen to me. I can take power and money as I want." Draco was stunned by Shaw's bold words, and he was speechless. After a long while, he asked another question that he couldn't figure out. "Why do you get close to Muggle wizards? You are a pure blood." Shor looked at Draco strangely, but he thought that this broken kid could still be saved, so he explained his ideas to him. "I am not close to Muggle wizards, but those pure bloods can't see the situation of the world clearly and are still holding corrupt ideas. I just don't want to wait for death with them." Draco looked confused, and the platinum hair on his forehead was almost curled into A. Shor reached out and stroked his hair and continued, "Let me give you a simple example. There are probably tens of thousands of people in the British wizarding world, but 60% are Muggle wizards, and the other 40% are all half-blood wizards. There are no so-called pure bloods anymore." Draco immediately retorted, "Impossible. My Malfoy family is the most noble pure blood." Shor sneered, "He, I heard that the ancestors of the Malfoy family came to Britain with the Muggle king, and were given titles and became court wizards. When you look through the Malfoy family tree, ask your father what the identities of those who were expelled from the family were. They were definitely either squibs or Muggle wizards." Draco shook his head frantically, refusing to admit it. Shor could only give him a fatal blow. The purest blood family in the early years, the Gaunt family, due to intermarriage within the family, was either foolish or crazy, so it was extinct. Oh, by the way, their only descendant Voldemort was a pure half-blood. Draco's eyes widened, and he sat on the ground, speechless for a long time. The Dark Lord he admired the most turned out to be a half-blood wizard. Then the other party's loud slogan, "Pure blood supremacy," was so ironic, wasn't it? And his family was also a half-blood family. He didn't think Shaw would lie to him about this, so Draco was at a loss. Looking at the distraught Draco, Shaw shook his head and warned, "In the future, there will be no soil for the concept of pure blood supremacy. But there is one thing that will never go out of date, that is, strength is respected." Nurmengard, Austria. In a room in the tower, a dozen gray-haired old men were discussing in a low voice. They were all dressed very respectably, exquisitely and stylishly. "Nigel, how many people have you contacted?" "More than a dozen. Many old guys are dead, but their descendants are also very idealistic and very willing to join us. Well, not bad. Although many of our comrades were persecuted by various magical ministries, they are still doing well now. The most powerful ones have become the director of the law enforcement department. When will the master announce his return? Miss Vita doesn't know whether to come, but the master has regained his fighting spirit again. Miss Vita said she wanted to give the master a surprise, so she can't come for the time being. The old man in the lead had a serious temperament and was always thinking about how to persuade the master to get out of prison. His name was Abernethy. He was the most capable assistant under Grindelwald back then. He once got to the top of the Magical Congress of the United States and almost helped Grindelwald become the chairman of the Congress. On the top floor of the tower, the shabby cell that only had a rotten wooden bed before has now changed a lot. Not only is it filled with various gorgeous and exquisite furniture, but the floor is also covered with luxurious Persian cashmere carpets, and a circular bookshelf is full of books. Behind the large desk sits an old man with a distinguished temperament. His pair of blue eyes with silver edges seem to be full of divinity. The old man is Grindelwald, the Dark Lord who launched the first Wizarding War and the leader of the Wizarding Party. Since the prophecy of the doomed future has changed, this legendary wizard is naturally no longer decadent. Although he is still imprisoned in Nurmengard due to the oath with Dumbledore, he no longer wrongs himself. Although he has not yet summoned his old subordinates, the loyal saints who have been guarding him nearby are naturally ecstatic when they know that their leader has rekindled his fighting spirit, and all kinds of good things have been sent to him. Grindelwald is carefully looking at a letter at this moment. Dear Mr. Peril, hello. I am very honored for your love. As for your question, why I chose to perform magic in the Muggle world, this involves my childhood experience, so I won't go into details. The initial reason can be summarized in one sentence: to fill my stomach. When I learned to perform magic, I found different fun. I enjoy the scene of being cheered by thousands of people. When I use grand and gorgeous magic that exceeds the cognition of ordinary people, I enjoy the audience's eyes looking at me as if they were looking at gods. Yes, to be honest, I am a vain and vulgar person who enjoys the pleasure brought by power and money, and I don't have any noble sentiments. But I know that human progress comes from desire, so I am not ashamed of it. As for Mr. Peril's second question, asking me about my views on Muggles, I look at it from two perspectives. From the perspective of the superior, the people under his rule are not divided into wizards or not, but only useful and useless. A wise leader can put everyone where he should be. Even a pile of mud has its merits. From the perspective of a wizard who has lived in the Muggle world since childhood, Muggles are no longer ignorant and backward, and many advanced ideas are worth learning. Their so-called technology is already very advanced, and they can do many things that only magic can do, and they have even created conventional weapons that can destroy a city. On the contrary, I think the magic world is the ignorant party. It has been standing still for hundreds of years. The magical magic has made the wizards complacent and arrogantly despise the Muggles who are accelerating their progress. It is conceivable that if the status quo remains, within 100 years, the technology of Muggles will inevitably surpass the magic of wizards. At that time, the situation of wizards will be worrying. I have gone too far. As a student, what I should do now is to study hard. Recently, I am very distressed about a problem. My magic has lightning attributes, and all the spells I use are electric shocks. How can I control it freely? Your dear pen pal Shor Black Grindelwald put down the letter, pondered for a long time, and gradually smiled at the corners of his mouth. He is quite honest, and has a unique vision and a great vision. He is also a rare elementalist and a natural leader. No wonder he will influence the future. Grindelwald took out the letter paper and began to write a reply. After a while, he put the letter away and rang the bell on the table. More than 10 seconds later, a serious man with white hair came in from outside the cell. He bowed respectfully after coming in. "Master," Grindelwald ordered. "Abernathy, Send this letter to that little guy. By the way, find a way to get a phoenix as a gift before Christmas. He always uses owls to send letters, which affects my pen-pal relationship. As you command." Abernethy took the letter in both hands and did not question how difficult it was to get a phoenix. As the witch party that swept the world 50 years ago, although it is not as strong as before and is still in a dormant state, its power is still strong. The witch party is a group of idealistic wizards. Even if the years pass, as long as they are not dead and the leader calls for it, the witch party can make a comeback. And the phoenix is not exclusive to the Dumbledore family, otherwise so many wands are phoenix tails, and Fawkes's tail must be plucked bald. And the mascot of the New Zealand Quidditch team Macaws is a phoenix, so a phoenix can always be obtained. Grindelwald pondered for a moment and continued to give orders. Collect ancient books on lightning spells, collect scientific and cultural information from the Muggle world, and collect intelligence from the British magic world, Ask more people to collect as soon as possible. Go. Abernethy was ecstatic, because the leader's subtext was that he could start to gather his old subordinates with all his strength and make a comeback. "Yes, sir." He bowed excitedly and left, thinking in his heart, "It seems that I have to investigate the Hogwarts student named Shaw. How did he restore the master's fighting spirit? There are no sunny windows in the Hogwarts dungeon, so there is no romance here when you open your eyes with the morning light." Thanks to his good biological clock, Shaw woke up at 6 o'clock. He got up and put on a well-fitting green and silver school uniform. After washing up, he saw that the other 3 people were still sleeping soundly in their beds, so he had to shout loudly, "Get up!" But the 3 people just turned over and were still sleeping soundly. Shaw sighed. Why did he always force him to conquer people with virtue? He stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers, and 3 fist-sized water balls appeared out of thin air and then fell on the heads of the 3 people. Splash! The 3 people who were poured all over their heads and faces were instantly awakened by the cold water with a little electricity. They trembled all over, screamed and rolled on the ground, and looked doubtful about life. Shaw passed by them and said lightly, "Give you half an hour to wash up and then gather in the common room." When they came to the dim lounge, there was naturally no one here. Even the few thorns hanging on the wall lamp last night were nowhere to be seen. He was not surprised, took out his wand and used flame to light the fireplace and wall lamp. He found a sofa to sit down, took out a set of tea sets and a small red clay stove from the ring, and started to make fire and boil tea. As time passed slowly, Draco and the other 2 rubbed their sleepy eyes and came to the lounge. Draco wanted to complain a little. He had insomnia last night, and now he got up so early. But seeing Shaw's peaceful tea-drinking posture and deep eyes, he swallowed his words again and followed Shaw's example to pick up the teacup Shaw handed him. As time approached 7 o'clock, the number of people in the lounge gradually increased. The 1st and 2nd graders were the most, all gathered around Shaw. Most of the 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders came, and only a few 6th and 7th graders came. After these people came, they gathered in groups of 3 or 5 and whispered, quietly discussing what Shaw was going to do today. Alice came over. She was obviously dressed up today. Her delicate facial features were slightly powdered, which made her look more noble. She wore a slim school uniform with a few accessories, but she looked elegant in a dress. Draco gave up his seat very experiencedly. Alice sat down slowly and said with some worry, "Sure, it's impossible for everyone to be present. What are you going to do?" Shaw said indifferently, "It's okay, my magic power has recovered." Although his words were calm, they made people's bones ache. In the last 5 minutes, the lounge was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. No one was talking, like the silence before a storm. As everyone's breathing became heavier, it was 7 o'clock. Shaw crossed the crowd and came to a high platform in the lounge, looking at the students who gathered there coldly. Seeing them yawning and looking lazy, he was so angry. Is this an elite college? However, Shaw had learned that it was not all the students' fault. Because the Wizarding Society is too small, good jobs are really scarce. Internal competition is serious, and the trend of being lazy is prevalent. The magic of magic is easy to be self-sufficient. People who do not pursue a high-quality life generally have no desire to become stronger. Therefore, the courses at Hogwarts are relatively relaxed. Under a certain concept of Dumbledore, the basic practice is happy education. Classes are held at 9 o'clock every day. After a big class in the morning, it is time to eat again. 2 classes in the afternoon last until 5 o'clock, and the day's courses are basically over. Therefore, people who are not particularly self-disciplined and studious basically cannot learn much in school. However, I will be a man who is determined to break the statute of secrecy and collect leaks of faith value from all over the world in the future. In this process, a large number of talents are naturally needed. Since the succession of the wizarding spirit has not yet begun, we can only cultivate it ourselves. So from today on, the relaxed learning atmosphere of Hogwarts will no longer exist, and the starting point is Slytherin. At this moment, everyone present was looking at Shor, wondering what he was going to announce and how to deal with those who did not arrive. Shor was a ruthless man who didn't say much. He just took out his wand and waved it. At the entrance of the dormitory, dozens of small blue water snakes slowly gathered. They began to swim through the cracks in the door into the dormitories with closed doors. After a while, muffled screams sounded one after another, and students with disheveled clothes and soaked bodies fled from the dormitory in a mess. Many people's steps were trembling and frivolous. This was not because of the cold, but because they were electrocuted. Several students who came out first began to curse. "Fuck Shor, are you crazy? Damn pureblood scum, I'm going to tell the dean that you attacked us. Ah, you will be expelled this time for sure." These people not only swore at Shor, but also drew their wands to cast a spell on Shor. But before they could finish the spell, a blue anaconda coiled over their heads and instantly wrapped several people in its body. Shor had used the water prison technique many times and had some experience. He could make the water prison hollow and grow tentacles with electric current from time to touch the people in the prison. In this way, punishment can be achieved without injury, and it can also make people remember deeply. No wonder the name of yang dial therapy, the nemesis of internet addiction in the previous life, was so notorious. The students who came out later, looking at the miserable appearance of several people in the anaconda, were so scared that they shut their mouths and immediately recalled the fear of being dominated on the train yesterday. Shor ignored those people and continued to speak indifferently. "Okay, now that everyone is here, as the new headmaster for the glory of Slytherin, I will announce 4 things. First, everyone must maintain an elegant demeanor at all times. Slytherin does not need sloppy and vulgar people. Walking, sitting, and lying must be meticulous. Second, abide by the study plan I set. Slytherin does not need ignorant people. From now on, all members will gather in the lounge at 7 o'clock every day for an hour of self-study in the morning, and gather at 7 o'clock in the evening for an hour of self-study in the evening. Third, set up a spell guidance club. Slytherin does not need weaklings. In the future, I will spend time teaching you spells on Saturdays and Sundays. Fourth, and the most important thing is to strictly prohibit blood discrimination. Don't mention pure blood supremacy. If I hear one sentence, I will punish you severely." Shor said it with great force. Naturally, some people who were dissatisfied wanted to interrupt, but the water prison technique taught them how to be human. Of course there will be resistance, but it's not a big deal. Just spend more magic to suppress it. The old bees trick is really useful. So with a burst of squeaking accompaniment, Shor continued. "The prefects of each grade, including the invisible prefect, will have a small meeting with me in a while. Well, Draco will be the prefect of the first grade in the future." "Okay, now you can speak. Who is in favor? Who is against?" After speaking, except for a few troublemakers trapped in the water dungeon and foaming at the mouth, no one dared to speak in the lounge. They all looked at Shor in horror. Even Draco, who was the prefect, opened his eyes wide. After a while, it was Alice who responded to Shor. She came to the front of the crowd and said loudly, "The chief is right. The atmosphere of Slytherin should have changed long ago. Elegance, strength, and honor are what we should pursue, not blind arrogance which will only lead to self-destruction." Draco's face kept changing, his fists were clenched tightly, and his mind kept thinking about what Shor said to him last night. Finally, he also stepped forward and shouted loudly, "I support the chief. Powerful, noble, and glorious, that's the real Slytherin." Goyle and Crabbe were two yes-men, foolishly following and shouting. Then, except for a few people, the first and second grade students also stepped forward to gather under Shor's stage. As Draco's childhood sweetheart, lion-headed Pansy Parkinson couldn't help but get anxious and hurried forward to pull Draco. "Draco, you're crazy. Do you know what you're doing? Uncle Malfoy will kill you." Draco shook off Pansy's hand and roared madly, "I know what I'm doing. The glory of pure blood has long been a thing of the past. I want to become stronger and rebuild the glory of my family, instead of holding on to decadent ideas and slowly waiting to die." Pansy felt that she didn't know Draco, a playmate who only knew how to summon Daddy, no matter what he did, and she was so confused. The heir of the Malfoy family announced his support for Shor, and gradually, more and more people raised their hands and shouted Shor's name. Noble, powerful, glorious. Shor, Shor, Shor. These shouting people also automatically squeezed out the pale and silent students from the crowd. And these people are basically the so-called pure blood and their followers, plus a few troublemakers who fell out of the water dungeon. There are about 20 or so from all grades. Shor looked at the eyes of the students and felt very happy. He looked at the progress of the system task Conquer Hogwarts, first ring, which is already 95%. Well, it seems that those troublemakers have to be dealt with a few more times. It is estimated that at least they will not be irritated in public to complete the task of the first ring. As for painting cakes for people now, it's useless. In the eyes of these people, his black family has already declined and can't give any actual benefits. It's better to cut the Gordian knot and directly use power and strength to force them. This is the most direct and fastest way to complete the task. After a few seconds of silence, he raised his hand to signal the shouting crowd to quiet down, and then said to those who were dissatisfied, "You can disagree with my ideas and rules, I don't care, but since you are in Slytherin, and I am the head, I will never allow you to be mediocre. You can privately criticize and insult me, but if you don't follow my rules, don't blame me for being ruthless." Shor's domineering aura made many people admire him. The younger the person, the more fanatical he was. Even Theodore Knott, a 28th grade pure-blooded student in the first grade, cheered for Shor, and her 6th grade sister Gloria would not leave no matter how she persuaded him in a low voice. Duo's character is not distorted. There will be a detailed explanation later. Alice's heart was pounding, and people like Shor were men worth following. In her eyes, Shor was really shining at this moment. The 20-odd people stammered, still wanting to refute indignantly, but when they saw several of their companions still twitching on the ground, they shut up tactfully. They made up their minds to go to Snape to complain and write a letter to their families. Seeing no objection, Shor waved his hand and ordered, "Since we are a little late today, we won't have morning self-study. You should clean up the common room and rearrange it to be suitable for study. Other prefects follow me." Shor took the lead and walked towards his room. There are 6 regular prefects in Slytherin, 2 each in the 5th, 6th, and 7th grades, plus 4 shadow prefects, exactly 10. However, only 7 people obeyed Shor's words. Those who didn't follow up included the 6th grade female prefect Gloria Knott, the 7th grade male prefect Montague, and a 4th grade shadow prefect, all of whom were part of the group of people who refused to obey. When Xiao reached the dormitory entrance, he suddenly turned around and looked at the 3 people who were still hesitating and said coldly, "Do you still want me to treat you? How about I ask the dean to directly deprive you of your status as class leaders? It is breakfast time in the Hall of Hogwarts. Except for those who count the seconds and stay in bed, most people are eating breakfast in the hall. The atmosphere in the hall today is also very strange." To be precise, the students at the other 3 long tables kept sneaking glances at Slytherin. Did those little snakes take the wrong medicine? They lined up to eat. Are they under the imperious curse? That's nothing. What's more outrageous is that a little snake greeted me politely just now. Tusk tusk, look at their dining etiquette, it's more awkward than before. The people in Slytherin were actually quite awkward, but after looking at Shaw, who was sitting in the first seat and eating meticulously, they continued to eat honestly. In their hearts they recited what Shaw taught them. As long as I am not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed. Shaw did not make any strict terms. The small meeting just now was just to clarify the supervision tasks of the prefects. In general, the purpose is to make these lazy students better. As for the concept, it has to be done subtly. He can't really turn Hogwarts into a military school. If he dares to do that, Dumbledore will probably be the first to disagree. At the long table of Ravenclaw, Harry sat down to chat with Hermione and couldn't help whispering. Is this the change that Shaw said? The speed is really fast. Now Hermione is also eating breakfast, imitating Shaw's elegant movements in the distance, and she can't help but admire him when she hears it. Yes, Shaw is really amazing. He conquered those people in just one night. Harry subconsciously imitated the elegant movement, but it was a little awkward. Hermione suddenly thought of something and turned her head to ask in surprise, "Where is Ron, who was with you? Why is he gone?" Harry was a little embarrassed and sighed again. He's still sleeping. He dragged Seamus to play wizard chess until late last night. I called them when I got up early, but it was useless. Hermione pouted. Harry, you should go to Slytherin. At the very least, you can come to Ravenclaw with me. Ron and the others are not motivated at all, and they will affect you. Harry didn't express any opinion, but a trace of pity flashed across his face. Hermione handed a universal spell book to Harry. This is a family heirloom book lent to me by Shaw. I have memorized all of it. It is indeed much more detailed than the standard spells. You can take it and read it. If you don't understand, you can ask me. If I don't understand, we can go and ask Shaw together. Okay. Harry didn't refuse. He took the book solemnly and looked up at Slytherin. Especially when he saw Draco, who was in high spirits beside him, he felt uncomfortable. Obviously, they knew Shaw at the same time. Draco and Alice sat on Shaw's left and right. Alice took a sip of milk and said softly, "Shor, my grandfather told me that he has persuaded the 8 school directors not to trouble you for the time being, but some purebloods have already complained to the Ministry of Magic. Should we be more restrained?" Shor swallowed a steamed bun and looked at Alice confidently with burning eyes. "Minister Fudge is still the headmaster's yes-man. There is no need to worry about the Ministry of Magic for the time being. Next year I will make those pureblood families have no time to care about me. At most 2 years I will not be afraid of anything." Alice blushed a little when Shaw stared at her. She knew that this was not admiration but pure worship. "Well, I believe you, but I let my grandfather keep a closer eye on you." Draco nodded hurriedly on the side. I will also try to convince my father." Shor glanced at Draco and thought that you might be disappointed. At this moment, a group of owls flew in from outside the hall. They kept circling above the hall and swooped down after finding the target. For a while, the hall was in chaos, but the experienced people had already eaten. The same was true for Slytherin, but everyone was too busy to pay attention to their own desks. Because there were too many owls in front of Shaw, and these owls did not bring gifts, but howling letters. Dozens of howling letters automatically floated from the feet of the owls into the air, and at the same time automatically opened to become an anthropomorphic blood-red mouth. These letters were densely packed and quite scary. Draco and the others looked at them in horror and quickly covered their ears, but Shaw smiled disdainfully and just waved his hand lightly. A group of rotating water flow appeared out of thin air, wrapping the letters in the water, and the roars that had not yet been made were blocked by the heavy water wall. Then a ball of fire appeared out of nowhere in the hollow water and quickly burned all the roaring letters. Everyone in the hall looking at Shaw's smooth movements. Draco didn't know how to evaluate them for a moment. After a long while, Draco gave a thumbs up. Cool. Originally, several bruised senior students were waiting to see the joke, but when they saw Shaw deal with the howler letter so neatly, they said something in their hearts, but they didn't know whether to say it or not. After there was no more excitement to watch, everyone started to sit down and open their gifts. At this time, Marcus ran to Shaw breathlessly and shouted arrogantly, Shor, the dean asked you to go over, haha, you're done. Shor was not in a hurry. He took the napkin and slowly wiped the corners of his mouth before standing up, and stretched out his hand to signal other students who wanted to stand up with him to sit down. Only then did he look at the person who went to tell tales with a smile on his face. Marcus was really a very useful chicken. Marcus felt a little uncomfortable being stared at, and said in a timid manner, "What are you looking at? The dean will take back your appointment as the chief in a while. You won't be so arrogant for long." Shor turned and walked toward Snape's office in the basement, leaving only one sentence. "Bucktooth chicken, enjoy the good time this morning. The rest of your life will be full of nightmares." Draco quickly picked up Shaw and his textbooks, glared at Marcus, who was telling tales, and chased in the direction where Shaw left with 2 followers. Marcus and others scratched their heads. What does Shaw mean? Why are you so calm? Monta, who had just sat not far from Shaw, sighed and explained. Is your head really a giant? The dean didn't do anything to Shaw last night, and he won't do anything to Shaw today. Although I don't know what he showed the dean, it doesn't matter. You just wait to be hung on the wall lamp all night. No one will save you tonight. Walking in the dark basement, Shaw thought about why Slytherin people like this dark environment. Maybe they enjoy loneliness. Arriving in front of Snape's office, the door opened automatically without waiting for knocking. Shaw smiled and stepped in. The smell in the room was very strange, and the temperature here was quite cold. The shelves along the walls were full of bottles and jars, and some of the jars were soaked with the remains of some animals. With this dim environment, it can be used directly without any decoration for shooting a thriller. But Shaw knew that the materials and potions on those shelves were all priceless, and it was easy to exchange them for tens of thousands of galleons. One of the 2 super invisible rich people in Hogwarts is here. Well, it's a good place to get wool. The owner of this room is standing at a workbench and brewing potions. Even with his back to him, you can see that he is skilled in his movements. If it weren't for his greasy hair, he would still be quite elegant. Do you know why I called you here? Shaw said frankly while looking at the good things on the shelves. The dean asked me to come here to praise me. Shor's shameless words almost broke Snape's defense. He turned around and glared at Shaw and said coldly, He, this is really the funniest joke I have heard this year. Tell me, why should I praise you? I hope your dog mouth can be as extraordinary as your face." Shor took a few steps forward and watched Snape brewing a golden potion. He was familiar with this. The Felixir, Snape, is worthy of being a potion master. An idea flashed through his mind and he said it. Slytherin gives people a very bad stereotype. It is a hotbed of dark wizards in the eyes of some people. Didn't the dean suffer from it in his early years? So it's time to change. Snape looked at Shaw fiercely with cold eyes as if he was choosing someone to bite. What do you know? Did your father tell you? Or did Sirius, that idiot? Shaw looked Snape in the eye without fear and answered the question irrelevantly. Dean, let me discuss something with you. Do you want Harry's ugly photo? When the Felixir is ready, let me have a few drops. Snape felt that he had seen something new. The Black family was indeed full of weirdos. He waved his sleeves and continued to question. You seem to have corporal punishment on students. The headmaster doesn't seem to have this right. How should this be explained? Aren't you afraid that the parents' yelling letters will fill your doghouse? Oh, I have just burned dozens of yelling letters, and the students were not injured. How can it be considered corporal punishment? At best, it is called loving care. Snape was choked and turned around to continue brewing the potion, saying in a faint tone, You are such an arrogant kid. The power of the pure-blood family is stronger than you think. You will be expelled. I am not arrogant and I believe in the principle. He will help me with it. Hey, your shameful tricks again. Everyone has their own needs, right? Snape thought he was already very good at making fun of people, but he didn't expect to see it today, so he said impatiently, Go away. Don't cause me any more trouble. Okay, Harry's ugly photos must be delivered next week, and the dean must support me. Shor took a bottle of energy potion from the shelf, and then walked out with his hands behind his back. This action made Snape laugh. Shor came to the corridor outside and saw Draco and the other 2 squatting in the corner. Seeing that Shaw still walked out with a calm face, several people couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Shor, the dean didn't make things difficult for you, did he?" Shor took the lead and walked to the third floor, stretching out his hand to show the bottle in his hand. "How could that be? The dean is actually a good person, and he gave me a bottle of energy potion and asked me to do a good job." Draco couldn't believe it. He knew the temper of Professor Snape, who often came to his house, but seeing that Shaw didn't seem to be lying, he couldn't help but want to worship him. Several people walked towards the charms classroom. This morning was the Transfiguration class, and they were studying with Gryffindor. One of the main features of Hogwarts is the spiral staircase. Its temper is just like the thoughts of some young ladies, always making people guess where the staircase will lead to next time. Shaw and his friends who came from the dungeon wanted to go to the third floor, but now they are on the fifth floor for some reason. Draco and his friends were stunned, and Shaw was also scratching his head. It was indeed a taboo for military strategists not to know the intelligence in advance. "Shor, shall we continue to go up the stairs? It's almost time for class. I heard that Professor McGonagall has a bad temper." Shaw glanced at the entrance to the third floor below, which was only a dozen meters away from them. He gritted his teeth and retreated behind the three people, took out his wand and shouted, "You jump!" Draco and his friends were just confused, and their backs were suddenly pushed off the platform by a strong force, which scared them and made them scream and call for their mothers. Shaw followed suit and waved his wand while falling rapidly. When the four of them were about to reach the third floor, they slowly fell down like floating catkins under the effect of the level 3 levitation charm. Draco and the other two turned pale. Their eyes were filled with tears, but when they landed safely, they hugged each other and shouted excitedly, "Draco, go back and find the senior students to record the rules of the spiral staircase." Shaw avoided Draco's embrace with disdain and walked quickly towards the Transfiguration classroom. The Transfiguration classroom is a circular stepped classroom with rows of desks distributed in a fan shape and many pointed windowsills around, making it look bright and clean. When Shaw came in, he saw a tabby cat squatting on the podium in front of him. He thought for a moment and decided not to provoke the older cat lady. He walked towards the desk area. At this moment, most of the students from the Snake College were there, but there were still many students from the Lion College. Harry, who was sitting in the first row, stood up and greeted Shaw when he saw him. "Shor here." Shor was stunned and a little surprised. He didn't expect Harry to come so early. He seemed to be reading seriously just now, but his best friend Ron was not around. He had thought that after tricking Hermione into going to Ravenclaw, Harry and Ron should be more in cahoots and degenerate. But now the situation is a bit wrong. Don't let the main plot be ruined. He is still planning to intercept it at the end of the term. Shaw came to sit down next to Harry and asked tentatively, "Harry, are you alone?" Harry was also very honest and said with an expression that could not be hidden, "Huh, yes, Ron and Seamus got up late." Shor saw a flash of disgust in Harry's eyes, and his heart was shocked. Would the kind savior be led astray? At this time, Draco also came over and hugged Harry's shoulders enthusiastically. "Hey, good morning, Harry." Harry turned around and saw that it was Draco and greeted him shyly. "Well, good morning, Draco. Oh, and these two, why are your eyes red?" Draco sat down next to Harry, raised his head, and began to brag in his usual tone. "Harry, this is because Shaw took us on a 4-way flight just now. It was so cool. And you don't know what I have experienced from yesterday to now. Shaw and I have been so exciting." Harry was curious and waiting to hear the next part. Shaw didn't care about Draco's bragging, but he felt something was wrong when he listened to it. In order to avoid the attack of the necromancer, he quickly interrupted. "Draco, shut up. Talking with your head raised doesn't show your nobility. It will only let others see your disgusting nose hair." Draco's expression suddenly stiffened and he almost couldn't breathe, so he lowered his head and coughed. Harry looked left and right, and the more he looked, the more he felt something was fishy. Could it be? Sure enough, children born in the UK have crooked brains. At the right time, the bell for class rang. Professor McGonagall on the podium also jumped down and completed her transformation under the shocked eyes of the little wizards. Professor McGonagall, with her full aura, glanced at the whole audience and found that some students dared to be late. At this moment, 2 students ran in from the door in a panic. They were Harry's roommates Ron and Seamus. "Sorry, Professor, we got lost and were trapped by the spiral staircase, so..." Professor McGonagall was very dissatisfied that a student dared to be late for her class, and it was from her own college. "I think I should turn you into a map and a pocket watch respectively, so that you won't get lost. Gryffindor, deduct 5 points. Everyone, go back to your seats and don't do it again." Ron and Seamus lowered their heads and hurried to the desk area. Seeing that the back row was occupied, they had to sit in the second row. They wanted to say hello to Harry, but they shrank their heads under Professor McGonagall's death stare. Shor felt the older cat girl who didn't go to RUA before was right. When Professor McGonagall got ruthless, she even deducted the points of students from her own college. McGonagall felt it necessary to give the freshmen a warning. "If anyone is naughty in my class, ask him to leave and never come back." McGonagall waved her wand easily, and the podium immediately turned into a lively pig, running flexibly along the aisle between the desks, which made the students happy and eager to learn immediately. Transfiguration is the most complicated, dangerous, and interesting magic you have learned in Hogwarts. As a professor, I want to warn you to be cautious. After McGonagall turned the pig back to the podium, she used her wand to outline rows of words on the blackboard, all of which were the iron laws and rules of transformation. If you want to learn transfiguration well, you can't do without solid theoretical knowledge. Why are you just watching stupidly? Why don't you take notes quickly? The students began to take notes disappointedly while listening to Professor McGonagall's explanation of the boring theory one by one. Shaw didn't know how other people were doing, but he was really serious in his studies, which was different from reading a textbook. Professor McGonagall was indeed a master of transfiguration. The basic theories were explained in a simple and easy-to-understand way, which was exactly the magic theory that Shaw lacked the most. Although he was now using spells with transfiguration attributes, it was all thanks to the assistance of the system. The theory class lasted for about an hour. After Professor McGonagall stopped, she gave each student a match and asked the students to turn it into a silver needle. Shaw didn't practice it. After he increased his transfiguration talent to 5 points, it was no longer difficult to turn a silver needle into a small trick, so he kept thinking about the notes he had just recorded. Harry and Draco beside him kept gesturing at the match with their wands, but the match didn't change at all. They all looked at Shaw, who was reading seriously, and Harry asked in confusion, "Shaw, why don't you practice?" Before Shaw could answer, Ron, who was sitting in a row behind him, started to sneer. "Tusk, I thought the great genius Shaw could do everything, but he's just as good as us." Harry's face changed and Draco stood up suddenly. "Damn red-haired boy, say it again if you dare." Except Draco, all the students from the nearby Snake Academy stood up and stared at Ron. Ron felt a little guilty, but he still said with his neck stiff, "You're still right, but Shaw is good at pretending. Even if he's just as bad as us, he still looks so unfathomable." Professor McGonagall saw the movement here and came over to scold. "What are you doing if you don't practice well?" The momentum of the people in the confrontation immediately weakened, and they were all afraid of the serious Professor McGonagall. Shaw put down the book, didn't even look at Ron behind him, and explained to Professor McGonagall, "Professor Draco and the others asked me to demonstrate it to them." McGonagall became interested. "Oh, so you've already learned it, Shaw." Shor didn't waste any words, took out his wand and pointed it at the match on the table. Everyone nearby stared at him intently. Harry and Draco were full of confidence in him, and Ron, with jealous eyes, whispered, "May Merlin bless Shaw to fail." But then, something happened that stunned everyone. The match Shaw pointed at did not turn into a silver needle, but slowly expanded into a silver longsword with flowing brilliance. The red gems inlaid on the longsword sparkled. There were some exquisite patterns on the hilt. The sharp sword body shone with cold light, and the whole sword was very dazzling. The big sword is mine. Draco and Harry happily fought for the sword, both wanting to take it for themselves. In the end, Draco, who got the big sword, stabbed Ron's head with the sword a few times, making Ron's face as red as his hair, and his fists were almost clenched with water. Professor McGonagall's pupils shrank for a second. She recognized that this sword was a replica of the sword of Gryffindor. She was even more amazed at Shaw's talent for transformation. After taking a deep breath, she slowly said, 10 points for Slytherin, Shaw. You have excellent talent for transformation. Give more guidance to your classmates. By the way, come to my office after class. Got it, Professor. Shor bowed slightly and agreed. Even if the professor didn't say it, he still had a lot of questions to ask. In the following class, Shaw didn't continue reading but carefully instructed Draco and Harry. You can't cast spells without thinking. You have to imagine the structure of the silver needle in your mind first. Well, take the 2 needles I made and observe them for 10 minutes. The 2's talent for transformation can only be said to be a little better than that of ordinary people. Under Shaw's hands-on teaching, they could only barely transform into a needle shape before get out of class ended, and the material was still wood. But even so, they were so happy that they lost their way. After all, things are afraid of comparison. Because Seamus behind him had exploded twice, Ron almost broke his wand, worthy of being a dragon and a phoenix. After class, Harry and Draco went to eat together, and it seemed that the 2 had become good friends for the time being. Shaw followed Professor McGonagall to the office, wondering what good things he could get besides asking questions. Professor McGonagall is not only a professor of transfiguration, but also the vice president, the real power manager of Hogwarts. So her office is naturally spacious, but the decoration here is not luxurious. In addition to the ubiquitous Quidditch elements, it is full of school affairs. The office full of documents and the cabinets full of materials all show the great contribution of Professor McGonagall to Hogwarts. Shaw saw it, but it didn't hurt his heart. Instead, he thought in his heart that he would have to find a similar assistant after he succeeded in his career. After sitting down in her office chair, Professor McGonagall took out a notebook from the drawer, looked at it for a few times, and handed it to Shaw at the desk. This is the experience of transfiguration that I summarized when I was in school. Your talent is no longer suitable for the normal teaching progress, so the notebook is given to you. If you don't understand it in the future, come and ask me. Shaw took the notebook, but he was not surprised. This is all as it should be, politely bowed to thank him. Thank you, Professor. McGregor pursed her lips, hesitated for a few seconds, and then said, This morning, some students reported that you implemented some rules in Slytherin that were not in the school rules. As the vice president, I need to ask about it. Shor was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that someone would report the situation to McGregor. He thought about it and said frankly, Professor, to be precise, it's not a rule. Those requirements are the qualities that a qualified Slytherin should have. It is also the original intention of the founder of Slytherin to establish this college. I am just tracing the source. McGregor was a little speechless. She really couldn't find a rebuttal for a while. After all, she wanted to implement the 3 points that Shaw asked in her own college. After thinking about it, she decided to discuss with Albus and then make a decision, so she instructed. It's a good thing to help classmates make progress, but I hope you will pay attention to the means. Corporal punishment is strictly prohibited in Hogwarts. Shor showed a warm smile. I see, Professor. Then do you have any questions about transfiguration? Shor saw the fatigue in Professor McGonagall's eyes and the piles of documents on the desk, so he said sensibly, Not yet. I will come back to bother you after I finish reading the notebook you gave me. Professor McGonagall's serious expression became a little kinder. Well, let's go to lunch. Goodbye, Professor. Watching Shaw walk out calmly, McGonagall sighed, always feeling that Shaw's character was very contradictory, and he couldn't tell what was weird about it. Shor passed by the hall and looked at the hall from a distance, only to see Draco, Harry, and Hermione sitting together at the long table of Ravenclaw. Is this the new trio? This plot is a bit twisted. Shor laughed dumbly. "Forget it, I can't care." He didn't enter the hall and went straight back to the dormitory. He nodded to the little snake passing by along the way and asked Cretch to get some food after returning to the dormitory. He began to read the transfiguration tips given by McGonagall while eating. He was absorbed in reading for 2 hours and only came back to his senses when Draco came to him and said it was time for the charms class. On the way to the charms classroom, he was still thinking. The transfiguration master was a master, and he explained some key points of transfiguration in a simple and easy-to-understand way. He also mentioned that the ultimate secret of transfiguration was to give soul to dead things. Of course, this soul was not a real soul, but a kind of activation. Of course, this soul could also be a real soul, but Professor McGonagall said that was a realm of conjecture, and Dumbledore did not achieve it either. Shaw vaguely felt that no matter spells, potions, or alchemy, the ultimate research was to explore the soul to gain eternal life. However, these were not what Shaw could take care of for the time being, but they made him know the steps he needed to take to improve his transfiguration skills. With a plan in mind, he arrived at the charms classroom unknowingly. The layout of the charms classroom is similar to that of the transfiguration classroom. The most distinctive one is the charms Professor Flitwick. This is a surprisingly small wizard who is suspected to have goblin blood. During class, he has to stand on a pile of books to reach the desk. Today's charms class is 2 classes in a row, which is considered a large class, and it is still held together with Ravenclaw College. Shaw took Draco to sit in the first row, just next to Hermione. Draco has good talent and is not resistant to this exclusive area for academic masters, but this is hard for Goyle and Crabbe, 2 poor students. Sitting in the first row is as awkward as having hemorrhoids on their buttocks. Hermione watched Shaw sit down next to him, and she was a little excited, but because of the professor, she could only say good afternoon. The spell taught by Professor Flitwick today is the levitation charm. Shaw did not because his levitation charm reached 3. I was distracted when I was at the level. Again, his understanding of magic was very shallow, and the more he pursued, the more he should pay attention to the basics. Professor Flitwick had a shrill voice and explained the spells in detail. He was also very patient. He knew everything about Shaw, who raised his hand from time to time to ask some details. The other party often made him suddenly realize something with just one word, and even applied it to other things. Hearing Shaw's inferences, Flitwick not only gave Shaw extra points, but also said that students like Shaw who were eager for knowledge should enter Ravenclaw. The little snakes were no longer surprised, and the chief should be so excellent. Hermione was a little skeptical about life. She also gave extra points to Ravenclaw, but the questions she answered were all rote. Shaw never took the initiative to answer questions, but got the answers after asking questions, and got extra points by inferences. She planned to ask about this doubt after class. The second class was a practical class, and each person was given a feather. As expected, Shaw was the first to correctly use the levitation charm, and this time he blocked the system assistants and only used the correct spell and swinging of the cane. Shaw realized the difference between the two. To put it in a metaphor, using the system assistants is like using a tickle to stop an itch, which will feel alienated. If you cast the spell purely by yourself, it will be as refreshing as scratching it yourself. After being awarded points by Flitwick again, Hermione also succeeded in casting the spell and was also awarded points by the professor. Draco struggled for a while but still failed to cast the spell, so he looked at Shaw eagerly. Shaw changed seats with him out of fun, pointed at Hermione and started reading his notes. Draco looked very confused. He had eaten with Hermione and Harry in the Great Hall before, but Harry was the palliative, and he did not take the initiative to talk to Hermione. Now Shaw asked him to ask Hermione for advice, which made the arrogant Draco want to die. He opened his mouth several times but couldn't speak. Hermione naturally knew what Shaw meant, and she couldn't help but feel a little proud. Shaw saw that Draco was struggling for a long time, so he had to say something. "Draco, it's not shameful to ask for help from someone who is stronger than you. Didn't you say that you have abandoned the idea of pure blood supremacy? Why are you saying one thing and thinking another? Draco's face turned red, and a strand of his platinum hair fell down and curved into an S shape, just like his tangled heart. Shor stretched out his hand to smooth his hair. A big back hair is the most handsome. Draco raised his head, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and tried to keep a straight face. Hermione, please teach me how to cast the levitation spell. But don't be proud, I will definitely learn other spells before you in the future. Hermione laughed and suddenly felt that Draco was quite cute. She coughed and said seriously, I just observed your spell casting. Your spell pronunciation is not accurate. Wingardium Leviosa, the sound of mu should be long and clear. I will show you. Hermione used her wand to cast a spell on the feather on the table. Wingardium tilde mu tilde tilde Leviosa. The feather slowly floated up after hearing the sound. Draco didn't say anything but just silently took his wand and started practicing. Hermione didn't care and continued to teach seriously. 10 minutes later, Draco finally succeeded in casting the spell. Before he had time to be happy, Shor spoke. Draco, thank Hermione, then go teach Goyle and Crabbe. Draco's joyful expression immediately solidified, and the platinum hair on his forehead turned into. When Professor Flitwick announced the end of Get Out of Class, Hermione asked Shor, Shor, why am I? Shor was afraid that Hermione's gattling mouth would keep asking questions, so he quickly waved his hand. I know what you want to ask. It's actually very simple. Reading is not about rote memorization. If you want to have a deep knowledge, you need to think and ponder over and over again. People's energy is limited, so you have to make some choices in the choice of knowledge. Hermione, you read too many books. Although you are knowledgeable, you are just studying hard. Hermione was stunned for a moment. Shor had said it very clearly. She was a bookworm. She would memorize anything she felt necessary, but she didn't think for herself. If she followed this path, she might become a strong person, but she would never become a super strong person. Shor didn't disturb Hermione's meditation. He raised his legs and walked out again, but failed again. It was Draco who was blocking the road. His handsome, slicked-back hair had long been rubbed into a mess by himself, and it was full of sweat stains, and he was very tired. Shor, why should I teach two idiots? Behind him, Goyle and Crabbe lowered their heads in shame. Shor was so tired. It was not good to be reborn too young. He was surrounded by a group of immature children. He always had to be a spiritual mentor. Draco, do you think the gap between you and me is bigger, or is it the gap between you and Goyle and the others? Draco was puzzled by the question, but he still answered honestly. It should be the gap between me and you. After all, I can't even use the levitation spell properly. Shor continued to teach earnestly. In that case, if I refuse to teach you in the future and despise you for your low strength and unworthy of following me, will you cry? Draco was stunned. He was also a smart man and immediately understood what Shor meant. You mean that the weak are not worthy of following you. Similarly, I cannot have weak people under my command, and as their leader, I have to be responsible for improving their strength. Shor was stunned and thought well, so he patted his shoulder. Well, I barely understand the first level of meaning. Let's go, it's time to eat. Hermione also came back to her senses at this time, silently hugged several large leisure books in her arms, and prepared to return them to the library later. Several people walked towards the hall together, and Shor and Draco returned to the Slytherin table. Hermione knew that they would have to go back to the lounge for evening self-study after dinner, so she didn't go together. Not long after she returned to the Ravenclaw table, Harry got rid of Ron and came to find her. Ron and the others said that the homework is due next week, so there is no need to rush to write it. They also want to invite me to play wizard chess. Then why don't you go? Shor has organized the entire Slytherin to study in the evening, and Draco can study with Shor at any time. If I don't work hard, the gap between us will only get bigger and bigger. Harry, you have grown up, and you will definitely become a great person like your parents in the future. 7:30 p.m. Slytherin. The lounge is arranged into 6 areas, and in each area, sofas and flat tables are arranged in a circle. At this moment, the seats are basically full of people, all writing homework seriously, making rustling sounds. Several senior class leaders and excellent students have been arranged with a schedule to patrol on time, and they must seriously tutor those who don't understand. So the learning atmosphere in the entire lounge is pretty good. Of course, there are also those who are just filling in the numbers, such as those pure-blood thorns who always whisper to each other about something, but it doesn't hurt the overall situation. On the wall lamp next to him, there were 3 people hanging again, all of whom were late and hiding in the dormitory. Well, Marcus is still on the list. At this moment, Shaw was sitting on a small sofa on the high platform reading a book. He could overlook the whole scene just by looking up. This was the layout of personal worship he deliberately created. Under the subtle influence, the blind obedience in the heart could quietly take shape. At the entrance of the lounge, Snape hid in the shadows, looking at the orderly Slytherin, and his heart was quite complicated. With empty eyes, he glanced at Shaw, who was elegant and indifferent on the high platform, and a figure in his memory gradually overlapped with the other party. Snape clenched his fists, waved his robe sleeves, turned around and floated away. Not long after, Snape was already standing at the door of the principal's office. Cockroach pile. After reciting the password, the spiral staircase appeared. Snape stepped up and pushed the door directly. Oh, it's Severus. Dumbledore, who was teasing Fawkes in front of the bird stand, knew who the person was without turning around. Snape didn't waste any words and asked directly, "The omnipotent headmaster, why did you help Shaw resist the pressure from the outside world? You should have expelled him directly. Do you know what he is doing in Slytherin now? I seem to see another mysterious person again." Dumbledore Lido turned around and looked at Snape through his blue glasses. "Sure. As the headmaster, isn't it natural for him to protect students from wind and rain? And what kind of person he can become also requires us teachers to guide him." Snape punched the desk, and the bang startled the previous headmasters who were dozing in the picture frame on the wall. Then look at what he has done now. He's about to turn Slytherin into his own barracks. It won't be long before he has his own Death Eaters like that man back then. In the picture frame, Phineas Black couldn't help but curse. "You scum, how can my great-grandson be a bad guy? He is recasting the glory of Slytherin. You don't deserve it." Snape waved his wand casually, and Phineas immediately shut up. He still stared at Dumbledore. Dumbledore sat down after returning to his desk and said warmly, "Isn't Slytherin College getting better now? As the dean, shouldn't you be happy? Severus, you are too sensitive. You know Shaw has love." Snape had enough of Dumbledore's hypocrisy, and his voice became even colder. "I don't care what dirty deal you have with that arrogant boy. Even if there is a third Dark Lord, it's not my concern. I just ask you, are you sure that man is not dead?" When Dumbledore mentioned this, his expression became a little serious. "Severus, I feel that he has returned. I just hope my trap is useful. Please protect Harry. His eyes are very similar to Lily's." Snape took a few deep breaths and barely suppressed the guilt and longing in his heart. I know." After that, he regained his indifference again, flicked his robe sleeves, turned around and slammed the door like a big bat. Dumbledore tapped the table lightly with his hands, wondering what he was thinking about. On the desk, there was a letter from the International Confederation of Wizards, which reported on the unusual movements of the remnants of the witch party. Alas, Tom seems to have returned and Gellert is in trouble again. As for Shaw, let's wait and see for now. I hope he can really find the Horcrux. Dumbledore stood up with a tired look and instructed Fawkes, "Please send me to Nurmengard." Austria, Nurmengard. Dumbledore looked up at the familiar slogan on the tower, "For the greater good." Memories flashed in his eyes, sweet, bitter, and so on. Although Nurmengard is a prison, it has never been high walls and thick walls that trap people. Perhaps it can't be trapped now. At this time, more than a dozen energetic old men emerged from the tower, and they all took out their wands and pointed them at Dumbledore. "Dumbledore, how dare you come here? Damn it, form a formation, protect the master." Dumbledore was surprised at the mental state of these die-hard saints and did not take their threats seriously. Abernathy appeared at the entrance, straightened his back and looked directly at Dumbledore. "Let him come over, the master summons him." Dumbledore walked past the crowd calmly and winked at them. The saints were trembling with anger. They came to the top floor with familiarity, but when they arrived in front of the cell, Dumbledore hesitated. "Since you are here, just come in, you are still so indecisive." Grindelwald's voice came from the inner room. Dumbledore sighed slightly, stretched out his hand to push open the door and walked in. The dilapidated cell in memory is no longer there, replaced by an extremely familiar scene. Is it familiar? Even if I have never been to the principal's office of Hogwarts, I can still decorate the room to your favorite look. Grindelwald, who was looking at the scenery from the window, teased, but careful people could detect that his voice was slightly trembling. Dumbledore came to the desk, took a piece of candy from the pile of desserts that were obviously prepared for him, put it in his mouth, and said vaguely, "You are always so considerate, this damn charm." Grindelwald turned around and took a few steps to Dumbledore, and his nose almost touched his face. The familiar breath came into his nose, and Grindelwald couldn't help but take a long breath. Although the two of them had more spiritual resonance before, the 2 months of living together in the valley had already engraved each other's breath into their bones. "Your breath is still full of sweet fragrance, so fascinating, but unfortunately it doesn't belong to me alone." After saying that, he turned around abruptly, came to the desk and sat down and restored his domineering look. "Come on, Albus, what are you doing here to see if I'm rotten?" Dumbledore rubbed his temples and then he also became serious. "Gellert, I should ask you what you want to do. You promised me that you would stay here forever." Grindelwald became careless again. "Don't worry, I'm over 100 years old. I don't have the spirit to destroy the world. I just want to be better. Are you so cruel to me now? Are you really willing to watch me suffer?" Dumbledore rested his palms on the table, leaned over and looked at Grindelwald, pleading. "Gellert, please answer me directly. What do you want to do?" At close range, both of them could feel each other's breathing. Grindelwald couldn't help but reach out and gently straighten Dumbledore's collar and said softly, "Alas, I can't always refuse your request. Okay, the future I predicted has changed. Don't worry, Albus, I won't cause you any trouble." Dumbledore closed his eyes and pondered for a few seconds. The two knew each other well, so Gellert's words could not be believed, but he also got the answer he wanted. After opening his eyes, Dumbledore took out a broken necklace from his bosom and placed it on the table. "I will often visit you, an old widower. If you really want something, you can tell me and let those people move less." Dumbledore left for a long time, and Grindelwald still stared at the necklace on the table in a daze. This broken blood oath hinted that the relationship between the two was no longer the same as before, and Albus would always stare at him. "Cruel and philanthropic guy, huh? Who else would love you except me?" Hogwarts, Slytherin Common Room. It's 8 o'clock. Everyone will automatically disperse. As Shor announced the end of the evening self-study, some people couldn't help but make a noise, but seeing that others were staring at them, they quickly shut up embarrassedly. Then they all started to pack up their things, and their movements were as decent as possible. Some people were still concentrating on doing their homework. When everyone passed by the high platform, they basically bowed slightly to Shaw. Heir also nodded politely. Except for those who were still doing their homework, after everyone else returned to the dormitory, Shaw turned to the 3 people hanging on the wall lamp. "Are you convinced now?" The 3 people were cast under the throat-locking and tongue-sealing curse, so they could only nod to show their submission. Shaw looked at the progress of conquering Hogwarts, 1 ring, which was still stuck at 99%. After sighing and waving his hand, 3 basketball-sized rotating water balls appeared above the heads of the 3 people, and Shaw asked again, "Are you convinced?" The 3 people looked terrified and nodded more. Seeing that the progress was still unchanged, Shaw could only convince people with virtue and pressed his palm down. The water ball immediately fell on the heads of the 3 people, and they couldn't help but groan in the electric water. Their bodies couldn't stop shaking, and their eyeballs began to roll up. Shaw also heard a sound of people sucking in cold air from the direction of the dormitory behind him. Before he could continue to ask the people on the wall lamp if they were convinced, he heard the prompt sound that the task progress had been completed. Heir was slightly surprised, and felt that he had made a mistake. Maybe the three people on the wall lamp had already convinced, and the one who was not convinced was a guy in the dormitory behind him who was not convinced. Oh, it doesn't matter. Ding, conquer Hogwarts, first ring completed. Reward 1,000 first level faith points. Ding, issue the task, conquer Hogwarts, second ring. Gain the hearts of students from the other three colleges, progress 12%. Task reward, 200 second level faith points, 1 legendary point. Heir glanced at the new task. The reward was really good, and there was also a legendary point, but the difficulty was too high. After all, it was not convenient for him to operate in other colleges. Fortunately, it was just to gain people's hearts. He should only make those people admire or like him. The progress itself reached 12%, which was very telling. Heir came back to his senses and saw that the three people on the wall lamp were foaming at the mouth, so he quickly waved his hand to tear off the water ball. By the way, I got the three of them down. It was already like this, so it was not suitable to hang around all night. He was kind after all. He asked people to send the wounded back to the dormitory, and then he returned to his own dormitory. When he came in, he saw Draco scolding Goyle and Crabbe for being idiots with a black face. The two little fat guys were trembling and were casting spells on the feathers on the bed with their wands. Shaw smiled and stepped forward to pat Draco on the shoulder. Be patient, use love to influence them. This process can also be regarded as a tempering of your character. For those who achieve great things, a calm character is very important. Draco's face fell and he complained in his heart, "Love is bullshit, you don't need to teach me." But he said honestly, "I know." Shaw saw that Draco was not very motivated and knew that if he wanted Malfoy to run, he had to give Malfoy grass. So he took out a special alchemical playing card from the ring and shook it in front of him. "Do you know him?" Draco's eyes immediately became hot, and his eyes followed the shaking poker cards. "Yeah, I know. This is the alchemical prop you used on the train. It's amazing." Shor continued to shake the poker cards in his hand like teasing a puppy. "You want it very much, right?" Draco looked eager. "Can you give it to me? If you teach Goyle and Crabbe 10 practical spells, including the disarming charm and the armor charm, it will be yours." Draco became interested. "Really?" Shor rolled his eyes at him, put away the poker cards, and sat down on his bed. He began to seriously inject the water prison in the form of a water python into the card in his hand. And Draco regrouped, threw his drooping hair back, turned around and said seriously to Goyle and Crabbe, "You two can't learn the levitation spell tonight, so you're not allowed to sleep." Goyle and Crabbe looked at Shaw in the distance with resentment. Their hearts were very complicated. They also knew that Shaw was doing this for their own good, to make them stronger, but their understanding. Shaw concentrated for 2 hours before he finished a poker card. Today was only one day of class, so his speed was a little faster than before. It's worth taking classes seriously, but I don't know when I can realize the card version of Wanji and Gizon. Putting the cards away, he only planned to get one tonight and then opened the system to check. Host, Shaw. Occupation, wizard/poker magician. Magic, 40, adult 100, talent, thunder element affinity max, water element affinity level 1, Parseltongue level 1, dark magic 8, Azkaban. Transfiguration 5, superb talent. Expand, talent points 1. Skills, occlumency max. Black magic, level 3, killing curse. White magic, level 5, water prison, level 5, birds flock. Level 1, faith, 1700. / level 2, faith, 67. / level 3, faith, 0. Mission, seize the Savior's reputation, ring 1, reward 10,000, level 1, faith, 1 legendary point. Conquer Hogwarts, ring 2, reward 200, level 2, faith, 1 legendary point. Inherit the Witch Party, reward 300, level 2, faith, 1 legendary point. The rewards for the 3 missions are indeed tempting, but the difficulty is getting harder and harder, and there is not much faith left. Shaw sighed. Alas, it's so hard to become stronger. He gritted his teeth and prepared to go to the room of requirement on the 8th floor at night, where there is still a wool to be pulled. But when he looked up, he saw Draco teaching Goyle and Crabbe with a stern face. It was not easy to walk. He could not destroy his self-centered personality. He could only give up and read the transfiguration experience given by Professor McGonagall. There was no conversation that night. No, there was still something to say that night. Draco didn't teach the two idiots until 3 in the morning, and after hundreds of millions of brain cells died, he finally taught them. And his own levitation spell was almost at the level of a second-level spell, which was definitely better than Hermione. Draco suddenly understood the second reason why Shaw asked him to teach the two idiots. Then there was really no conversation that night. At 6:30 in the morning, Draco felt that he had just fallen asleep, and he was electrocuted and fell under the bed again. After Draco climbed out from under the bed with dark circles under his eyes, he looked at Shaw, who was about to go out with a face full of resentment. The brother cried, "It's so hard to become strong." But when he washed up and went to the first-year study area in the lounge with 2 followers, he immediately returned to his nature. He raised his chin and started to brag. "Ha, you idiots, you can't even cast a simple levitation spell, not even as good as Goyle and Crabbe, you 2 idiots, show them a show." Shor on the podium couldn't help but hold his forehead. Not all the members arrived this morning, but the 3 people were accidentally electrocuted by him last night. Their class leader helped to ask for leave, and Shaw didn't insist and approved it. After 8 o'clock, Shaw led the way and the students lined up in 2 rows and walked towards the hall. When he met Filch, the castle administrator, Shaw said politely, "Mr. Filch, good morning." The hundreds of people behind him looked at each other. It was nothing for them to say hello to professors and classmates, but Filch was a dud. Even Alice, who supported Shaw infinitely, was somewhat resistant. Shaw saw that no one behind him said anything, and turned around abruptly. "Where are your manners?" Everyone had no choice but to hum and hum vaguely. "Good morning, Mr. Filch." Filch had been stunned when Shaw greeted him, and now he heard hundreds of people greeting him together, and the broom fell to the ground in shock. Shaw ignored him and led the team to the hall again, nodding to everyone and being extremely polite. But he had a new task to win the hearts of the other 3 colleges, and now he had to lay the groundwork bit by bit. For the sake of strength, he had to endure grievances. But this was not grievance, just more polite. Still under everyone's surprised eyes, the students of the Snake College took their seats one by one and ate quietly. "Tusk, Slytherin is really amazing. My girlfriend over there said that they still have morning and evening self-study now." "Really? Slytherin students are easier to find jobs than us after graduation. Why are they still working so hard now? Do you have to be so competitive?" "Alas, I don't deserve to be excellent. I'll just wait to rot slowly. Let's go play Quidditch at noon." Harry didn't go to Ravenclaw today. He always went to find Hermione. There were gossips in Gryffindor that the savior liked to stay in the pile of cosmetics. Ron, who was standing by, drank a glass of pumpkin juice. Seeing that Harry was reading a book even while eating, he pouted. "Harry, why are you so serious? We are still children. We should play hard now." Harry's eyes twitched. He had heard that Ron's brothers were all top students. Even though the twins were a little naughty, their grades were still good. So why was Ron like this? Harry was kind after all, and he couldn't bear to say anything to hurt his roommate. The twins opposite suddenly said, "Hey, Harry, why don't you go on a night tour with us tonight? It's so exciting." "I'll tell you a secret. There is a beast locked in the restricted area on the 4th floor. It seems to be guarding some treasure." Harry suddenly raised his head and suddenly seemed to think of something, which was the treasure that Hagrid took from Gringotts. He hurriedly ate the chicken leg in his hand, picked up the book, and went to find Hermione. Ron felt a little uncomfortable when he saw Harry running to find Miss Know-It-All again. Others envied him for being roommates and good friends with Harry, but he knew that Harry hated him a little. He looked up at Slytherin again and saw Shaw, who was in the first place, with envy and jealousy in his eyes. At the Slytherin long table, Alice ate very little. After finishing her meal early, she began to report to Shaw about the changes in the mentality of the students in the Serpentine Academy. Most of the half-bloods and some marginal purebloods are actually watching from the sidelines due to your thundering methods, expecting the counterattack of the elite purebloods. The situation of the lower-grade students is better. Shor took a sip of soy milk before speaking. It doesn't matter. The long-term indoctrination of the fathers is not so easy to reverse. As long as they don't provoke openly, they will sooner or later be convinced by my gentle methods. Alice's mouth twitched. Is Shor's method still gentle and gentle? Draco on the side couldn't hold it back and accidentally choked the food in his mouth. Ahem. Shor glanced at the two of them. Am I wrong? Alice spoke quickly. I firmly support all the decisions of the chief. Draco had food in his mouth and was slow to react. He could only mumble, "Ah, yes, you are right." Shor had also finished eating and said faintly while wiping his mouth with a napkin. There is an old saying in the East, a filial son is born under the stick and a champion is born after a sea of questions. Sooner or later you will know how good I am to you. Just then, a group of owls flew over the hall again. Today, Shor received a lot fewer howlers. He followed the same method and easily surrounded and destroyed more than a dozen howlers with water prisons. But the Slytherin long table still emitted a series of sharp howls. In front of a dozen pure-blood wizards, including Draco, they were facing the destruction of the howlers. Draco, you are so bold that you dare to question the noble blood of Malfoy. Have you forgotten what I told you since you were a child? I will deal with you after we get home. Theodore Knott, you must remember your last name is Knott. You dare to worship the kid from the Black family. You are really self-degrading. If you don't listen to your sister, I will deduct your pocket money. Marcus, you are a waste. You can't even beat a freshman. I don't have a son like you. How did I educate you? You can't beat him openly, so you play dirty tricks. The people who received the howling letters wrote to their families last night, either complaining or frankly supporting Shor. Naturally, there would be no good results. After the last howling letter burned itself, the whole hall was quiet. The students of the other three colleges didn't expect Shor to face such great pressure, while people like Ron were very gloating. Shor scratched his numb ears and looked at the changing expressions of the students in the Snake College. He stood up from the chief's seat, his elegant and handsome face solemn. No matter what your family members say, as long as you haven't dropped out and are still in Slytherin, you have to listen to me. Shor suppressed the mysterious and restless atmosphere with one word, and then stared at Marcus with ill intentions. As for those who want to play tricks secretly, I welcome them very much. What about the consequences? Ha tilde. Marcus sat on the ground in fear, shouting incoherently. Ah, I don't want to play tricks, I won't listen to my family. Others looked sideways, amazed that Shor had such a terrifying deterrent power in just 3 days. Just one sentence scared the usually ferocious and arrogant Marcus like this. For Marcus's performance, Shor smiled, and sighed that this chicken used for waiting would probably be useless in the future. Waved casually. Okay, everyone, line up and go to class. The little snakes who came back to their senses hurriedly said in unison. Yes, Chief. After the students of Slytherin College left the stage in an orderly manner, the students of the other 3 colleges came back to their senses one after another, with all kinds of complicated thoughts. Even Ron, who was cursing Shor in his heart, couldn't help but shrink his neck. On the way to the defense against the dark arts classroom, Shor looked at the progress of the Conquer Hogwarts, second ring, task, which had reached 20%. Well, it's good. I just don't know where to find another chicken. The doors and windows of the defense against the dark arts classroom were closed, and a garlic smell filled the entire space. Professor Quirrell, who was wrapped in a big turban on the stage, stuttered and read from the textbook. The students below the stage were bored. Shor sat directly in the last row today, one because he didn't want to attract Voldemort's attention, and the other was for the sake of his nose. The little snakes made a similar choice, and gave the front seat to the honest Hufflepuff children who were in the same class with them. Shor knew that they would learn little from this class, so he quietly signaled the little snakes to study their textbooks. He also took out a Transfiguration textbook titled Analysis of the Structure of 100 Animals, and read it carefully. Read it. This is what I asked Hermione to help me borrow from the library yesterday. This kind of basic Transfiguration introductory book is actually very lacking in the Black family library. Analysis of the structure of 100 animals contains various analyses of animal bodies. Transfiguration is not just about shaping something into a desired appearance. The internal structure is equally important. Advanced transfiguration can turn a piece of stone into a vivid magical creature. Legendary transfiguration can even temporarily rejuvenate one's own body and restore combat power to its peak. Professor McGonagall's notebook mentioned that Dumbledore may have been able to do this. Legendary transfiguration, conjecture, can even create a person who can use a magic wand, which is comparable to the Chinese legend of throwing beans to make soldiers. When Shaw was looking at the analysis of creatures such as pythons, he was inexplicably named by Quirrell. Shaw, you come answer about the red hat, how to expel it. Shaw's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he was finally targeted. After he stood up, he looked up at Quirrell, who was cowering. Professor, the red hat is a bloodthirsty creature similar to a goblin. It often appears in the dungeons of ancient castles or battlefield ruins, waiting to attack those who are lost. As for how to deal with it, I think it is better to kill it than to expel it. I suggest using the crushing spell. Quirrell was a little dumbfounded and didn't know how to comment for a while. What Shaw said before was all right, and he ended with a violent killing. His head suddenly hurt, and he immediately came back to his senses and stammered. Ahem, this method is very suitable for a talented little wizard like you. Other students just need to use the light spell to expel it. Slytherin plus 5 points. After Shaw sat down, he touched his chin and pondered, and then he didn't take it to heart. In Hogwarts, Voldemort didn't dare to do anything openly before stealing something. But after class, Shaw was stopped by Quirrell again, and Quirrell signaled that others could leave before speaking. Sure, I'll be free in a while, are you? Shaw sighed secretly. Professor, is there something? Yes, it's like this. Your talent, is not suitable for the normal teaching progress of students. I'm going to take you back to the office to make up for it. Shor felt that this line sounded familiar. He didn't have time to think about those things and quickly declined. Professor, I have to host Slytherin's evening study later. But Shaw suddenly felt cold, as if he saw a sharp light flashing in Quirrell's eyes, thinking that it was not appropriate to confront Voldemort for the time being, so he added, Of course, I am very honored for the professor's preference. When the evening study is on the right track, I will come to learn from you. Quirrell said a few words to Voldemort in his heart, and then started to talk nonsense. Your father was my senior and took good care of me, so I really can't bear to waste your magical talent. Remember to come to my office before next Friday. Quirrell said this very smoothly and left on his own. Shor stood there in silence, with ripples of anger in his deep and calm eyes. Old Voldemort, you dare to threaten me, Humph. Don't blame me for fleecing you. It seems that I must go to the room of requirement tonight. And on the first day of school, the note he gave Dumbledore was, I also found the whereabouts of a Horcrux, and the clue is in Hogwarts. Shaw walked out of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom and did not go back to the hall to eat. He went directly to the 8th floor of the main building. For the sake of concealment, he also cast the disillusionment charm. The level 3 disillusionment charm cannot achieve complete invisibility. If you walk too fast, you will leave a residual image. However, it is enough to walk in the shadows or use it at night. Shaw avoided pedestrians along the way. After arriving at the 8th floor, he looked for the giant tapestry in the corridor. When passing by the principal's office, Shaw smiled. The old bee racked his brains to find the Horcrux, and he also visited old friends in various ways and extracted memories to watch again. Who knew that there was one hidden at the door of his house? Sure enough, Voldemort was still very wise before he went crazy. Finally saw a suspected tapestry in a corridor, and before he could go forward to test it. An arched door slowly emerged on the wall opposite the tapestry, and the door was immediately opened. A thin woman stumbled out holding a bottle of wine. She wore a pair of big glasses and had countless chains and beads around her neck. Shaw touched his chin and guessed the woman's identity, Sybil Trelawney, the professor of divination. He had a god's perspective and naturally knew that this person was a true prophet. Not to mention the accurate predictions made in a daze. Even the nonsense she said would come true in some unexpected way. Shor had no intention of contacting the other party for the time being. He was an extra person in this world. He was not prepared to meet these weird people until he was strong enough or had the real gift of prophecy. After Sybil left, he walked back and forth 3 times in front of the tapestry, muttering in his heart, "I need a room to hide things. I need a room to hide things. I need a room to hide things." Then an arch appeared on the wall. Shor was very interested in the principle of this room, but it was a pity that it was not something he could study for the time being. The more I learn about this magical world, the more I feel that the original books and movies I read in my previous life are useless. If there is no system, knowing the plot is useless. Pushing the door open, I see mountains of debris, and all kinds of waste products are piled up. Shor feels that he has oversimplified things. This place is at least as big as 1 or 2 football fields. Even if he knows that the Horcrux is worn on a bronze statue, he wants to find it in this mountain of debris. I don't know when he will find it. Shor frowned and tried to wave his wand. Ravenclaw diadem flying. I'm afraid that the air will suddenly be quiet. Shor pursed his lips and thought of a way. It's obviously not possible to ask someone for help. And it's also not possible to ask Dumbledore. The system detection and absorption must be done by yourself before it will react. Is it the only stupid way? No. I have absorbed Voldemort's Horcrux. Harry can find the crown here through the residual soul of Voldemort on his forehead, so maybe I can do it too. Then he closed his eyes and felt it carefully. There was no murmur in his ears, but there was a vague feeling lingering in his heart. Shor couldn't help but think wildly that he and Voldemort were really involved in some kind of fate. He quickly abandoned these thoughts and felt it seriously, but he only felt it, not specific. Shor was angry. He was going to use a big move. Then he took out the Felixir from the ring and carefully dripped 3 drops into his mouth. Felixir is also a very high-end potion in the field of potions. Although it will not bring real luck, it can amplify the user's senses and judgment. After taking the Felixir, Shor closed his eyes again and felt it. The feeling that lingered in his heart just now became stronger. He immediately followed his intuition and headed in a certain direction, and finally stopped in front of a pile of debris. As far as his eyes could see, a faded old crown hung quietly on the head of a wizard bust with pits and pockmarks. Shor let out a long sigh of relief, and without hesitation he climbed up the pile of debris, removed some obstacles, and grabbed the Ravenclaw crown. The tempting whisper began to sound in his mind. "I see your heart." The system prompt sounded. "Ding, an evil soul is detected. Do you want to filter and absorb it?" "Absorb." Ding, start absorbing. The crown in his hand rose with black mist, condensing into a flat snake face with a very sharp chin and no nose. The snake face roared silently and ferociously and tried to drill into Shor. The next moment, the black mist quickly dissipated as if it was blown by a strong wind. Shor couldn't wait to see the harvest this time and see how much Voldemort had fleeced. Well, not bad. The proficiency of the killing curse is directly increased to level 4. Although it can be cast silently, the killing curse that does not shout, "Avada eats big melon," when it is cast on people is soulless. Parseltongue level 2, water element affinity level 2, total magic power 80 scales. These are all as they should be. The purpose of coming here today is actually for magic. The water prison technique is indeed useful, but it also consumes magic. Now he has almost the magic reserve comparable to that of an adult, and he is more confident in dealing with crises. And the biggest gain is to get the incomplete Dark Mark. The Dark Mark is a kind of advanced black magic that Voldemort planted on the Death Eaters. It can transmit, locate, and torture people. It is simply the best choice to control his subordinates. He felt this skill, but it was a pity that it was incomplete. He could only torture the Death Eaters at close range and could not locate or transmit. Shor's joyful expression slowly calmed down, and he touched his chin and muttered to himself, "There are always villains who want to harm me. Should I pretend to do something to scare those pure bloods? Let's test it with Snape first. Isn't that a bad idea?" Shaw flashed many strange ideas and new plans, and a slightly obscene smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, the rumbling of his stomach called him back to his senses. He glanced at his mechanical watch and saw that it was already 7:30. Shaw put the crown into the ring. I don't know if this thing has the function of increasing people's wisdom. I will study it slowly later. If it doesn't work, I will wait until the end of the semester to send it to old Dumbledore. He walked out of the room of requirement, put on the disillusionment charm, and quickly returned to the lounge. Seeing that the little snakes did not rebel, they were all studying and doing homework seriously. Alice kept patrolling the whole place. Her temperament was no longer elegant, her expression was cold, and she looked like a strong woman. Shaw was still very satisfied with their performance and Alice's performance. In order not to break his own character, he quietly walked to the high platform and waited for 8 o'clock to come. After 8 o'clock, Heir's figure slowly emerged, and his expression was full of scrutiny. This scene scared many people, and various exclamations rang out. Many people secretly said, "Fuck, this old six is stealing chickens." Fortunately, he didn't just resist Alice's supervision. Those who have eyes quickly bowed and spoke. "Hello, Chief." Others saw this and quickly followed suit. "Hello, Chief." And Heir saw that the effect was full, raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, and remembered the first person who spoke just now, who seemed to be called Theodore Not. "I have been here all the time, so everyone's performance tonight is good. I have seen it all, and I will continue to work hard in the future. Okay, let's all go." After Heir said this, he went to the dormitory. He needed to sort out the ideas of the new plan. After arriving at the dormitory, he called Kletch first and asked him to prepare a midnight snack for him. When he arrived at the desk, he saw a phoenix tail feather on his desk, with a note wrapped around it. Not only that, there was also a letter on the desk, signed by Peril Rouge. Heir was speechless for a moment and felt a little choked in his mouth. Did the couple make an appointment? Are they so tacit? "Hello, dear Mr. Black. Your frankness moved me but also made me feel the same way. Desire, belief, and love are all so reckless. As an old man who has experienced many vicissitudes of life, my first half of life was brilliant and wonderful, but my second half of life was lonely and miserable. I have been living in endless regrets and can only rely on the sweet memories of midsummer to get by. As a person who has failed, I can only warn you one thing. Pursue what you pursue, whether it is love or career. No matter what the result is, grab what you want to grab, even if it is destroyed together. Regarding the view of Muggles, your views are very insightful. Yes, Muggles are very powerful. I just wonder if you have a specific response. The magic world has been closed for too long, and the concept is deep. It is not easy to make progress. I still remember the Wizard World War that the first generation of the Dark Lord launched 50 years ago. Regardless of whether his ideas were correct, Grindelwald's goal was to gain more living space for wizards. As a result, he failed. He lost to the wizards who did not make progress and wanted to rot slowly. I wonder what you think. Regarding the doubts you raised last time about the elemental attributes of magic power, I have to be surprised at your strong talent. As far as I know, ordinary wizards will only comprehend the elements after they are promoted to the legendary realm, and use their own magic power to mobilize the elements in nature for their own use, so that they can use powerful and incomparable magic spells. So I guess that your magic power does not have elemental attributes, but your blood constitution has a very high affinity for the thunder element. When you cast a spell, the thunder elements in nature will automatically gather on you. As for the solution, I have 3 suggestions. First, learning thunder spells can allow you to deeply experience the attributes of thunder elements, and you can better control them over time. Second, develop a habit of meditation to improve your mental power. The higher your mental power, the more sensitive you are to your own magic power, which will allow you to eliminate the interference of the lightning element when you cast a spell. Third, find a powerful magic wand that matches the lightning element and control it. In this way, when you cast a spell, the magic wand will help you filter out the lightning element. Although I have some suggestions, I also know that this is not easy to achieve. You are still young, so meditate first. And I have a wide range of friends, so I will try to help find a powerful and compatible magic wand and lightning spell. Your dear old fan, Peril Rouge. Shaw put down the letter with a strange look on his face. Grindelwald played an old fan who loved a little idol very devotedly. I really can't bear to fool an old man who has been heartbroken. Well, since he has helped me so much, I will help him when I have the ability in the future. The few words in the letter just now are heartbreaking. Then I will let G-Gad and reunite in the tower, back to that summer. However, what he is most concerned about now is the problem of lightning element attribute. Unexpectedly, the solution is already in front of him. Shaw quickly took out the wand and looked at the red and black lightning-struck mahogany wand. "Hey buddy, are you there?" As Shaw asked, the wand really responded, spewing out a trace of arc from the tip of the wand. "Hey, it's really spiritual, buddy. Can you help me filter out the lightning element when I cast a non-attack spell?" The wand still responded by spewing arcs. Shaw didn't expect it to express clearly, so he simply tried to cast a spell on the floor. "Clean it up." A breeze swept across the ground, sweeping away the few dust without leaving any potholes. Shaw was overjoyed. "Buddy, you are awesome. From now on, I will call you Guo Bang." The wand seemed to be very satisfied with the name, and the wand body was trembling slightly. Shaw gently stroked Guo Bang, guessing that if this wand was used to cast a lightning spell, it would be extremely powerful. Wherever the wand pointed, Ziyukin offered sacrifices to the heaven. Bah! It was a thunder cannon that collapsed the sky. Of course, the coordination between one person and one wand still needs to be honed, which is a matter for the future. Shaw looked at the note sent by Dumbledore again. "This is Fawkes Phoenix Tail Feather. When you need help, just pinch it." Shaw pouted. The old bee didn't mean to urge him, but the reward was delivered in advance. Alas, these old and cunning guys, why do they love to act so much? Put away the phoenix tail feather and start to reply to old fans. Then act together. For the time being, I can't do anything to Dumbledore, so I'll vent my anger on your husband first. Shaw mercilessly criticized the first Wizarding War in the letter, and counted and belittled Grindelwald's failures in various ways. I don't know if Grindelwald will have a heart attack after seeing this. Anyway, he is in a bad mood now. Not bad. He packed the letter and sent it out by owl. He also gave a sincere blessing, hoping that Grindelwald would be healthy. Draco and his friends who came back saw Shaw's face changing in front of the desk, and they didn't dare to speak. They began to practice the petrification spell quietly, and their faces turned red. Kletch, who came to deliver food, didn't dare to disturb him, and could only teleport over with the freshly baked midnight snacks one by one. Shaw wanted to continue writing a new plan, but he was so hungry that he snapped his fingers. Kletch appeared instantly with a Chinese-style carved food box in his hand. "Master, this is a freshly made midnight snack and there is hawthorn water." "Well, put the food box down and you go to rest early." "Yes, sir." After Kletch left, Shaw began to feast. Now, not only has Kletch's temper been well trained by him, but his cooking skills have also become more and more exquisite. Especially the bowl of preserved egg and lean meat porridge is cooked with the right saltiness, smooth and refreshing. 3 sounds of swallowing saliva came from a distance. Shaw turned his head and saw Draco and the other 2 looking over here from time to time, and happened to meet Shaw's eyes. "Do you want to eat?" The 3 little heads nodded like chickens pecking at rice. Shaw smiled playfully, drank the porridge in the bowl in one breath, smacked his lips and burped. "Burp, sorry, no more." The 3 were stunned. After teasing the dragging brother as usual, Shaw casually cleaned up the plate and went to wash up. Back to the bed, first put down the curtain, blocked the sight of Draco and the others, and then half lying down. "Take out the Ravenclaw crown and put it on your head." Feeling for a long time there is no so-called increase in wisdom, Shaw didn't give up and foolishly tried to recite a spell to the crown. Extraordinary wisdom is the greatest wealth of mankind. Well, Shaw felt stupid and put the crown back into the ring unhappily. Of course, he still didn't mean to give up, but just planned to meet the noble ghost Lady Grey another day. Then he took out a notebook and started writing and drawing. Serial new goals. Defeat the two-faced man Quirrell in public, expose and defeat Voldemort, harvest the faith value of the little wizards, advance the progress of 2 tasks, and when Voldemort's residual soul escapes, use the incomplete dark mark. The next day. There was no class this morning, so after supervising the morning self-study, Shaw went to the Ravenclaw Tower to wander around. He did not meet Ms. Grey by chance. He asked a few young wizards from the Eagle Academy, but they said that not only the students from the Outer Academy, but even the students from the Eagle Academy could not see the Academy ghost all year round, and some young Eagles did not even know the existence of Ms. Grey. Shaw had no choice but to give up and ask Hermione to help keep an eye on him. Then he went back to the dormitory to practice meditation. Although he had the wand of Guobang to assist in casting spells, he still wanted to do 3 things at once. Who would complain about not having enough means to improve his strength? Shaw's brain blockage was at the full level, which not only could block emotions and calm people down, but also reach the state of being able to mobilize emotions and construct false memories at will. Unlike Snape, who was half-baked, he had a stern face all day long in order to maintain the brain blockage. Thanks to the full level of brain blockage, Shaw's meditation went smoothly, and he directly skipped the stage of daze. He was sitting cross-legged on the bed, breathing evenly, with his palms on his knees, eyes closed, and senses inside. He suddenly felt that he was slowly looking at his body from a vague god's perspective. Although it was not clear, he could slightly feel the flow of blood. When meditating, time flew by and it was noon before he knew it. Draco came to call him to eat and stopped meditating. "Shor, what were you doing just now? Why didn't you go out to play?" "Meditating? You don't understand even if I tell you. Where did you go to play just now? Did you go on a date with your girlfriend Pansy?" Draco's expression of excitement froze, and he sighed a little. "Pansy doesn't understand me, and I haven't played with her for a long time." Shor didn't say much after hearing this, and the 2 of them didn't get married in the original book. Pansy's family is relatively declining, but instead wants to rely on the pure blood supremacy to turn over and maintain respectability. So Pansy is one of the students in the 1st grade who doesn't support Shaw. After the 2 of them had lunch in the hall, Shaw led the 1st-year snakes to the castle basement. This afternoon was 2 consecutive potion classes. Harry had not yet reached the potion classroom, but he was panting all the way up. He looked at the little snakes walking in 2 neat rows, and he almost didn't dare to go up and talk to Shaw. It was Draco who pulled him to his side. "Hey, Harry, don't be embarrassed." Harry stroked his glasses, greeted Shaw politely, and then looked for a topic a little uncomfortably. "Draco, have you prepared for the potion class? I barely finished reading the textbook." Draco raised his chin slightly and said proudly, "Of course I did. We have 2 self-study classes in the morning and evening. I really envy your college with a leader like Shaw." Draco subconsciously shuddered, and then he and Harry started to talk about how much new knowledge they had learned. That's what a cool guy is like. He lives a life like a cow or a horse, but he wants to brag about it as a life of luxury. So Harry and Draco, one dares to brag and the other dares to believe it. Not far from the little snake team, other lion students were scattered behind. Ron whispered to Seamus, "Harry is really not a Gryffindor. We in Slytherin are arch-enemies." But Seamus didn't care and said bluntly, "But it's lucky to be friends with Shaw." Ron opened his eyes wide and roared in a low voice, "Harry is the savior. He is no worse than anyone else." Seamus curled his lips. "Yeah, so why doesn't the savior want to play with us?" Ron, the style of the potions classroom is the same as his master's office, cold and dark, and there are also various bottles and jars along the wall. The animal specimens soaked in them scared many young wizards. Shaw took Draco and the others to sit in the interrupted position of the desk area. Harry wanted to sit with them, but Shaw dismissed him with a word. "Harry, getting along well with classmates in your own college is also a kind of social training." Shaw's words were high-sounding, but he just didn't want to be implicated. But the naive and kind Harry took it seriously. After returning and sitting with Ron, he took the initiative to chat with him, which made Ron happy. After a while, the classroom door was opened with a bang, and Snape walked in quickly with a fluttering black robe. He didn't waste any words, picked up the roll call and started to call the roll. Millicent Bulstrode, here. Harry Potter, here. When Harry was called, Snape couldn't help but stop, lowered his head and stared at Harry with his empty and indifferent eyes. Oh yes, Harry Potter, the newcomer, the famous savior. Snape sneered after a sarcastic remark. He was too lazy to continue calling out names and waved his sleeves coldly. Potion preparation is a precise science and a strict process. I don't expect you to truly understand the beauty of it. Just do as I say, and I can teach you how to improve your reputation, forge glory, and even prevent death. But you must remember one thing, that is, you are not the kind of troll students I often encounter. After Snape finished his opening remarks, he instantly dominated the whole scene and established a deterrent force without any effort. Off the court, Shaw couldn't help but hold his forehead. Here it comes, it's coming, a famous scene. Harry Potter, what will I get if I add narcissus root powder to wormwood infusion? Harry didn't need to breathe a sigh of relief when he heard the content of the question. He stood up and answered confidently, water of life and death. Snape narrowed his eyes and continued to ask without giving up. Potter, what is the difference between Aconitum naviculatum and Aconitum damicornis? There is no difference. If I ask you to find me a piece of bezoar, where would you find it? Bezoar is found in the cow's stomach. Snape felt a tightness in his chest and then looked at Shor fiercely. Shor Black, stand up. Shor's eyes froze immediately, and he stood up and looked at Snape in confusion. Snape looked unkind and gritted his teeth slightly. What potion can be prepared with bezoar, valerian, mistletoe berries, and unicorn horns? Shor said with a strange look. Professor, it's the forgetfulness potion, which is a potion that makes people lose their memory. It is a potion for treating those who have been tortured by the curse and left with mental trauma. It needs to be used with great caution. Snape dragged a strange tone. Oh, the answer is correct, but did I ask you to explain? Slytherin deducts 1 point. Even a fool like Harry Potter knows one question and one answer. You may have really drunk a bottle of forgetfulness potion. Snape scolded Shaw and felt much better. He said to others, why don't you write down all these questions and answers? The little snakes and lions trembled. This professor was simply attacking indiscriminately. They lowered their heads and took notes. Especially the little snakes were the most confused. Didn't the seniors say that the dean was very biased towards their own college? After Shaw sat down, he kept complaining that Professor Snape was too much. He didn't want to embarrass the son of the hostile host, but he came to embarrass himself, a bystander. Didn't he just promise to give him the Harry's ugly photo, and he hasn't done it yet? Is it necessary to use the forgetfulness potion to remind him? However, the debt that should be paid still needs to be paid. Otherwise, he will be targeted by Snape all the time, which will hit his image in the eyes of the students of the Snake College too much. It is not right to continue to fleece the St. Petersburg Church. You can't really use the dark mark to scare him, so I'd rather die than let my friend die. Silently said in my heart, Harry, I can only apologize to you. A potion class full of sarcastic words made the young wizards physically and mentally exhausted. During the class, Neville and Seamus even made the boiled abscess potion explode, which affected many innocent people. Snape was very upset. Tisk, you are the worst class of students I have ever taught. About the abscess potion, turn in a 5-inch homework in the next class, get out of class dismissed. After class, Shaw had a plan in his mind, so he asked Draco and others to go to the hall for dinner first. After everyone left, he began to look for old books in the lockers in the classroom. After searching for a while, he finally got a tattered textbook, which was densely packed with notes on improving the brewing of potions. The owner of the textbook also gave himself a very pretentious name, Half-Blood Prince. So, which boy or girl doesn't like fantasy? Shaw also wanted to sit on the magic throne and rule the world. Tusk, I didn't expect that the handwriting of the Snape teacher is so beautiful. Shor flipped through it casually, and after seeing that there was indeed God of Swords and Shadowless and a few small evil curses, he put the textbook into the ring with satisfaction. While walking towards the hall, He perfected the idea of pitting Ha in his mind. Since he was fleecing someone, he decided to do it beautifully. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this could be used as a pre-task for pitting, which was simply perfect. By the way, maybe it can also greatly advance the progress of conquering Hogwarts' second ring. Shor felt more and more that he had the potential of a conspirator. I'm simply a genius. Afterwards, Shor returned to the hall to eat and supervise the evening self-study. When he sat on the high platform, he began to learn God of Swords and Shadowless, an inverted golden bell created by Snape. He also admired Snape's talent, and his talent for dark magic in Azkaban was indeed not covered. Before the evening self-study session, there was no need to cast any spells, as the system had already determined that the 2 spells had been successfully learned. After encouraging the little snakes, he returned to the dormitory and called Draco directly. I'll teach you a new spell tonight. Draco looked puzzled, but I haven't learned the petrification spell yet. Shor patted Draco's shoulder meaningfully. That will be postponed. I'll teach you an interesting spell today. Okay, you're strong, you have the final say. Shor spent an hour explaining the hanging golden hook to Draco and then let him go to study on his own. No words were spoken that night. The next day in the hall, students from the other 3 colleges watched Shor's daily drama of burning the Howler letter. The twins, who loved to be funny and show off, asked a sporty beauty from their own college. Angelina, have you noticed that there are only 5 Howlers from Shor today? So soon I won't be able to watch Shor's coolness anymore. Angelina, your focus is weird. What's weird about it? Isn't a delicate and elegant little brother pleasing to the eye? It would be nice if he was from our college. Well, let's not do it. I don't want to study in the morning and evening. In the teacher's seat, Professor McGonagall also ate breakfast while watching Shor's performance. As a professor, they all have full-time house elves to serve them, and they can choose to eat in their own offices. So it's not common for other professors to eat at the professor's seat. Professor McGonagall is an exception. She is the vice president and needs to manage the whole school, so she often appears in the hall. By the way, there is also a mysterious Professor Snape. McGonagall looked at the Slytherin students eating elegantly in an orderly manner, and then looked at the enthusiastic scene of people eating in her own college. Turning his head, he asked the indifferent Snape with envy. Severus, the current atmosphere of your college is really good. You chose a good headmaster. Snape's mouth twitched and he tried to hold back a smug smile. It's just so-so. McGreg's mouth twitched too, and she felt that Snape was in Versailles, and then she sighed again. Alas, don't lions deserve elegance? This morning, the first-year class of Slytherin was the history of magic. The professor of this course was a ghost named Binns, who died on the job before his death. After becoming a soul, he still loved his job and was dedicated to his work. It is said that he has been teaching the history of magic at Hogwarts for nearly 1,000 years. In class, Professor Binns kept talking in a monotonous voice. As for whether the students listened or not, it was none of the old professor's business. Most students use it to make up for their sleep. The results of this course depend entirely on self-consciousness. Even if Shor forced himself to listen carefully to the class, he was soon defeated. I really can't do it. The little snakes around Shor couldn't stand Professor Binns's hypnotic voice any longer. Seeing Shor start to do something else, they followed suit. The bell rang for the end of get out of class. After getting up, Professor Binns assigned homework dryly and left through the wall. In the afternoon, it was finally the flying class that the little wizards had been looking forward to. The little snakes and lions gathered together again and started to brag to each other. Draco, I have been very talented in flying since I was a child. Once when I was flying in the sky on a broom, I narrowly avoided the collision of a Muggle helicopter. Ron, Tusk, you are too lame. I rode my brother's old broom and directly smashed a hang glider. Seamus, I grew up on a broom flying around in the wilderness all day long. Harry, wow, you are all so awesome. I hope I don't fall off my broom. Along the way, Shor quietly watched these excited young men doing all kinds of things, worrying about what would happen in a while. When we arrived at the lawn in front of the castle, There were dozens of worn-out brooms, which made people wonder whether these brooms would fall apart when flying. The professor of the flying class was named Mrs. Hooch, a capable witch with short silver-gray hair. Seeing that the students were all there, she started the class directly. There is no need to elaborate on the process, otherwise there would be suspicion of waterwork. But when Shor held the broom, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Activate the flying talent level 3. Shor was stunned and didn't care. He had no interest in this barbaric sport, mainly because he was heartbroken by a certain team in his previous life. He no longer paid attention to these large-scale sports. Then he waited for the development of things. Child, come down quickly. Sure enough, what was supposed to happen still happened. Mrs. Hooch just wanted everyone to experience flying 3 feet above the ground, but Neville's broom seemed to be out of his control and directly jumped into the sky crookedly. Neville's face was pale with fear as he flew around in the sky, and he couldn't control the broom at all. Shor clenched his fists and suppressed his intention to save people. Instead, he said to Harry coldly, "Harry, do you want to watch your companion fall to death? Fly to save him." Harry sat on the broom 3 feet above the ground, looking at the sky with a worried look, but he was stunned when he heard Shor's words. Just when he wanted to ask the other party to save him, he saw Neville's broom hit the castle, and Neville fell down and hung on a corner of the eaves and was about to fall. He didn't have time to think about it, so he grabbed the wooden handle and flew out directly on the broom. The air blew through his hair, and his robe fluttered behind him. Amid the exclamations of everyone, Harry quickly approached Neville hanging in the air. Seeing that the corner of the eaves supporting Neville was broken, Neville also began to fall. Harry, who wanted to slow down and approach, gritted his teeth, and the broom went away at a faster speed. At the critical moment, he grabbed Neville and turned the broom around to avoid hitting the wall. His flying talent was quite outstanding. When Harry returned to the lawn with Neville, who was in tears, he was naturally greeted with enthusiastic cheers from the little lions. Shor watched coldly and said to Draco, who was envious beside him, "Are you envious?" Draco nodded and shook his head, saying that his words did not match his heart. "It's okay, it's Harry after all." Shor pointed at Professor McGonagall, who walked out of the castle quickly. "You'll be more envious later." When Professor McGonagall came to take Harry away, she saw a mess of little lions and calm little snakes. She pursed her lips and hesitated for a moment, then called to Shor. "Shor, come with me too." Shor, who had just finished calculating Harry, did not expect that he had his own business. Shor didn't expect that there was anything else for him to do. He followed Professor McGonagall to the castle in silence with the confused Harry. Harry secretly asked Shor, "Shor, what does the professor want us for?" Shor looked at the victim Harry and said warmly, "It's a good thing." Professor McGonagall first came to the potions classroom, and under Snape's impatient face, he called out Oliver Wood, the Quidditch captain of Gryffindor. "Wood, this is the new seeker Harry Potter I found for you. He flies very well." McGonagall held back her excitement and introduced Harry to Wood, and then took Shor back to the Transfiguration classroom. After sitting down on the sofa, Professor McGonagall poured Shor a cup of tea, pursed her lips, and asked, "Shor, the management method you implemented in Slytherin is indeed very effective. I wonder if it can be applied to Gryffindor." Shor had been guessing all along the way why Professor McGonagall called him here, but he never expected it to be this. He thought about it in his mind, and his eyes flashed with joy. Professor McGonagall is really a good person. This wave of assists is simply top-notch. Professor McGonagall is really not easy. She is a person who is strict with herself, but she has to manage a naughty college. Professor, the terms I set are not strict, but the punishment is more severe. What do you think?" McGonagall's rigid and serious expression became hesitant, and she asked tentatively after a few seconds, "What punishment did you use?" "Electrotherapy can punish without hurting, and the effect is very good. Here is just a reference to evil electrotherapy, and there will be a reversal later to guide the correct values." Shor was a little embarrassed, afraid that Professor McGonagall would refuse, so he quickly promoted it. This is the addiction treatment method I learned in the Muggle world. It is specially used to quit some bad habits of teenagers. The success rate is 99%. McGonagall's eyes lit up and then he asked curiously, "Why did the 1% fail?" Shor dared not say that the 1% was electrocuted. "Professor, you have to know that there is no perfect solution in the world." McGregor nodded in approval, but she was still a little worried. "Then try it on me first. I will experience the intensity of the punishment. After all, corporal punishment is prohibited in Hogwarts." Shor was embarrassed again. It's not that he was shy and didn't dare to flirt with McGonagall, but he was afraid of being rejected after trying. After thinking it over, he waved his hand to summon a rotating water ball and controlled the power. "Professor, put your hand in and try it." Professor McGonagall didn't bother to talk and directly put her hand into the water ball, and then she couldn't help shaking several times. Her tied hair exploded, and she subconsciously jumped back, just like a cat with its fur exploded. Then she retracted her hand with lingering fear and quickly combed her hair. "This is a bit too harsh. I need to think about it." Short did not have time to marvel at the scene where Professor McGonagall could violate the laws of physics and jump back without bending her legs. Seeing that this matter was going to fail, he quickly added, "Professor, in fact, this kind of electrotherapy is more suitable for those students who do not repent. There is also an auxiliary method for ordinary students." McGorge felt itchy when she heard this, and immediately thought of the Weasley twins who deducted a lot of points. If there is an auxiliary method to treat them differently, she would not mind letting the two boys try electrotherapy. "Oh, what auxiliary method?" "That is the Sea of Questions tactic, which I will implement in Slytherin in the future. Some students love to get into trouble, nothing more than too much energy, so let them vent their energy in a large number of questions." McGorge pursed her dry lips, waved her hand and asked Shaw to go back first. She had to think about it carefully. Shaw left the office with satisfaction. He knew that Professor McGonagall was moved, but she just lacked some determination. Unfortunately, he just had a way to help her make up her mind. All the way back to the dormitory, the students who had finished the flying class also came back. Draco asked immediately, "Shor, are you and Harry okay?" Shor looked at Draco, who was still unaware that he had become a chess piece, and went straight to the point. "Harry joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team as a seeker." Draco was stunned. "How is it possible? The first grade is not allowed to score goals." Shor continued to fan the flames. "Tusk, tusk, geniuses always have privileges. Are you envious? Harry has become the youngest seeker in the history of Hogwarts." Draco's throat was a little dry, but the object was his second best friend. Although he was envious, he was happy for Harry. "Well, that's good. I will go to celebrate with Harry later." Shor was surprised. He didn't expect that the arrogant guy was so loyal. It's so hard to be a righteous and elegant person. He continued to fool around helplessly. "Draco, I'm glad you can think about your friends like this, but I'm afraid that when you go to find Harry, his friends will be weird." Draco didn't realize he was being tricked and said indifferently, "I'm the second best in the first grade. If they dare to force me, don't blame me for being rude." Shor patted Draco's shoulder with relief and said, "Yes, if this happens, don't lose my people. Just challenge him to a duel and say you want to beat 10 people, including Harry." Draco's ahoj turned into a question mark again, and he was confused. "Oh, I can't beat 10 people, and why should I include Harry?" Shor said righteously. "I'll back you up. What are you afraid of? Why include Harry? Although your flying talent is not as good as the Savior, your fighting ability is stronger. How can someone who hangs out with me be worse than the Savior?" Shor kept repeating the word Savior, which really moved Draco. Good friends are good friends, but it is still very tempting to defeat Harry, who has the title of Savior. This is all glory. Draco has already begun to imagine the applause and fame he will get after defeating Harry. At most, he will buy Harry a valuable gift to compensate for it afterwards. So he wanted to challenge him right now, and he wanted to beat 10 people. Shor quickly grabbed Draco, who was red-eyed and demented. "Practice the inverted hook well before making an appointment." Draco, who was motivated, burst out with a strong talent for understanding. Before going to bed, he finally hung Goyle upside down. Shor couldn't help but sigh that people are indeed the craziest when facing fame and fortune. I am not the same, so I also made intensive preparations. A camera for taking pictures, a note to notify Professor McGonagall, and a special card prepared for Draco to defend himself. At this moment, he was like a cold conspirator. The next day after the herbology class, Draco ran to find Harry. After a while, he came back indignantly. Sure, just as you expected, Harry became the Seeker, and Ron, that idiot, and his two brothers were even more arrogant than Harry. I was really angry. I almost fought with them on the spot and finally issued a duel. Although Harry was embarrassed, he also accepted my invitation. The time was set at midnight and the location was in the trophy display room. Shor was very satisfied with the smooth progress of the plan, so he kindly took out a special playing card that had been stored overnight. I won't go with you. I'll lend you this first. If the opponent wants to fight alone, it's fine. If they dare to fight together, use this to teach them a lesson. Draco finally got the playing card he had dreamed of, even if it was temporary. He kept admiring the poker cards with a throne pattern and shining red and blue. It's so beautiful. Shor ignored the self-absorbed Draco, called Kletch, handed him a note and whispered a few instructions. Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. If there is something going on, it will be long. If there is nothing going on, it will be short. Soon the whole day passed. Hogwarts after curfew is actually a bit gloomy, and there are no lights in many places. Draco walked in the dim corridor with an oil lamp, and from time to time he saw the portraits of various shapes on the wall. Child, turn off the light. It disturbs my thinking about life. Hee, little guy, come and play hide and seek with me. Draco would be scared when he encountered scary and weird portraits of people. He regretted not bringing Goyle and Crabbe with him. Why did he let them stay in the dormitory to practice spells? What Draco didn't know was that there was a person following him all the time. It was Shor, who was wearing the disillusionment charm. Draco went around and around all the way and finally came to the trophy display room. Seeing that Harry and the others had not arrived yet, he looked at the various honors that the seniors had won in the past with great enthusiasm. When I saw a record that James Potter was a chaser and led Gryffindor to win 5 consecutive Quidditch championships. No wonder Harry is so talented in flying, that's why, but it doesn't matter. Shor is right, fighting ability is everything. After a while, Harry arrived with a guilty conscience and a total of 4 roommates. Draco, you are here, you haven't been discovered, right? Draco said suspiciously and dissatisfied. Why are there only 4 people? I said I would fight 10. Harry was very embarrassed. George and Fred went to distract Filch and his missus, Norris, and they will be here soon. Ron, who was beside him, looked very proud since he reconciled with Harry. Hey, golden retriever, you are so arrogant. There are 4 of us and I can deal with you alone. Draco raised his pointed chin, his eyes full of contempt. You are a fool who can't even use the levitation spell well, and you are qualified to fight me. Shor's words are right. The water is too deep and the wind is too strong. If you don't have the strength, don't talk. Damn it. Ron's face flushed, and he rolled up his sleeves and wanted to come up to Draco, but was held tightly by Harry. Ron, don't be impulsive. Draco pulled out his wand and continued to despise him. It's so barbaric. Shaw said that we are elegant wizards, not monkeys squatting on trees to fight. Draco, who changed from my father said to Shor said, made Ron very angry. He pushed Harry away and rushed towards Draco with a roar as if to punch him. Draco was a little nervous, but forced himself to calm down. He held the poker cards in his left hand and pointed the wand with his right hand, hanging upside down. A yellow light hit Ron, who was close in front of him, and his body instantly flipped and was hung in the air. After the robe slipped off, the woolen pants on his legs were exposed. Put me down, you bastard. Although Harry was angry at Ron's recklessness, he still pleaded with Draco. Draco, put Ron down first, okay? Draco pouted. Wait a minute, the duel has already started. Who will continue? Harry sighed. It would be good for Ron to hang for a while to wake up. What Shaw said was really right. The water is too deep and the wind is too strong. Don't talk if you don't have the strength. Harry took out his wand and said to Draco, "Simo and Dean haven't learned the spell yet. Let's decide the winner. I say 3, 2, 1 and the duel will begin." Draco nodded seriously and his hand holding the wand tightened. Harry's hard work these days is no less than Draco, and he often drags Hermione to study together. In addition to the levitation spell, he also learned a life attack spell, Expelliarmus. Some people do have a bonus in talent for a certain spell, like Goyle, who can learn Fiendfire at a young age. 3, 2, 1. Expelliarmus. Hanging Bell. 2 rays of light, one red and one white, crossed each other, and Draco and Harry dodged to the side after firing the spell, still with some fighting awareness. But except for the first shot, which was a little accurate, the two of them were just firing spells blindly. You shoot me once, I shoot you once. Who wins and who loses depends on fate. Shaw, who had been wearing the disillusionment charm, watched with relish not far away. He was holding a camera in his hand at this moment, squatting in the shadows, looking like a paparazzi, ready to record the beautiful life at any time. Watching Draco and Harry love and kill each other, they were still evenly matched after a few minutes. Estimating the time, McGonagall was about to kill him. Shaw could only act secretly, taking out his wand and casting a silent floating spell. In the field, Harry was about to roll over to avoid a spell, but something tripped him, and he was hit by a yellow light. His body instantly flipped over and was hung in the air. His wizard robe slipped down, revealing his bear. Harry, who was hanging upside down, was anxious to cover it up and said helplessly, "Draco, you won. Let me down." Draco was very proud now he defeated the savior. Hearing Harry's words, he had no objection, but suddenly realized that he had not learned the counter-curse yet. Draco's face fell. That, Harry, I haven't learned to remove the curse yet." Harry's head was already congested, and he was still very embarrassed to try to cover the little cutie. But Draco's words made Harry want to die on the spot. Ron was even more desperate. What should I do? I can't hang here all night. I will become a joke in the whole school." Draco was also anxious, but at this moment, a voice full of disappointment came. "I think hanging for a night might be a good thing, so that you can know that spells cannot be used indiscriminately." The three of them, plus Seamus and Dean, who had been cheering beside them, turned around together. Professor McGonagall, with a serious face, led the twins, who were winking at each other, and walked over slowly. "Gentlemen, can you tell me why you are here during curfew, and your faces are bruised and swollen?" Several young wizards were silent, but Draco was able to remain calm. Shaw assured him that even if he was caught, there would be no other punishment except deduction of points. McGonagall pursed her lips, her chest rose and fell violently, and she was obviously very angry, and then said sternly, "Group night tour, fighting in groups and playing tricks on the castle administrator. Very good, really good. Gryffindor, deduct 30 points each, and put in detention for 1 month. As for Mr. Malfoy, Slytherin, deduct 20 points, and I will inform Snape of your detention punishment." Harry and the other newbies looked desperate. In addition to detention, Gryffindor was deducted nearly 200 points. "I'm afraid they will be scolded to death by others tomorrow." The twins were dead pigs that were not afraid of boiling water, but they looked indifferent. At this moment, McGonagall had already decided in her heart that Gryffindor could not continue to degenerate like this. Moreover, they had not won the House Cup for a long time, which was too much for Mau Mau. When Draco returned to the dormitory, he was not depressed by the deduction of points, but was extremely excited. He boasted about his achievements to Shor, who came back early. "Shor, I won, haha." Shor waved his hand to stop his laughter and stepped forward to carefully straighten Draco's collar, thinking that in order to make Draco grow quickly, he still needed to be beaten more. "Draco, when can you learn to be more calm? Some small achievements are not worth bragging about. Do you think I am proud of anything?" He. Draco seemed to have his neck pinched. He opened his mouth several times and could only make some meaningless throat sounds. He thought to himself that Shaw never said how strong and powerful he was, but who wouldn't give him a thumbs up and show admiration when seeing him? He restrained his excitement and bowed. "Chief, I know." Shor smiled knowingly, and his daily teasing of the arrogant guy was accomplished. Then he cast another cleanup on Draco and told him to go to bed early. But who is the arrogant guy? The next morning, before the morning self-study started, he showed up in the public lounge early. He brags to everyone he meets. Harry's blasting spell was very powerful, but I was not bad either. I gracefully used my wand to send out an armor shield to block it, and then I used a backhanded golden bell. Ha, I defeated the savior in an instant. After his story was greeted with cheers from the first and second grade wizards, he took out the exquisite playing card again. See, this is what the chief gave me for self-defense. In the end, those little lions couldn't afford to lose and wanted to join in, but I waved my hand and played this poker, and the golden birds instantly beat more than a dozen Gryffindors. Wow, is this the alchemical prop that the chief used on the train? It's really beautiful. Draco is so lucky to be roommates with the chief. I really want to have one. Don't dream, this card is worth a lot of money at first glance. Alice, who was far away, saw Draco holding up the playing card, especially paying attention to the shining throne pattern on it, and her heart couldn't help but move. Suppressing that thought, she looked back at the podium. Seeing that Shaw was not there, she stood up and began to preside over the morning self-study. And Shaw was indeed not in Slytherin at the moment. Early in the morning, he received summons from McGonagall and Snape respectively, in the Transfiguration office. Sure, this is Percy Weasley. He will be your assistant in Gryffindor from now on. McGonagall introduced a serious male student with red hair and glasses to Shaw. Shaw naturally knew who Percy was. Weasley was the one who looked most like a true pureblood. Looking up at the neatly dressed and meticulously standing Percy in front of him, he extended his hand and said politely, "Hello, Percy." Percy extended both hands and held Shaw's hands, saying in an admiring tone, "Sure, I admire what you have done in Slytherin. I hope we can cooperate happily in the future and govern Gryffindor well." Shaw liked to lead the way the most, and he agreed with a warm smile. "That's right. Since Professor McGonagall trusts us so much, we will not let him down. In fact, he is quite optimistic about Percy. Capable and ambitious, although a bit rigid and serious, it depends on how the leader deploys him." Professor McGonagall was very pleased and had already begun to imagine the scene of the little lions being elegant and disciplined in the future. After giving Shaw and Percy a few more instructions, he asked them to prepare. Shaw then went to the cold castle basement. In front of Snape's office, Shaw tightened his school uniform before knocking on the door. Knock, knock. The door opened in response and Shaw walked in without being polite. He saw Snape still brewing the pot of golden potion and he stepped forward to take a closer look. "Professor, this pot of Felixir will be ready soon," Snape said sarcastically with a gloomy face. "Tisk, it seems that Mr. Black is not omniscient and omnipotent. He always likes to show off his knowledge of potions that is the size of a fingernail." Shor was used to the other party's weirdness. He took out a few photos from his pocket and put them on the counter. "Hey, Harry's ugly photos are here. When the Felix Felicis is ready, remember to give me some. I will need it urgently in a while. This potion is really useful." Snape's cold eyes flickered, and with a wave of his sleeves the photos disappeared on the counter. "Humph, it seems that there is a reason for your arrogance. The use of Felix Felicis should be at least 3 years apart." Shor was slightly surprised. "Really? It's okay. I can sell it for money even if I don't need it." Snape's mouth twitched and he asked coldly again, "McGonagall asked you to help rectify those reckless little lions in Gryffindor." "Oh, Professor, you knew so quickly." Snape turned around and stared at Shaw with disgust. "You are so vain that you are not satisfied with just leading Slytherin. Boy, I warn you to keep a low profile. People who keep a low profile can live longer." Shor naturally knew that Snape couldn't stand the Lion House doing well, so he changed his mind. "Professor, a good person like you naturally can't stand the little wizards suffering. Why don't you sponsor me some potions? After all, it's inevitable to be a little harsh when rectifying discipline." You know." Snape was stunned. He touched his chin and pondered for a moment, then continued to brew the potion, but still said faintly, There are healing potions and white moss in the second row of the cabinet on the left. Take the things and get out." Seeing Snape being so tactful, Shor naturally took dozens of bottles of healing potions, soothing potions, and a large bag of white moss. He also took 2 bottles of perception potions for himself, which might be useful soon. Before leaving, Shor actually felt a little guilty. He would feel guilty for always taking advantage of a good person like Snape. Snape is actually quite pitiful. In order to prevent people from discovering that he is a helpless person, he tries to make himself a mean person. How about compensation? So Shor turned around and asked tentatively, "Professor, I don't know if you like to watch a cross-dressing show played by Harry." Snape turned around suddenly and gritted his teeth. "Get lost." Shor scratched the back of his head. This was not right. Professor Snape should like this. Seeing Snape was already taking out his wand, Shor said as he walked out quickly. Okay, I'll get lost. When the professor wants to see it, just wink at me." Snape swung his wand and slammed the door shut. He was stunned for a long time and then slowly took out a photo from his chest. His empty eyes became affectionate, and he gently stroked the photo with his hands and murmured, "Lily." Shor went all the way back to the hall. Gang and Snape did not mention the punishment of Draco. This was a tacit understanding. At this moment, Slytherin had finished his morning self-study. He sat at the first seat by himself, and a delicious Chinese breakfast automatically appeared on the table. Beside him, the elegant and beautiful Alice handed Shor a glass of pumpkin juice. "Shor, I heard that you want to clean up Gryffindor." Shor was stunned. Did the news spread so quickly? He turned his head to look at the Gryffindor table. It was gloomy over there, and the usual scene of eating and drinking was no longer there. Percy was giving a passionate speech, and the other little lions were all complaining or encouraging each other to petition McGonagall. And Draco was talking to Harry and the others over there, making all the little lions except Harry glare at him. Shor couldn't help but smile, and then said to Alice, "I think many of us Slytherins are gloating over others' misfortune." Alice couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. "I got caught in the rain, so I naturally don't want others to hold an umbrella for me." Alice joked, and then her expression became serious. "Chief, I have a suggestion about the alchemical poker you use." Shor was slightly stunned, and seeing Alice so serious, he couldn't help but be a little more serious. "Oh, tell me more about it." Alice sorted out her thoughts in her mind and spoke. "I saw a gorgeous throne suspended on a pentagram on the playing card in Draco's hand, and playing cards are a very orderly and hierarchical thing." Speaking of this, Alice's eyes showed enthusiasm. "Chief, for the sake of ideals, we should establish an organization. You are the only king, sitting high on the magic throne, and your followers are proud to have a sequence playing card. This is also a symbol of strength and status. Why do emperors in ancient and modern times, whether they are incompetent or not, like treacherous ministers? Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of the ages, whom Xiao loved the most, also favored treacherous ministers like Zhao Gao. Why? Because treacherous ministers often think what the monarch thinks and do what the monarch does. They are also suitable for doing dirty work, and are more suitable for blocking the knife for themselves. As for the greed of treacherous people, it is not worth mentioning compared with the country they own. Xiao looked at Alice with admiration at this moment. Regardless of her ability, she can figure out her thoughts and is willing to be the pioneer for the king. Then the other party is worth cultivating. Alice felt guilty when she saw Xiao looking at her all the time. "Chief, is my opinion wrong?" Xiao didn't say anything, took out his wand and placed a few ear plugs around to prevent people from eavesdropping. Then he took out 3 special playing cards from the ring and spread them on the table. The cards were the Duke of Spades, formerly king, the Marquis of Spades, formerly queen, and the Earl of Spades, formerly jack. Note: after all, Shor is the only king. The queen card is easy to deal with, but it is not easy to get 4 kings, so it was changed. After laying out the playing cards, Shor said lightly, "Alice, your idea is very good. This is also an idea I have had for a long time. The name of the organization, Magic Throne. These 3 spades are high-level sequence cards exclusive to Slytherin. I gave Draco a spade 10, but I don't know what position you can match. So I ask you, no matter what organization needs a program, but do you really understand my philosophy? What are your own ideals? Alice was secretly happy that the chief had already planned. Even the name and organizational structure of the organization were already there. But after hearing the last question, she was stunned, and her eyes gradually became empty. In addition to prohibiting blood discrimination, the chief seems to have never expressed his political views. Those actions implemented in Slytherin are nothing more than restoring the founder's academic philosophy. Alice unconditionally supports Shaw. One is that her grandfather forced her to do so, and the other is that Shaw also showed unparalleled strength. Alice was at a loss, so she had no ideals at all. Speaking of which, Alice's life experience is also very pitiful. She is not actually the granddaughter of old Fry. She's very grateful and has been proving herself and not letting her grandfather down. 50 years ago, the Fry family, the Rosier family, the Carrow family and other British purebloods all joined Grindelwald's witch party. After the two sons of Old Fry died in the war, Old Fry chose to live a low-key life after returning home. He looked down on Voldemort, who was only bullying and cruel, and did not join the Death Eaters. Later, he adopted Alice and carefully cultivated her since childhood. The idea that has been instilled is, since we are fools and can't see the direction, let's follow the strong who can show us the way. Old Fry always tells Alice the story of the loyalty of Grindelwald and his female assistant Vita Rosier. When Alice thought of this, she seemed to have a sudden inspiration and said devoutly, "Chief, I don't have any ideals, but my grandfather said that the world is wrong now and needs to change. I'm not smart enough, so I can only follow wise men and strong people like you. I wish you what you wish, see what you see, follow your path and follow you all the way." Alice became more and more excited as she spoke, and her magic power even boiled, breaking the closed ears and blocked ears around her. She stood up, pulled out her wand and pointed it at the sky, and shouted enthusiastically, "I will charge wherever the chief's wand points." The little snakes who were still eating nearby looked puzzled, but seeing Alice shouting so passionately, several little snakes who were easily excited also took out their wands and pointed them at the sky and shouted, "I will charge wherever the chief points his wand." The enthusiasm is contagious, and soon the little snakes all drew their wands and pointed them at the sky. "I will charge wherever the chief points his wand." Although Draco didn't know what was going on, he ran back and stood on the long table, shouting with his wand pointed at the sky, "I will charge wherever the chief points his wand." The students from the other 3 colleges started eating melons again. Well, they also envied the unity of the Snake College and Shaw's prestige. Some people have already speculated wildly whether Shaw is going to lead people to defeat Snape and overthrow Dumbledore's rule. Shaw looked at the admiring eyes of some little snakes, and his vanity was overflowing. But he was not blinded by vanity. If they made such a fuss, there would probably be trouble later, so he said coldly with a stern face, "What are you doing? Sit down." After the little snakes sat down obediently, Shaw looked at Alice speechlessly again. Although he was speechless, he was also very satisfied. He had to have someone who could play the supporting role. And in the system, the level 3 faith value finally a little bit of money has arrived. Displaying the target, Alice Foley, fanatical, Alice has the potential to become someone like Bella. Shaw coughed twice and pushed the Earl of Spades card in front of Alice. "Very good, this Earl of Spades card is yours. I hope you can show some performance in the future and let me think you deserve a better card." Shaw thought about it and decided not to make it public now. He didn't want to be invited to tea by old Dumbledore, so he added quietly, "By the way, the organization's affairs must be kept secret for now. You should observe the suitable candidates in secret." Alice bowed devoutly and took the Earl of Spades card with both hands. "Yes, Chief." The other little snakes who didn't know were envious, but they suddenly realized that the chief was flattering and showing loyalty. Theodore Knott, who had never received Shaw's attention, suddenly realized something. Draco came over and was about to ask something. Shaw stood up and walked towards the herb greenhouse. This morning was the herb class. Draco had to turn around and ask Alice, Senior, what were you doing just now? Are you going to attack Gryffindor? Alice looked at Draco and thought to herself that this guy was really lucky. He had already got the 10 of spades without knowing anything. You think too much. I was just expressing my loyalty to the headmaster just now. I hope you don't let the headmaster down. Alice said, and stood up to greet the little snakes of the same grade to go to class. Draco's ahoj turned into a big question mark. The herb class was very interesting. In the greenhouse, Shaw not only took the class seriously, but also observed the Hufflepuff students and their dean, Professor Sprout. This fat and kind which was optimistic, tolerant, and compassionate. The Badgers also had similar personalities, loyal, low-key, and easy to satisfy. Shaw could now intervene in Gryffindor's affairs, just waiting for the evening to show his thunderous means. I am also confident that I can intervene in Ravenclaw in the future. I just can't do anything about Hufflepuff. The little Badgers don't fight or compete at all, so what can I use to tempt them? As the saying goes, if you have no desires, you will be strong. The ancients are not deceiving me. Shaw shook his head and sighed. Of course he would not give up. He also knew that people have desires, so he would just look for it slowly. There was no class in the afternoon, so Shaw began to wander around. First, he wanted to meet Ms. Gray by chance and explore the secret of Ravenclaw's crown. Second, he wanted to confront Quirrell. Of course, he didn't fight with the other party directly, but rejected the other party's invitation. He is a busy man now, so he doesn't have the time to play the conquer game with Voldemort. He is now focused on earning more level 2 faith points and drawing a unique attack skill. If the European Emperor is possessed, it will be even better to draw a thunder spell. Then he will be sure to fight against Voldemort's residual soul, knock him down in public, and harvest faith points. If Voldemort dared to get angry and attack, Shaw would dare to shake him and crush Fawkes' tail feathers. Shaw has been in Hogwarts for a week, but he hasn't had a good look around Hogwarts yet. This time Shaw, the street stalker, walked through some remote corridors. Hogwarts is indeed a 1,000-year-old castle, and it is indeed very shabby. He searched and searched, but it was deserted. He wandered around the defense against the dark arts office before, and the door was closed. He heard from passers-by that Quirrell had gone out early. Shaw guessed that this guy had already started to think of ways to get through the three-headed dog. Before, he planned to wait for the main story to proceed naturally and intercept it himself. But now, why should Shaw follow the plot? Disdainful, his plan is to try to deal with Quirrell and the back of his head in public before Christmas. Let the little wizards bring back the news that Voldemort is still alive when they go home during the holidays. Let his prestige go beyond the campus. He was still disappointed that he couldn't meet Quirrell, but he was intercepted by Quirrell near the Owl Room. Quirrell didn't know why, so he stopped pretending to stutter around Shaw and spoke directly. "Shor, when are you going to my place for tea? I have your father's favorite Shor Black tea." Shor looked at Quirrell standing with his hands behind his back. He actually looked quite scholarly when he wasn't pretending. Shaw stopped pretending now, secretly holding the phoenix's tail feathers, and said in a teasing tone, "Professor, I now have another task to rectify the discipline of Gryffindor. I'm really too busy. I'm very sorry that I can't listen to your teachings." Quirrell's eyes became dangerous. None of the tasks given to him by the Dark Lord recently went smoothly, and now Shaw is having trouble again. "Shor, I'm a professor, and I seem to have the right to keep you in class. You, come back to my office now. I'm going to teach you well on behalf of your father." Quirrell was furious. Shaw secretly pouted and drew out his wand directly. He was now more in line with national collapse, so he chose a very cool wand-holding posture, which was to hold the wand with 2 fingers, like a music conductor, with his wrist flying up and down gracefully. After pointing the tip of the wand at Quirrell, Shaw's tone became more and more disdainful. "Professor, it's not that I look down on you, but based on your usual performance, you are really not worthy of teaching me. You want to try to take me down." Quirrell had never seen such an arrogant student. Furious Quirrell also drew out his wand and was about to give Shaw a crucia. "Stupid, stop it, aren't you ashamed? Do you want to attract the attention of Dumbledore and Snape?" The voice that came after the pain in his head made Quirrell calm down instantly. Master, I was wrong, but Shor is ungrateful. Voldemort, you are indeed a fool. Shor obviously looks down on your strength. Well, this is really like me. When facing a strong person, I humbly empty his knowledge. When facing a weak person, I despise or trample to death. I am a natural Death Eater. Quirrell. Voldemort continued to talk to himself. He must be yearning for supreme power like me. Go back and give him a copy of my Fiendfire Black magic experience and see if he can take the initiative to come to me. Even if I can't subdue Shor for the time being, I will talk to him when I get the Philosopher's Stone. I will use my absolute strength to let this little guy know what submission is. Quirrell felt so ironic. Sure enough, what you can't get will always make you restless. I, who worked so hard, was called a fool. I was angry, but I didn't dare to say it. Yes, master. Then Quirrell took his wand and said viciously to Shor, who looked like he was watching a show, "You're fine, we'll see." After saying that, he strode away without looking back. Shor shook his head. He knew what the other party had been silent for a while. He didn't expect that Voldemort would really hide when he was hiding. In fact, Shor wanted to play a warm-up match with Quirrell first to test the other party's bottom. Forget it. Temporarily get rid of Quirrell and Voldemort's entanglement, and he can also focus on rectifying the school spirit. Owl Room is next to the Ravenclaw Tower. When Shor passed by the door knocker, he took a curious look and prepared to leave. Ah, Shor. When he went downstairs, he heard a surprised cry behind him. Shor looked back. Oh, the little fangirl Hermione. The little fangirl ran over with a spell book that he borrowed from her. "Why are you here? Are you looking for a mess?" "Gray, I'm sorry, I've tried my best to find you," Shor said warmly. "It's okay, just go with the flow. I'll just take it as a walk." "Where are you going?" Hermione said earnestly. "I heard you're going to help clean up Gryffindor. Then when will you come to Ravenclaw? I also want to learn from you." Shor rubbed his chin. "It depends on the wishes of your entire college and Professor Flitwick's opinion." Hermione seemed to get what Shor meant and patted her chest to assure him. "Shor, don't worry. I will go and lobby the dean and other students." Shor was slightly stunned. Is that what he meant? But it doesn't matter. It's good to have someone to take the lead. Hermione then pointed to the spell book in her hand. "I was just about to find you. I have read this spell book 10 times and can recite it by heart. I have basically mastered more than a dozen common spells. This is my thinking about the doubts in it," Hermione said as she took out another stack of parchment which was densely written with various doubts about spells. Shor's mosquito coils came out and his forehead was slightly sweaty. It was really scary. Is this the horror of a real academic master? Hermione went from one extreme to another. Shor didn't take the parchment. He couldn't take it. If he took it, he would have to answer. But what could he answer? His understanding of magic was definitely not as broad as Hermione's. He touched his chin and began to think about how to show off, how to enlighten the little witch. Hermione saw that her idol didn't speak and looked mysterious, and she was a little timid. "Shor, what's wrong? What did I do wrong?" Shor brainstormed, turned around, and said warmly, "You are the best little witch I have ever seen. It's right for you to go to Ravenclaw." This sentence made Hermione confident again. Shor continued, "But as I said last time, human energy is limited. It is enough to master general spells. We only need to master one attack and one defense, one control and one disturbance, and that is enough to survive. But I think." Seeing that Hermione wanted to argue, Shor rubbed her fluffy hair. "Don't worry about what you think. Don't you regard me as your idol. I can now use 2 silent and wandless spells and several silent spells. What about you? No matter how many spells you learn, can you block my attack?" Shor said, waving his hand. Dozens of cards transformed from golden birds flew out at the same time, spinning and nailing on the wall. It was not the first time that Hermione saw Shor cast spells silently and without a wand, but every time she felt that her idol was so handsome, and she really seemed to be unable to take this blow. We were the same age, why was there such a big difference? The idol was right, I was broad but not deep. Snape came out of nowhere, passing by in a rolling black robe. Shor destroyed school facilities. Slytherin deducted 1 point. Shor was stunned. There were so many elusive people in this school. but the direction Snape walked was exactly where Quirrell left. It seems that the old bat has also set his sights on the two-faced man. Hermione was thinking beside him, and Shor hurriedly ran away. Before he walked away, Hermione's voice came over. "Shor, can I go to your spell guidance class on the weekend?" Shor waved back to indicate that he was okay. Ding, got free high-quality labor +1. It was already evening when he returned to the dormitory. Although it was not yet 7 o'clock, because he had called in advance, everyone in the Snake Academy was there. Shor came to the platform and said loudly, "I will go to Gryffindor to rectify the school spirit in a while, and I called everyone in advance to select the 10 most outstanding students who can best represent Slytherin to accompany me and show the elegant style of study of my college." The little snake's eyes lit up immediately. Shaw only mentioned this, and the little snake's breathing became heavier, and many of them had slightly red eyes. Slytherin and Gryffindor are thousand-year-old enemies, both in the academy and outside. Before, the little snakes knew that Shaw had received a signal from Professor McGonagall that he would go to rectify the school spirit of the lions. Of course, they were very happy about the misfortune. Originally, they thought Shaw would go alone and be powerful alone, but they didn't expect that they would have the opportunity to go together. There's a chance to play with the opponent in person and with good reason, but no one wants to miss it. Even anti-Shaw army like Marcus looked at Shaw with expectation and straightened his back, hoping to be selected. Mrs. Mont stepped forward and asked tentatively, "Chief, I wonder what the standard is for the best Slytherin." Shaw looked at the performance of the little snakes and laughed secretly. In fact, he himself was a vulgar person. In his previous life, he was just a homeboy who played Gold Online at home. He could really understand elegance. But in the era of big data, what do you not know? Shaw also knows how to taste 1982 Lafite red wine, but he must have had a chance to try it before. Then, Shaw expressed his understanding of Slytherin. The noble elegance engraved in the bones and the inner desire for power and glory are the real Slytherins. Why is our symbol the snake? Not because it is cold-blooded and terrifying, but even if it is in the quagmire, it is the most tenacious and the least stained with dirt. It is born noble. No matter how corrupt and dirty this world is, snakes can live brilliantly. Shor said this, looking at the pure-blooded students with contempt. As for those who are born noble verbally, even their quilts are like a messy doghouse, and they have no self-discipline. Are they qualified to tell me that they are noble? Many little snakes immediately blushed. Shaw stopped talking nonsense and waved his hand. "Okay, elegance can be cultivated. Now it comes down to strength. Stand up if you are proficient in the armor charm and at least 3 attacking spells." Then, more than 20 people stood up hesitantly from the more than 100 little snakes, most of whom were ordinary little snakes in the 6th and 7th grades. Draco opened his mouth and wanted to ask for a privilege, but was forced back by Shor's cold eyes. Shor couldn't help but sneer again. Sure enough, some people can only boast in words. Look, excellent people are not judged by blood. Draco almost died of shame, and other pure-blood elites were also hit hard. Shor commented on some of the more than 20 students who stood up. "You are unqualified, your collar is untidy, and you are a disgrace to me. You have messy hair, this is not personality, it is sloppy. You look too profound next time. I recommend you to go to a dentist's clinic to get your teeth straightened." Shor passed more than a dozen students in succession, leaving 10 very well-proportioned little snakes. Since it is an external war, face engineering is still necessary. Mrs. Montgomery was unwilling to be unconditionally excluded. "Chief, my clothes are neat, my manners are decent, and I look good. Why don't you let me go? Are you targeting me?" Shor looked up at Mrs. Montgomery, who was a head taller than him, and said with high hopes, "Mrs. Montgomery, Alice will go to Gryffindor with me in a while, and you will supervise the evening self-study. Don't let me down." Mrs. Montgomery was surprised. Although her position was not absolutely closed to the elite purebloods, she did not clearly support Shaw. If he hadn't had the opportunity to tear the little lion apart this time, he would still pretend to be invisible. "I didn't expect Shaw to give him this right. Is this broad-mindedness?" Mrs. Ming swallowed the non-existent saliva and nodded seriously. Okay, I will strictly supervise. Shor smiled at him warmly. The opportunity was given. How to perform was up to the other party. The capable ones were promoted and the mediocre ones were demoted. Then he turned and went to the entrance of the lounge. The 10 people selected were exactly 5 men and 5 women, and they automatically lined up in 2 rows and followed. Draco looked at the people who left with envy. Theodore Knott, who was pale and thin beside him, clenched his fists, and a wisp of blood flowed out of his fists. Next time I will definitely go with the chief. Draco saw this and felt a little empathy. Theodore and Draco naturally knew each other, and their life experiences were very similar. Pureblood rich with a Death Eater father, he was taught the theory of pureblood supremacy since childhood. However, the difference between the two is that Draco has a happy family. Both parents are alive, and he has been spoiled since childhood. Theodore's mother died early, and his father is an out-and-out Death Eater, crazy and arrogant. Theodore's childhood experience can be not very good. He was locked up in the attic by his father to study, and his first hamster pet he secretly raised was killed by his father. So although Theodore is smart, he is a loner. After coming to Hogwarts, he has always been like a lone wolf and not sociable. But he admires the powerful Shor very much. Maybe it's the extreme that will turn against the opposite, or maybe it's the rebellious period. Although Theodore also despises muggles, he doesn't want to listen to his father's words. I always feel that following Shor can overturn the world that makes him sick. He walked to Draco and bowed. Draco, please teach me spells. I have to become stronger before I am qualified to follow the chief. Draco was stunned, and his face changed several times. On the way to the Lion Court, Shor suddenly found that the level 3 faith value was a little more. Oh, Theodore not fanatical. Shor touched his chin. He had some impression of this name. It seems to be that lone wolf, the rebellious boy who doesn't listen to his father. Come back and ask him. At the entrance of Gryffindor, Percy had been waiting there for a long time. Shor, you are here. Why are you bringing so many people? Shor did not mean to hide anything. If you don't give me a warning for the first time with the style of your college, your work will not be easy to carry out in the future. Percy held his eyes, thinking about the nature of his own college students, and he also agreed with it. Then, I'll leave it to you. Then Percy read the password to the fat lady on the door control portrait at the entrance of the Lion Court. Dragon scum. As the fat lady opened the door, she was puzzled. I have never seen such a thing in my life. How can a Slytherin student come to Gryffindor so carelessly? Shor led the team and followed Percy into the Gryffindor lounge. At this moment, the place was as messy as a vegetable market. Many little lions stood on the big table waving and shouting. All of them were guys who were afraid of chaos in the world. The twins even started a bet, betting on whether Shor could return home in one piece tonight. In the crowd, only some girls who liked good looks and Harry were looking forward to Shor's arrival. Oh, by the way, Harry now has a new younger brother, Neville. Neville feels that he is relatively stupid and does not mind learning more. Since Neville was saved by Harry, he has been grateful to Harry, and Harry hears Draco bragging about it every day. Harry said that Shor had good intentions to let him teach 2 idiots, and he followed suit and simply took Neville with him to teach. When Harry saw Shor, who was outstanding in figure, leading 10 students from the Snake College with their heads held high and their temperaments in, he looked at the noisy students of his own college on the left and the neat and uniformed students of the Snake College on the right. He felt unspeakable envy and regret in his heart again. He really wanted to be a member of Shor's side. When he was sorted, he should have firmly decided to go to Slytherin. With the appearance of Shor, the lounge became quiet instantly, but the next moment there was a burst of laughter again. Merlin's pants, Shor really dares to come to us. Ha ha, let's see how I trip him up later. Get the dung balls George gave ready, listen to my signal of breaking the cup. Many people actually started to discuss how to deal with Shor blatantly. Percy just wanted to cover his face. It was too embarrassing. Harry came over with Neville. Sure, they didn't mean it, they just didn't know your good intentions. You guys discuss it well and use what can solve the problem. Neville also plucked up the courage to say, Shaw, I support you. Shor looked at the future Sword Saint Neville following behind Harry, reached out and patted Harry's shoulder, and said gently to this kind boy, people are born confused, and few people know what they should do, so they need the encouragement and guidance of a mentor. Well, I am very pleased that you can help Neville. Okay, stay aside, I will take care of it. Harry opened his mouth, sighed at last, and went aside with Neville. Shor continued to look at those funny little lions. What a lively group of people. A little resistance, this is interesting to clean up.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.